morning and thank you so much for joining us on the news. I am Yuri Ayomikunle, aka. Let's start the news with the headlines. Federal government says no to independence anniversary. We're right back. Thank you so much for joining us on the news. Thank you so much for still joining us on the news. We're on the headlines. Federal government says no to independent anniversary parade. NLC mobilizes for nationwide strike over face-off between Dangote Refinery and Pengassan. NULGE declares 7-day strike in River State over unpaid salaries. Away from the headlines, we get the news started this morning with the federal government as they announced the cancellation of the 65th Independence Anniversary Parade scheduled for tomorrow, October 1st. In a statement issued yesterday by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the government explained the decision does not in any way diminish the significance of the milestone celebration, stressing that other programs lined up for the anniversary will proceed as planned. However, a statement released yesterday by the Director of Information and Public Relations Office of the SGF, Segun Imoseyin, said the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of this milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. And the statement also said the government regrets any inconvenience caused by the cancellation, but assured that activities marking the anniversary would reflect the spirit of national pride. The statement also urged citizens to continue to support the reform initiatives of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing them as essential to the collective goal of building a greater Nigeria. The Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) has asked its affiliates to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Industry Association against Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. The Congress directed its affiliated members nationwide to immediately mobilize for what it described as a full-scale, decisive engagement against the conglomerate alleged anti-worker practice. The Congress gave the directive through an internal memo signed by NLC President Comrade Joe Ajero yesterday in the FCT. The Pengassan and the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers have accused the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals management of unfair labor practices and victimization of workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other subsidiaries. The NLC explained that the conflict has evolved beyond the individual struggles of Pengassan and the bank, becoming a broader fight for workers' rights nationwide. The Dangote Refinery, however, denied any wrongdoing. It explained that the disengagement of workers was part of an internal reorganization to curb sabotage, improve safety, and enhance operational efficiency. The River State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, NOG, has declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by State Secretary Sunday Adeniran, said the warning strike became inevitable following what it described as the callous and unfair actions of the chairman of MOA local government area, Dr. Chidelord. The union said their action would involve all local government workers across the 23 local government areas of the state and will take effect starting from today's midnight. It was explained further that this decision follows Dr. Chidelord refusing to pay its members their salaries. The Academic Staff Union of Universities has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demand of its industrial action. The union decided this decision at its National Executive Council meeting on Sunday over the weekend at the University of Abuja. The national president of ASU, Prof. Chris Piwuna, disclosed this in a strike notice personally signed and released to journalists yesterday in Abuja. The letter explained that the strict notice would start from Sunday, September 28, 2025, and will air out a 2-week warning strike before embarking on a total and indefinite strike over the federal government's attitude toward resolving pending issues. Prof. Chris Piwuna, national president of ASU, listed ASU's 7 demand as a renegotiation of the 2009 ASU FTN agreement, sustainable funding of public universities, revitalization of universities, an end to the alleged victimization of ASU members in ASU, Prince Abubakar Raudu University, and FUTO, payment of outstanding 25 to 35% salary arrears, settlement of promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and remittance of outstanding third-party deductions. Away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion naira in August 2025, up from 185 billion naira recorded in July. According to its monthly report summary for August 2025, the company's revenue rose to 4.655 trillion naira compared to 4.406 trillion in July. It added that a total of 8.86 trillion naira had been remitted to the Federation accounts between January and July 2025. On production, the report showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.65 million barrels of crude oil per day in August, representing a 2.9% decline from 1.7 million barrels per day in July. The gas output also fell by 10% to 6,949 from 7,722 in the previous month. NNPCL attributed the decline to scheduled maintenance across some upstream facilities in alignment with Nigeria's LNG turnaround maintenance, where it said industry-wide collaboration was going to ramp up production after the exercise. Moreover, having provided updates on gas infrastructure projects, the company disclosed that the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline has reached 84% completion, with construction activities progression on multiple fronts to accelerate delivery. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV News at 8. We bring the stories again and more news updates at the news 10. I am Iri Ayomikule. Stay with us for the rest of the day.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Near Ebute Meta, the market occupies a strategic location easily accessible to island and mainland residents. It's time to explore another market in Lagos State, Nigeria. So welcome to another beautiful and exciting episode of Market Today on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omena, and let's go on this ride together. As you already know, Market Today is a show where we'll be visiting different markets across Lagos State, Nigeria to check, track and compare the prices of different commodities ranging from electronics to food items and cosmetics. Anything, just name it. We are going to check it out in different markets that we visit. And today is not different. Guess where we are? We are at Oyinbo Market. Yes, the famous Oyinbo Market, known for its various food items that it sells. Oyinbo Market is one of the biggest food markets in Lagos State, Nigeria, and we are here to just check, track and compare the prices of different food items that they sell. Oyinbo Market is located at Lagos mainland. It occupies a strategic location which makes it easily accessible for people on the islands and also those on the mainland. So yes, that is what we have come to do. We visited different markets in Lagos and asked about the prices of food items, and yet we are here today at Oyinbo Market to just know the prices of most of these food items that we've checked at other markets. So come with me as we check out the prices of food items in Oyinbo Market. It promises to be a very exciting ride. So let's go. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is David, aka Tigana.
Okay. So what do you sell in this market?
I'm selling foodstuff.
And what kind of foodstuffs?
Rice, beans, garlic, and corn.
Okay. So how do you sell it? Is it wholesale or retail?
I'm selling wholesale and retail.
Okay, so give us some of the prices of what you've mentioned.
Well, I'm selling rice bag, the one of 70,000, the one of 85,000, long grain. I'm selling beans, Olotu bag, 150,000 and 140. Olonyi bag, 85,000. Olowon bag, the same 85,000. So I'm selling corn bag, 45,000. I'm selling galley bag, 25,000. Red galley, white galley, the same 28,000. White galley, and so on.
Okay, so is this palm oil or vegetable
Yes,
oil?
vegetable oil.
Okay, how much you sell it?
I'm selling 25 liter, 74,000, 73,000. I'm selling 10 liter, 34,000, 33,000. I'm selling 5 liter, 17,500, 17,000. I'm selling cans 5 liter, 17,75, 17,500. I'm selling Taylor 17,000, 75. I'm selling power oil 16,500, 16,000, 5 liter.
Wow.
Yeah, and so on.
Okay, so now this small bag of rice here, how do you sell them?
Yes, I'm selling 10 kg of Big Bull, 12,000, 11,500.
Okay.
I'm selling Stallone 10 kg, the same price, 12,000, 11,500. I'm selling cap rice 10 kg, 12,000, 11,500. I'm selling 5 kg, 7,650. I'm selling 25 kg, 35,000 and 38,000. Yeah.
Just now, with all these prices that you've given me, as our last month, were they the same price? Did you sell it for the same price?
No, it's cheap last month.
So it means it has increased.
Yes.
So what made it increase?
Them close border and the lice seller add money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, how has the business been since the beginning of the year for you?
Well, the business day of the year for me. Sometimes the business can increase, you will get again. Sometimes you will reduce, you will lose. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so,
for now, they're normal.
oh, so how do you deal with when you make losses?
You will just pack it somewhere and buy new one and sell it. Yes.
Okay. So for how long have you been selling in Oyingbo market?
More than 25 years.
25 years! Wow!
I'm here 1998.
Wow.
Starting from 1998
Okay.
until now.
Wow. So how has it been? How has it been selling in this market?
Yeah, so Igbo market is cheap than other markets because we are closing 8:30. Other people that are coming 8:30 in the night. So after we are closing, other people that are coming from different states. So market 24 hours. They are selling market for Igbo market.
Wow. 24 hours.
24 hours.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So now, why did you choose to sell in Oyingbo market?
Because it's moving market. Many people, all the way from Aja people, they are coming by different area. They are coming to Igbo market and buy, and the market is cheap for Igbo than other places.
Okay. So now you say you started 25 years.
Yes.
So now, that time that you started and now that you are still selling, which time do you prefer?
That time,
Why?
because everything achieved by then,
Okay, sir.
and we are making a profit by then. Yes, now.
Okay. So now, where do you buy all your goods from?
We are buying North, Meduguri, Niger State, and Kano State. And sometimes we are buying Abakaliki rice for East. We are buying oil for PZ for Lagos State here. We are buying corn for Niger.
Okay, so now when people come to buy, is it the wholesale? Is it people that come to buy wholesale that come here more, or those that are just users, that consumers are just using by themselves? They just come to buy to just cook in the house, or those that buy to resell for other people?
Those that buy to resell, there are many here.
Okay.
Yes. And the people that have a hotel, they are coming here and buy. They are buying egusi, vegetable, and our rice.
Okay. So what are the problems you face selling in this market? What are the challenges you go through? Is it bringing the goods? Is it making profits? Is it the normal money that you pay as dues? Yeah. Just tell us the challenges you face.
The challenges is that Agboro people that can hold the motor and collect the money. So if they hold the motor, then we charge you how much we pay. So and the second one, high people. So if we put your market anyhow, they will seize it. That is the challenges we have here.
So why do you love Oyinbo markets?
I love Oyinbo market so much because I'm doing the business normal and the business moving. In fact, I love Oyinbo market, no problem. Because when you buy market, you can sell it. If you buy market today, tomorrow you can sell it, finish.
Okay. So now we know that there are other people that sell the same thing that you sell in this market. So how do you deal with the competition?
We are doing competition because the price I'm giving to you is cost price. But if see another people like people that are inside plaza that are reducing money, you too can follow them and reduce money. So the price will stay okay.
Okay, so like in a day now, let's say that day you make a lot of sales. Let's speak of rice. Like how many bag of rice do you sell in a day?
I can sell more than 15, 10. Yeah.
How about vegetable oil?
Vegetable, I can sell more than 10. Yes.
Okay. So is there anything you want the government to do in this market to make it better for you and also for your customers and also for the rest of you that sell in the market?
Yes, I want government to come and develop Oyinbo market. One, let Oyinbo market neat. Two, let them make a space that people can park a car, because now that is the problem. Low last man and low safety than holding our customers' car. So I want government to come and check everywhere, can build a parking space and to clear all the whole bus stop. People that are selling inside bus stop, they are blocking motor. So I want government to come and develop Oyinbo. Some many places, let them come and do load and car park.
Tell me your name again, sir. Tell us your name.
My name is David Eze Aja, aka Tigana Oya Abuja.
Alright, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so mommy, what do you sell in this market?
This is what I'm selling. I'm selling tomato, pepper. That's what I'm selling.
Okay, so how do you sell your tomatoes and pepper?
You mean the bucket or
everything?
Is it the basket?
The basket, the bucket, the plate.
Yes, if it is basket, we used to buy basket like 35,000, 40,000. But this bucket is 5,000.
Wow.
5,000 is bucket. This small price 1,000.
Okay, ma. How about the pepper?
Pepper, this 500 pepper, and it's very neat and decent one.
Okay, so how has business been since the beginning of this year, ma?
We manage since it's stressful, but we thank God.
Okay,
we give glory to God.
Okay.
We are managing it.
So as our last month, these prices that you just told me now, did you sell it for the same price last month?
Hey, yeah, about 4 months to 5 months now. Pepper is very cheap. Really? Even we enjoy pepper this year.
Wow.
It's not expensive like last year.
Why is it not expensive?
Maybe they do the harvest very well this year, because last year it was hard. Everybody's just shouting pepper is too cost, pepper is too cost. But this year we give glory to God. Since about 4 to 5 months now, very, very cheap. Till this time, pepper is okay now.
Okay, ma. So for how long have you been selling in this market?
Hey, yeah. It's over, let me count it, 25 years.
25 years.
Yes, I was born in this market.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how has it
My
been?
mommy business.
Okay, so you collected it
I
from your mommy.
inherited it from my mom. My mommy
Wow.
have died. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it because of your mommy you started selling this, or you just like it and just chose to sell it?
Well, let me just put it like this. I like it, but because I'm a school start holder.
Okay, ma.
So immediately I pass out, my dad want to let me to further more, but I told him I'm not going that because I used to follow mommy to market. I like it. I used to see money. That's why I told daddy that I'm not going again.
Okay.
That I will be helping mommy to sell.
Okay,
That's
ma.
why I'm selling it now.
Okay, ma. So now you said you started for 25 years now.
Yeah.
That time that you started,
Yeah.
and now which one do you prefer?
That time things is easy that time. Now there's no money now. That time there's money, everything is easy. But now there's no money now. It's not like before. That's it.
Okay, ma. So where do you buy your tomatoes and pepper from?
It's from my 12. We used to buy it from my 12. Yes.
How do you buy? Is it basket?
Yeah, it's baskets. Baskets we used to
Like
buy.
how much do they sell baskets in my town?
This type, the tomatoes, there are many types of tomato. This one is 40, 35, 30, that's the price. But the other one, 20, 25, the cheap one.
Okay. So that one that is cheap and this one, which one is sweeter?
This is the best tomato.
Wow.
This is the best one.
Okay, ma.
This is the one that is watery. It's cheap than this one.
Okay, ma. Okay, so now what are the challenges you face selling in this market?
A lot of challenges, so we give glory to God because it's not easy to sell in the market. Likewise, we are in the shop. At times rain will fall, it will tire you. Maybe you feel like not coming to market, but you don't have choice. You have to come. That's the challenge.
So that's the only challenge you face in the market?
Yes, that's the challenges. At times you will like you are tired of it, but later you still pick up let me still manage it.
Okay, ma. So what's the one thing you love about Oyinbo market?
Oyinbo market. Oyinbo market is good market too, because Oyinbo market it has been long that people is selling, and Oyinbo market is cheaper there. Market is very, very cheaper there, and you get many things. And maybe what you don't expect, sef, you will see it in Oyinbo market. They bring it in cheaper because they used to come from village to come and sell here. Yes.
So what are people that come to buy from you? Do you sell mostly wholesale, or you sell the small ones?
If they want to buy wholesales, we sell wholesales for them. But if they want to buy small ones, we sell small ones for them. Anyone they ask, we will give them.
Okay, so ma, is there anything that you want the government to come and do in this market to make it better for you and also for your customers?
We are expecting government. It's a lot, oh.
Tell them, let them hear you.
It's a lot. Maybe they can build shop for us. Not that we cheap, or not the one that we dey expensive. They can build shop for us, and they can bring things down like the olden days, because we are just seeing money now. To spend it is very easy. The money is not, it don't have value again. So if you get a lot of money, like if you are holding 100,000, it's not money now. To spend it is back because things are very expensive. Maybe if government can bring things down, so we can enjoy it. Yes.
Okay, ma. So now you know that there are a lot of people that sell the same thing you sell in this market. So how do you deal with the competition?
There's no competition. There is competition, but once you have rest of mind, that you focus yourself on God, God will bring your own. And you are not new in the market, you have your own customer. So your own customer will be coming gradually. So you will not look another person. If you have that one in mind, you will have rest of mind. So you will not know maybe somebody is selling. You have been long there. So you have been lost. So you have your old customer. Whenever you sit down, you'll be shading it, your own customer will become. So everybody have their own customer. So that's it.
Alright, tell us your name, ma.
My name is Mrs. Akinjide Ogunshakin.
Alright, ma. Thank you very much. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, y'all.
How you doing?
I'm fine, y'all.
Okay, so what's your name, ma?
My name is Monsuat Marinde.
Okay, so ma, what do you sell in this market?
I'm selling shaki and pomo, carrot and assorted.
Okay, so can you tell us the price of what you sell?
This shaki, the small one is 1,000, this big one is 2,000. I have shakoto 8,000. I have the full one 30,000, 50,000. As why you need it.
Okay, ma. So, as a last month, did you sell it for the same price?
No, I'm not selling the same price. That shaki is another price. This pomo is another price. This pomo, this small one is 500 now. This big one is 2,500 naira.
Okay, so last month, did you sell the pomo for the same price?
Yes, since 3 years ago now, the same price that they sell am now.
Are you serious?
Yes, now because I know reduce my hand. As for the cut and down, na there it is. 540 now. That big one is 25 every day. Now so I dey sell am.
How do you do it? How did you do it that it's the same price?
The time wey the cost, I comot my hand small. But the time wey big pass, I put my hand. That is how.
Okay.
And I no put money and I no reduce my money.
Okay, how about the shaki?
Shaki is 2,000. The big one is 2,000. The small one is 1,000. This one now is 2,500 now. The big one is 8,000, 10,000. As big as
Okay, so how has business been since the beginning of this year?
Thank God we dey do am small because there's no market now. We are doing it small.
So who are the people that come to buy your shaki and pomo? Or do you sell it in wholesale or in retail?
No, the person will come. There's another person can come. So I should say wholesale for him. There's someone will buy and one. So and another person they buy am. So go and sell it back. And some people they buy them to go and this is at home.
Okay.
So now anyone everybody wants now we have to sell for her.
Okay, so the ones that used to come and buy to go and sell again, how do you used to sell it for them? Like how many?
This small 500. If he takes select big plenty one, I will come more money for him because he wants to go and sell it again. So I will collect small money for him. If you buy like 12 is 6,000, I can sell for 5,500.
Okay, how about the shaki?
Shaki, I will come more money for him. If you buy that big one, where I call for 8,000. If you buy like three sizes, I can come out 2,000 naira for him.
Okay, so where do you buy your pomo and shaki from?
From Ajegunle side now.
Ajegunle?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you buy it there?
Then they kill cow there. So if you put that cow there down, then place where they come from another place. Some people can come from here. People can come from Songo, Ikorodu, so everybody go meet here. Okay. So if you put answer place, they go price them. Then if you price them 10,000, another person can price at 15,000.
Wow.
So the person where I price 5 for him, with my own 15,000, he agree for him, go sell them for me. But if he no agree, he can sell for that 10,000 naira.
Wow. Okay.
So
well, how long have you been selling in Oyinbo market?
As my mommy died, let me continue selling it.
Okay.
Like 8 years ago now.
Okay. So are you enjoying selling in this market?
I'm not enjoying no bets. There's no anything I can do. I can't go and do everything because my husband has died by 6 years now. So I shall no good. So I just face my market because I have 3 children at home. I just face my market. I don't have any choice. I can do it. So that is why I'm selling my mommy market since 8 years now. 8 years now.
Wow. Okay, so what are the challenges you face selling in this market?
Plenty. I can't talk it.
Tell us some of it. Tell us some of it.
Are you more yeah? Oh, let me mad. How much is it? If I tell us 500 now, you say 300. I say no go. When no go stand 300, they say more. I can't tell them say. This one and Pomo Jebu no be the same thing. Oh. This one and car head. That Pomo Jebu is not this one. No.
It's different.
Yes, very well. That one is fele. This one is 6 side now. Okay. Look at it very well.
Yes.
Now artistic one. See the hair. Okay. See the nose. This one is this fence.
Okay.
So I want to rita sell the sopon. Na go ma di wahala gigi da ma sáré gbé gbá àti ẹ̀dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́.
So aside those that usually come and price the market very low, which other challenges do you face in this market?
Azal.
You know, you just said that some people will come and price it 300. So aside that one, which other problems do you face in this market?
Sometimes we come here, we don't say anything, we go home like that. So I will not buy market in the another day. I will not buy market. I will go home like that. There's no market. But now there's no market. We dey try our best. No markets now. We dey try our best now.
So now you said you started about 8 years ago. That time that you started and now, which one do you prefer?
That time oh.
And why that time? Maybe you say you are still selling the same price.
Yes, now so that time this one now that time that one won't be past this one. Now we don't give that money, don't give that hand. So some people will come say, you too small. We they tell them say, na market. There's no market. If markets they should be you know say markets don't cost. The same way we they buy 30,000 before. If you go now 6,000 plus. So that is why they come more money or and small. Some people say we they beg before they go buy am. We go beg yes There's God, thank God. I took me for long.
Okay. So what do you love about Oyingbo market? What's that one thing you like about this market?
Market Oyingbo market jẹ́ ó sì wà tí kò bí mi síbẹ̀ ni. Oyingbo market da gan. Oyingbo da. Ó da ní anywhere. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa dé Èbúté Mẹ́ta yìí àfi tó bá ya ọmọ tó bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ lókun. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa dé ibẹ̀ tó ní enjoy ara rẹ̀. Èbúté Mẹ́ta dà because free man sálẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mọ́mì mi bí mi sí tó ti kó wọ́n ṣaláìsí. So bóyá jẹ́ ní Oyingbo da o. Kò síṣẹ́ tó máa bá dóyìnbó àfi tó bá yọ̀ ọ̀lẹ́ lókun lò ní iṣẹ́ ṣe. Kó máa ta pé ọ̀tà wá tà, kó gbé igbá alábàárù wá tà, kó máa ti truck wá tà, kó ta gbọjà, kó báwa náà ṣiṣẹ́ lára ọ̀ndà wa. Arówó gbà lọ́lé. Èbúté Mẹ́ta ò lovely, wọ́n wà òkè gan.
So is there anything you want the government to come and do in this market to make it better for you?
Kọ́ wá bá wa ṣe, kò sí nǹkan tó bá wa ṣe nígbà yìí tí inú wo ní dùn. Àwọn náà máa ń pa àwọn ibì kọ̀ọ̀kan wà ní Èbúté Mẹ́ta tí ò dá tó jẹ́ àwọn ibì tó jẹ́ gálọ́pì. Wọ́n lè wá bá wa ṣe, kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe kọ́ bá wa ṣe omi náà. Ẹra màá omi nǹkan bá wa ṣe sí Èbúté Mẹ́ta àwọn nǹkan díẹ̀ náà ló ń dára láàmú bí omi kọ́ bá wa ṣe títì ó lè bá wa tún àwọn ojú ọ̀nà ṣe.
Okay, ma. So tell us your name again, ma.
My name is Monsurat Ayinde.
Alright, ma. Thank you very much, ma. We have heard what Mrs. Monsurat Ayinde had to say about selling in Oyingbo market. She has actually explained to us the prices of what she has been selling, and she has told us that the Pomo and Shaki she has been selling has been selling about the same price for over 8 years now, and that the only thing that has reduced is just the sizes, just a bit. And she has also explained to us on what she wants the government to come and do in this market to make it better. She has told us about how you can bring any trade, any kind of business to Oyingbo market, and it always prospers. She has also made mention of the fact that there's nothing you do in Oyingbo market that does not prosper unless you decide to be lazy. And that's all we've heard from Mrs. Monsurat Ayinde. Her interview was very, very insightful and interesting. So that's all. So let's go and talk to other traders in Oyingbo market. Come with me. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How you doing, sir?
Fine, sir. Fine.
What's your name, sir?
Yeah, my name is Salami Adams.
Okay. So what do you sell in Oyingbo market?
Goat meat.
Goat meat.
Then.
So how market?
Fine, wow, okay.
So what will be the price of all this goat meat they sell?
Any size we won't buy. 10,000 a day, 15,000 a day, 20,000 25, 30.
Okay. As our last month, you still sell them for that same price last month?
Well, in fear, but that now you don't go up small.
Okay. When did they make the price go up?
Kí gbogbo kan ṣe rí náà ni láti ibi tí wọ́n ti ń kó wá yẹn owó mọ́tò yẹn ó pọ̀ díẹ̀ so ló jẹ́ kí owó mọ́tò yẹn ló jẹ́ kí ẹran yẹn lọ sí sókè díẹ̀ so nǹkan pọ̀ sí ẹ̀rọ.
Okay, sir. So where you dey buy your goat meat from?
Na nọ́ọ̀tì láti ń kó wá nọ́ọ̀tì láti ń kó à ń kó nìbàdàn à ń kó nílẹ̀ haúsá so láti ń kó wá nìyẹn.
So for how long have you been selling in this market? For how long you don dey sell for this market?
Ó ti pẹ́. It don't pass 27. 20 years.
Why you choose to dey sell goat meat for this market?
Ó wù mí láti inú ni iṣẹ́ mi nìyẹn ó wù mí láti inú láti kí n máa ta ni ó wù mí nìyẹn ọ̀dà bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ló dé ẹ ṣe sùúrù kí ló dé mo ń gbádùn yín àǹtí mi gàrí.
Okay. What be the challenges wey you dey face as you dey sell?
Challenge dáa rí mbẹ̀ náà kọjá pé kí gbogbo rẹ̀ ṣá wálẹ̀ ṣá kí gbogbo rẹ̀ wálẹ̀ tó bá ti wálẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ máa wà okay.
Wetin you love for this Oyingbo market?
Kò sí dáa níbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ àbẹ́ ọ̀bọ wa náà gba gbogbo wa ń jẹ àmú gbogbo ẹ̀ alhamdulilayi.
Is there anything you want the government to come do for this market?
Ó ti ń sọ ní ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ọjà tí wọ́n kọ́ fún wa náà sì wọ́n ò jẹ́ ká rí lo àárí lo ọjà tí wọ́n náà kọ́ máa rí lo sáárí lo ní àárí lo náà àárí lo wọn ò jẹ́ ká rí lo àárí lo wọn ò rí àjùmọ̀ ò jẹ́ ká rí lo àwọn tó yẹ ká pàtẹ́kọ̀ ká tọ́ mọ́ mọ́kànlé àdánù mọ́ ò jẹ́ ká tà àwọn káì àwọn gbogbo mọ́kànlé wa àdánù àríbítajà mọ́ ṣàánú fún wa àríbítajà o àríbítajà o mọ́ ṣàánú wa o àríbítajà o anybody wa kan ra mọ́lẹ́jì ni ṣé bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyà tí mi àríbítajà kọ́ lọ́wọ́ ṣàánú fún wa.
Tell us your name again, sir.
Orúkọ tèmi ni Salami Adams.
So, sir.
Ọmọ Ìbàdàn ní Olúyọ̀lé.
So, sir, can you help us explain the problems that he has talked about?
Well, in this Oyingbo, there's the market is cheap, as you are saying. So the mostly thing that is happening in Oyingbo here, there's the road is not okay. But when the rains fall, even water is not entering the gutter. They just did this gutter and that canal that is there, so water is not entering there. So that's the problem that we have going here.
Thank you very much, sir. We have heard what Mr. Salami Adams had to say about selling in Oyingbo market. He sells goat meat in the Oyingbo market, and he has told us the various prices. You can get goat meat here for as low as 10,000. He has also explained to us the reason why he started selling in Oyingbo market and why he enjoys selling here. But he has also talked about the problems they face here. Like he explained that there was a particular place that the former governor built for them. I think Fashola. He also explained that they built that particular place for them to start selling in, but for some reason they've not been able to sell there because it's quite flooded. And then the gutter, he has also called on the government to come and make proper drainage system so that water can flow well in this market.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are the what we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So. For whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour. And waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those, those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, on our return from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there will be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. "So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing." While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, "We're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get." So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man, a British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they brought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I brought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking in my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you.
to Perspective on ConsumerHallaTV. A perspective as well, we'll talk about burning issues making the rounds. I'm Ire Hayomi Maleki. On today's edition of Perspective, we'll be talking about the Bank Customer Bill of Rights in Nigeria that was developed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to protect the rights and interests of bank customers. The Bank Customer Bill of Rights in Nigeria is a document developed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to protect the rights and interests of bank customers, and the bill outlines the rights and duties of bank customers, ensuring they are treated fairly and with respect. Since the early 2000s, there was a significant increase in complaints from bank customers in Nigeria, ranging from unfair charges to poor customer service. Reports by Access Holding at that time, there was no comprehensive framework to protect the rights of bank customers, leading to widespread dissatisfaction and mistrust. In response to this concerns, the CBN Central Bank of Nigeria recognized the need for a robust consumer protection framework and initiated the development of the bank. However, the CBN collaborated with various stakeholders, including banks, consumer advocacy groups, and regulatory agencies, to ensure that the bill addressed the needs and concerns of all parties involved. After extensive consultations and revisions, the Bank Customer Bill of Rights was finalized and published by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Meanwhile, the primary objectives of the Bank Customer Bill of Rights is to protect bank customer rights, to safeguard the rights and interests of bank customers in Nigeria, also to promote transparency and accountability. This has to do with ensuring that banks operate transparently and are held accountable for their actions, as well as enhancing customer satisfaction. This is to improve overall customer satisfaction with banking services in Nigeria. To foster a stable financial system. This has to do with contributing to the stability and development of the Nigerian financial system by establishing a clear framework for the protection of bank customers' rights. The Bank Customer Bill of Rights aims to promote a fair, transparent, and customer-centric banking industry in Nigeria. For insightful insight on the program, with me in the house this morning, I have Mr. Moshudi Samotu, a public analyst and educator. It's a pleasure to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, viewers.
Good morning. And also we have, virtually, we have Dr. Eddie Ademosu, ex-banker and former president, Association of Corporate Affairs Managers of Banks, ACMB. It's a pleasure to have you, Dr. Eddie Ademosu. Okay, all right. I guess we're having network issues. So, Mr. Moshud, let me start with you. Let's help the Nigerian consumers to understand this new initiative from the CBN. What is this Bill of Rights? What is it all about by the CBN? And what is the importance of this bill? And what is exactly set to achieve?
Good to thank you for having me this morning. I just want to tell you that the Bill of Rights being put forward by the CBN is not actually new. It has been in existence for more than 2 decades right now, but just that because of the evolving development in the banking industry and the relationship that the banks want to build with their customers, and if you just go by the recent experience of what customers are experiencing with the banks, the CBN now think they need to be more responsive to the yearnings of the public. That is why they have come up now to recharge, so to say, to give life to what they already have before, and to take care of the development that have taken place between when it was initiated and now. I guess this probably will have been informed by the feedback they are having from customers and series of complaints that they are having from the customers, So the bill of rights that is being put forward right now is not actually new, but I just give you flavor to it. They want to give a life to it by codifying it and make people to be more conscious of their duties and responsibilities. Meanwhile, the bill is not just having to do with what customers will expect from their banks. It's equally two-edged sword. It's equally placing a burden on the customers, their duties to their banks as well. It's a two-point thing, but primarily it is a bill that probably wants to let the public know their rights, what is to expect from their banks when they have interactions. And so it is good that the CBN as a regulatory body is taking it upon itself now to be more responsive to its responsibilities by ensuring that the bank customers expend the best practices. This is going to instill confidence in the system, and at the same time is going to make the inclusiveness with the CBN is preaching more appealing. And of course, bank is now, everybody is now a bank customer. Actually, everybody is a bank customer with the advent of fintech and what have you. So the challenges of banks are getting more, so which means they need to be more responsive to the development. So quite good. It's a decision that CBN has started to take, and I think it's a good direction. It will create sense of awareness for the people, for the public. So it is a good thing that's coming up at this very point in time.
Thank you for saying it's not a new bill. They're just adding flavor, because a lot of consumers are thinking when they heard the new bill, they're thinking, what bill are they trying to evolve out? And while talking the other time, you made mention of duties of the consumer to bank. What are the duties of the consumer to bank?
Thank you very much. When we are, there's no responsibility that doesn't go with duties. Understand? It's a two-way thing. Number one, apart from what you expect your bank to do for you, you equally have a responsibility. I'll give an example. If as a customer, it's your duty to have financial education. Understand? You should know that when you collect a loan, for example, from the bank, you must pay back. But the money is not a gift. If the bank gives you a financial instrument, it's your responsibility to keep it. And at the same time, if you have a login detail to your bank application, it's your duty to keep it. Okay, as simple as your ATM card, it's your duty to make sure that it is well kept, that your password is well kept. Am I getting me? It is your duty to ensure that when you collect, when the bank say do this, you respond and do what they ask you to do. Understand? So it is two-edged something. So it's not just probably what the bank holds you. You equally hold your bank in order to make sure that the relationship is effective and it's mutually rewarding. So we have you as a bank customer, you have a responsibility. Likewise, your bank equally has responsibility. But most of us, we talk more about what the bank needs to do for us without thinking about what we need to do as well.
Interesting. What's significant? Okay, we have Dr. Eddie. It's a pleasure to have you. Good morning, Dr. Eddie.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to also be on this program.
Good morning, Dr. Eddie. It's a pleasure to have you on the program. Dr. Eddie Ademosu is an ex-banker and former president, Association of Corporate Affairs and Managers of a Bank. It's a pleasure to have you on board. It's an honor.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's start the conversation now. Let's start with this. Let the Nigerian consumer understand what this new initiative from the CBN is all about and what they're about to achieve with this bill.
Well, what I've acronymed or I've tagged as NBCBR, which is Nigerian Banking Consumers or Customers Bill of Rights, is a comprehensive document outlining the settlement, the entitlements, and the protections available to banking customers. In essence, the Bill of Rights aims to protect consumers of financial products, services, ensuring equitable treatment, and fostering consumer-centric financial environment. I've tried to liken this bill to the Bill of Rights in America. You talk about the Bill of Rights, which is a fundamental document that lines the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees essential rights and freedom for the citizens. But this time around, we are talking about the banking customers and consumers of financial services products. So, this bill essentially give the customers rights, protection, and freedom. But if you look at it in detail, it also highlights the duties of the customers to the banks and the financial institutions. In essence, I heard Moshood talking about the two that is true. It's like two sides of the coin. And as we all know, of course, we talk about rights. Rights comes with responsibility. So it's essential that we understand the fact that the bill addresses both sides. Your rights as customer and your duties as customer to the banking institution. So in essence, it weighs more on the side of consumers, and that's why we talked about the bill being one that fosters customer-centric financial environment. That is the first thing that we are beginning to see customer as king. Okay, we say in the banking industry that treat your customer as a king. Yes, he is a king because he holds the bread and the knife. So in that essence, this bill brings to fore the centrality, the power that customer holds in financial transaction business, and of course, it applies to all economies. So this is one bill that has come to address the rights and freedom of a typical Nigerian banking customer.
All right, Dr. Hediade, I'm glad for that, and I'm happy that you said you overheard when Mr. Moshood Isamoto was talking about the duties of the consumer to bank. I would like to ask you now, what are the duties of the consumer to bank, and how significantly different is this bill from the existing consumer rights as already established under the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission?
Okay, let me quickly take it from the rear, and that is to talk about the existing laws that protects the consumers and customers. These laws that have been in existence are complementary. I must say that the consumer protection law complements essentially this very important Bill of Rights, except that in this case, the financial sector services is being highlighted effectively. Okay, so and of course, you will expect that there will be overlap in terms of the critical areas required in these laws. So generally, including the digital protection law, they all tend to look at the customer as the center of all activity. So it's right to conclude that from all ends, we are working towards ensuring that the consumers and the customers are treated appropriately within the obligations of our constitution and the available law. And having said that, we must, like we rightly said, that the consumers too and the customers also have duties to offer or render to their bank financial institution. For instance, there is need for you to understand that you have financial obligations and you also have the duty to be able to gain knowledge and understanding of the financial services. Today, the financial literacy level is very low. And that is to even say that those that are literate enough have been caught up in the web of not understanding financial product services or financial transactions. So, a whole lot of an area that we will need to begin to understand. So, as a bank customer, you need to keep abreast of developments in the sector so that you are not treated even as king as you should be. You are not treated like a slave. So it is important as a duty to have knowledge of the financial issues, financial products and services. And of course, also, you also know that it is your duty to also protect your instrument and all other information. I also was lucky to listen to Mochi, who talked about, for instance, even as little as your ATM card. Some of us can be very careless. We can toy with information relating to our ATM, sharing our PIN number, that is the personal identification number, with third parties, which is not even necessary. And so you hold that duty to keep your financial instruments intact. Of course, one of the other things that comes as a duty to you is also the fact that you need to provide factual information at the point of inquiry. Some of us will think that by not being truthful to some of the information that they give out, they don't really mean it. Affects the data that the information will need to work with. For instance, if you want to access a loan, basic questions relating to your biodata will be required. Your incomes and earnings will be required. And so if you juggle the figure, you'll be affecting the outcome of the process to reach conclusion, and then it ultimately leads to granting of loan that shouldn't be granted in the first place. So it is your duty to give accurate and factual information relating to things that are required. And of course, it is also the duty of the consumers or customers to report suspected fraud or errors. This is common, and then we tend to under it. A customer receives wrong transaction inflow into his account, and it feels it is money or our money. That might not be right. You need to be sure that you're expecting an inflow, and if it doesn't, if it's not upon some of the inflow that you expect, you then have the right to quickly alert your bank and then inform them appropriately. That is the rightful thing to do, even as a citizen of any nation, not to talk of owning the bank not to be guilty. So what we are saying in essence is that the bill of rights works on two hands. One, the bank's own obligations, on you as customers to also pay them obligations. I think that's the way it works.
Thank you for highlighting the duties of the consumer to bank. The one I hold vitally personally has to do with reporting suspect fraudulent activities. That's one of a vital consumer right that a consumer must do anytime they are suspecting any misappropriate activities. Let's take a look at this complaint of bank customer across 5 major Nigerian banks, soared by over 63.54% in 2023, reaching over 10 million compared to 6.12 million from the previous year. According to the audited financial results analyst, Access Holdings, Nigeria's largest bank, saw an 81.26% increase in complaint, reaching to about 5 million in 2023 and about from 2 million in 2022. However, according to the report here, the financial institution under review including United Bank for Africa, UBA, Zenith Bank, GTC, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, and Wema Bank faced significant challenges in resolving these complaints, with some customers escalating issues to the Central Bank of Nigeria for intervention. In response to these escalating complaints, the UBA unveiled a scan to resolve complaints portal aimed at swiftly addressing customer disputes and enhancing confusion. Meanwhile, Zenith Bank experienced a decrease in complaints about 25.29%, which indicates potential strategies for managing consumer grievances. About this, what metrics do bank use to measure the effectiveness of their customer service, and what are the primary cause of the surge in customer complaints across Nigerian banks?
Well, generally, you need to take a statistics also of the level of financial inclusion that has occurred in the past few years, say within the past 5 years. There has been a geometric increase in the number of the people who are able to make use of financial services. The statistics put it as of today as almost about 74%. Which means the inclusivity, the financial inclusivity has increased geometrically back from, that is the statistics as at 2023. As at 2020, as at the year of 2020, the figure was less than 60%. So when you use that with the level of complaints that you begin to experience nowadays, it is expected, it is justified. There is an increase in the number of inclusion, which means more Nigerians now make use of financial services and they have access to financial products and services. So the number of complaints that will naturally come from such increase will also be as a measure of what we are beginning to do, which is a good development though. However, it is important to begin to look at the metrics in resolving these complaints. The brand communication will say talk about the complaint resolution mechanism. So we agree that banks at various levels have also been devising methods to address it. It is only when such banks couldn't get as fast as possible to the contentment of the consumers or customers that they can then begin to escalate to the regulatory authority. For me, in the past 5 years, the resolutions mechanisms have worked fairly better. It's something that you can call almost about 60% for the banking industry. But the issue is that even knowledge level, literacy level of our consumers or customers is still very low. There are issues, resolutions that can be resolved at their ends. In PR, we talk about PR financial literacy. If you don't understand basic requirements of why certain things need to be done in terms of services and products, and you venture into, you create complaints, you create clog, or you create noises along the channel for you to be able to get the best of the service you want. So what we are seeing in this regard is that the complaint can increase, but simultaneously the resolutions are also being worked on. It will be very difficult at that level to begin to talk about the mechanism being put in place by each of the banks. But aggregately, we know that, like we also highlighted the statistics, at some point the complaints were just minimal. But like I also have alluded now, with more inclusion, with more people being dragged into the usage of financial services, we do expect that the complaint level will also slightly increase. But I want to believe that that is something that is being addressed by the appropriate authorities. But suffice to say that what drives much of this is enlightenment, awareness, education, training at all levels, both within and outside, and not to the customers. That is where maybe like currently the Association of Corporate Affairs Managers of Banks will need to intensify their efforts in the areas of advocacy, enlightenment, education, and being able to take on activities that would bring to fore the knowledge gap that exists in the financial service sector, particularly to the customers. So we expect that as we get more sophisticated, more means of mechanism to resolve complaints will be unfolded. Last time, the ACAM, the Association of Corporate Affairs Managers, highlighted the importance of AI, artificial intelligence, in resolving issues. So if we get to the point that even before the customer complains, appropriate mechanisms will have resolved to some great extent what currently exists as complaint.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for your take. Mr. Moshood, over to you now. Let's talk about this. Let's examine this bill in part, which says Nigeria bank customers has the right to be informed, right to choose, right to safety, right to privacy and confidentiality, and right to redress, among others. These are very fundamental areas that touched on the pillars of banking. Does it mean that Nigerian banks have not been fair in protecting customers or consumer along this path as well?
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, this protective mechanism platform that CBN is just we are talking about has been there. But if they have been very effective, probably we'll be talking of something different now. But we can't blame them that it's never too late to do the right thing. Now, this right they are putting up right now, the right of the customers, it just suggests that if a research is done in Nigeria today about the reputation of Nigerian banks, honestly, I think they may not have a good grade. That's what I'm saying about Nigerian bank. That suggests that the mechanism already in place are not very effective. I will give an example. Okay. KPMG did a report in 2024 December, which was released last year. They said that customer resolution mechanism by banks remain the weakest link in the financial system, the weakest link, which means they are not effective. So bringing them up right now, and is a way to drive that they become more active in enforcing it. So if we not just being there, how do we enforce it? That is very important. That is why all the key stakeholders need to be involved. The banks themselves need to ensure that they activate their portals to be able to track every complaint, and then a resolution mechanism is put in place. It is when those things are put in place that this right can be enforced. And of course, Nigerian customers, bank customers, need to know how do I get redress if this right is violated. Understand? That is their right to seek redress. For example, CBN already has a consumer protection department. I mean, there's a standard form for you to fill online if you cannot go physically. I mean, utilize that aspect. If your bank fails to redress your complaint within 2 weeks, you can escalate to central bank, who will get in touch with the appropriate bank and even put sanctions. That is why most of the banks now are now forced to disclose every infraction, every complaint they receive in the annual report, so that we guide the CBN to see whether we are making progress or not. So as a stakeholder, all of us have responsibilities. The mechanism put in place to activate the right of individuals, of bank customers, they are there. But the CBN responsibility is to enforce that they work. That is what they're trying to say.
Right. Thank you for that. Let's talk about this now. How save our bank customers information in this era of growing digital fraud? Because bank consumers have been made to bear the brunt of losses arising from the digital fraud. And how will this bill guarantee some level of balance or strengthen consumer safety? And as well, Dr. Ediwa was talking the other time, he made mention of AI. And how can AI be of help to bank industry to, eradicate any fraudulent activities?
Thank you. There are two questions there. Number one, let me take from the AI. How the AI can help to, AI is a human intelligence. I mean, intelligence because from artificial intelligence, and the idea is that to make the system faster and that it more secured at the same time more smooth, and then because the idea is that you get it right, and then there is a system in place to put in order, and there's a mechanism that probably you can activate as an individual to resolve most of the complaints. So the issue of artificial intelligence is now taking over processes that are humanly done, that are done by women. But the issue is that it's not a human being. It's been programmed to detect errors and to handle cases, but it is what we feed in that we get in. And meanwhile, there is no product of woman that is very perfect. And the things are evolving. As the issues are evolving, technology continue to evolve. So one of the feedback, one of the byproduct of that technology is the second question you asked me, the safety of consumer data and then of consumer data and their funds in the banks. That leads to the second one. Now, the era of the digital banking, honestly, I suppose a challenge. The challenge that is the way to go. The second level of it is that it is open to many things. Understand, like fraud and what have you. Because the technology you are having, somebody somewhere is ready to decode it. And that is why banks constantly upgrading their system, upgrading the applications, and encrypting the word and the whole process so that it's very difficult to visit, to break into. Number one is that they ensure that their sites are very secured. There are many unsecure sites that are there. So as a customer, as a bank customer, if you visit a site, you want to use your card, if you visit a site that is unsecured, you need to run away. That's a problem. If you put out a password, how strong is your password? Understand? If you do how do you link your password together? If you reach a fish account, a fish call, do you respond to it? If you don't, you initiate a transaction and you receive a code, why do you need to activate that code? Are you getting me? So the education has to be continued. The information technology technicians, they are all to be up their game as well, so that they can think ahead of the first start. But I'm telling you, it's not a local problem. It's a challenge all over the world about the issue of a digital fraud. Understand? Even well-developed economies who have been using this digital banking for over the years, they still have these challenges. And even at a global scale, it is an issue. And I believe the ITU, they are equally taking record of all these things. But by and large, the issue more is that you as a customer, there's much you can do to protect yourself. Understand? And if anything happens, the technology can even trace it where it happens. Understand? That is the essence of it all. But as a customer of the bank, you have a duty to ensure that you protect yourself from digital fraud. And if it happens, there are levels to escalate it to your bank primarily and then to the CBN. And they can then trace how it happens. And that form the basis of how the banks, form the basis of what the bank needs to do next. That is why you keep banks regularly updating their system or bringing the system, as educating you, do not expose this, do not visit unsecure sites and what have you. So there are a lot of things that go along that.
All right, thank you. Dr. Reddy, do you agree with what Mr. Moshood Samotu is saying? And as well, let's look at the area of enforcement. How are these rights of consumers being monitored and enforced within the banking system?
Well, generally, as an ex-banker like myself, Moshood is right to a great extent. I just need to add also that the positive product of this bill is to the effect that with time, and I want to be very cautious in measuring that, with time we will gravitate towards standardized charges. It's not that bank A is charging 10,000 while bank B is charging 5. Just like we have in the network world, the telecommunication world today. So, and also to underscore what Matthew said, the effectiveness of this bill, in order to be favorable to consumers, must also be consistently and constantly monitored by the regulatory bodies, particularly the Central Bank of Nigeria. Yes, they have agencies set up to look at this, particularly the Protection Council agency. But then the banks and financial institutions fall under the CBN, and it is important that they do not let go. When I emphasize do not let go, they must stay on top of the fact that serious complaints must be resolved within a specified period of time. And where that is not done, appropriate sanctions should be applied. Okay. I also will need to dwell a little bit more on the technology and customer service role of today. You see, technology, like we said of the bill itself, consists of two sides of the coin. As much as we look at the positive sides of technology in driving financial services and products, we must also begin to be wary of the limitations and the challenges, particularly in an environment like ours that has infrastructural challenges. So, not too much of optimism to be expressed as we are as of today. But we believe as we progress into the reform in the economy, we're likely to begin to see better and more secured applications of the technology in all forms. So, generally, I would just position that we have been lately lucky to have this bill highlighted. We've been there to some extent, but like I have taken this to the Bill of Rights in America, when you push out a commitment like this, even when it is not backed by law, you are under moral obligation to be sure that you just don't put out a document for the purpose of the shell. You must ensure that it is effectively implemented, and that is why we keep going back to the CBN, who has initiated this bill at this point in time, to ensure that all stakeholders need to, and then we get the best out of it. Just in the interest of all of us, at one or the other, you will become a bank customer, and so there is no way that nobody can run away from it. Either you are in practice now or outside of the practice, or whether you are operating as a player, as you will need to understand the fact that it is in the interest of individuals and generally in the interest of the economy for this bill to succeed, and that is why some of us are clamoring for the fact that the CBN should not let go, should push further and ensure appropriate delivery.
Thank you for your take. Just as you said, we are hoping for a proper implementation of this bill. Course of the time, Mr. Moshood Isamotu, now, what more should the regulatory authority do to standardize and regularize banking services in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. You know, naturally, this is a business of competition. Bank is a business of competition. So there's a minimum level of standard that the banks will operate. For example, the central bank, now being a regulatory authority, has come up with a list of charges that bank must charge per product. For example, if you withdraw ATM from an offsite ATM machine, that's a charge that must appropriate. So that one, irrespective of bank, is a standard thing. If you obtain a loan, for this brand of loan, this is a number of charges you must require. If you have issues with your bank, the complaint will be resolved within the frame of time, which means there are some level of standardized rates, standardized time that issues must be resolved. They're already in existence. The only thing is that if you apply for a customer a bespoke product, you may pay as by different rates. But this is that whatever generic products that are offered, the CBN already has a guideline that guides such product. It is you now as a bank customer that need to find out, or is part of your duty to seek this information. But primarily your own bank is supposed to give you. But if you think you have a doubt, you can actually seek the redress. I mean, get into the escalate it. You want to know what the rate CBN rates are in respect of this product, and then you can take from there. And if your bank is not helping you, you can start to central bank. That's what it means. Understand? Of course, the FCPC is there, but the FCPC offer generic coverage to all customers, whether it be network, whether it be telecom customer, bank customer, other shades of customers. That's what FCPC does. But for the fact that for that sector where you are seeking a redress, where you have issue with, you go to a specific regulator for that business. That's what it is. But by and large, the CBN has a standardized rates and standardized practice. And before, apart from the manual of procedure which every bank operates in, the CBN regulation take precedence above others.
What is your assessment of the role of technology in customer service protection and safety?
Now, the technology have been doing a lot. For example, right now, if you input your age, if you input a password that probably is not correct, the technology will bounce you back. So which means you cannot force yourself into it. And at times when you log in a detail, after 2 or 3 times, you are bad. Go and visit your bank to face your registration. That is a safety that have been put up on it. Am I correct? And there's even a limit. You can put a limit on your bank account that there's a limit to which can be taken out of your bank for this period. Understand now? Which means technology has put a caveat on it. So if somebody wants to break in, technology will not allow you to break in. So technology is doing a lot. But as I tell you, as you are doing that, some bad guys are equally doing things to break into. So that's why bank continuously doing upgrading their system and equally educating the bank customer what they need to do. Understand? And if that is why, as simple as SMS, if you receive an alert from your bank and that is not yours, I mean you didn't initiate it, before you call us so that the person won't go for the next one, you can block your machine, your ATM. You can block your account from your phone. The phone. So that you don't need to go to the bank. You can then go to the bank and complain. But before then, by the time you receive the first alert for debit not initiated by you now, technology has put, you can stop that thing. Understand? And then at times, if you put in as a clause in your bank, please, any money below so amount, call me for confirmation. These are the things that took in place. So of course, there is going to be infrastructure left and right, but there are mechanisms equally that have been put in place, and the things are evolving. To this technology, what it was 10 years ago is not the same thing right now. So as the things are evolving, there's going to be more responsibilities. There's going to be more duties. That making duty of care is more on the bank because the customers are king, whatever it is. So that is very, very important. So the responsibilities on the part of the regulator, on the part of the operator, and on the part of the customers as well.
Thank you, Mr. Amosho Disamotu. Over to you now, Dr. Reddy. Let's have your parting shot, and as well, what is your personal assessment of bank customer service in Nigeria?
Okay, let me just be very factual. I will take it from the customer service assessment. The truth of the matter is that some of us did the research that is comparative in nature. For instance, my thesis is essentially on banks' branch management between a period of 1996, just before the ACAM was formed, and then 10 years after when ACAM had taken root. And so the research conclusively indicated that bank services have improved greatly, and it was essentially attributed to the impact of ICT generally. So we need to begin to talk about information communication technology, not to talk of technology alone. And so the parting shot here is this: that going forward, with better innovations and applications of ICT more tactics and models and mechanisms, we will begin to see better results in five, particularly in the Nigerian context. I'm not equating it or benchmarking anyone with any part of the world, but honestly, the Nigerian banks have come of a great positive impact. Nobody can take that away recently. Yes. Now, to my parting shot is simply that consistently, what we lack in terms of connecting the nerves amongst stakeholders in the banking industry is the need to apply what some of us have said you call ARER, adequacy, relevancy, and efficiency of usage of policies. There's always a disconnect. That is the major issue. Now we're talking about Bill of Rights today. How consistent are we over time? How efficient are we in ensuring that we don't let lose of the nitty-gritty of the game? And how relevant are they with time? We need to begin to address all this and ensure that going forward we are at par with what the world is dictating. Sometimes we spoke about financial inclusion. It will surprise you that as of today, Nigeria is still far below some African countries in terms of elsewhere it has been over 100%. We are still struggling to attain 90%. We are like 74% down, and that is not too good. It means that we have a little catch up to make. So we need to be able to connect the dots and link the various gaps. Like I said, it is among the triple of the stakeholders, the consumers, the customers, the operators, the regulators. And with that, I'm quite sure that we'll do more than what we are doing.
Right, well, thank you so much, Dr. Reddy Ademosu, for your time and contribution on the program. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so much for having me. And to my brother, Moshood, nice to see you all over again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a beautiful and pleasant day, Dr. Reddy. Now, Mr. Moshood, let's have your parting shot as well.
The banking is a serious business. If you don't get right in the banking industry, you may not get back in the rest of the sectors of the economy. So, which means customers is, and when you place that with the customers as king, all the stakeholders involved, especially the regulatory authority, the banking operators, the bankers, they need to do more, ensuring that they get it right, because that is only when they can be able to deliver their role in growing the economy. Because when the confidence is not there, their image will be eroded, and the economy, their impact in the overall economy will be affected. Because if you don't get it right in the banking sector, you can be sure many things will go astray in the economy. So, which means the central banking operators need to up their games, while customers also need to know their duties as well in their interactions with their financial institutions. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moshood Isamotun. He's a public analyst and a commentator. Thank you so much for coming on the program. We appreciate your contribution, your time, and your quota. I'm very sure all these things you've said, if all measures are being put in place, very sure the banking industry will be up to task, and there will not be issue for consumers or customers to be complaining about so many the satisfactions activities that has to do with the banking industry. Thank you so much. Now we have to round things up on Perspective today. We appreciate you for being there, and most especially you as a consumer. You have a duty obligation to the bank. It's vice versa. As the bank has obligations to you as a consumer, you yourself, you have some things to do necessary steps to take to the bank as well. Thank you so much. And for the bill, because a lot of consumers, there have been a lot of reactions. People have misquoting it, that what bill. It's something that has been existing for a very long time. Just I'm using the word Mr. Washood used earlier on when he started the program. He said they're just adding flavor to it. So they're just adding flavor to it. Thank you so much for being there. Another beautiful edition of Perspective. We'll be back again tomorrow. I am Irea Yomikuleke. Stay with us for the rest of the day.
Build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge, So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to, change the narrative. We want to, give, the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government, because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right. We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am, that's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, you know, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. You know, I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This is News at 10. I am Iri Ayomikunle Ike. We get the news started this morning with the federal government as they announced the cancellation of the 65th Independent Anniversary Parade scheduled for tomorrow. In a statement issued by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the government explained the decision does not in any way diminish the significance of the milestone celebration, stressing that other programs lined up for the anniversary will proceed as planned. However, a statement released yesterday by the Director of Information and Public Relations Office of the SGF, Shegun Imoseyin, said the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of this milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. The statement also said the government regrets any inconvenience caused by the cancellation, but assured that activities marking the anniversary will reflect the spirit of national pride. The statement also urged citizens to continue to support the reform initiatives of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing them as essential of the collective goal of building a greater Nigeria. Let's report about the Nigeria Labour Congress. NLC has asked its affiliate to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association against Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. The Congress directed its affiliate and members nationwide to immediately mobilize for what he described as a full-scale decisive engagement against the conglomerate alleged anti-worker practices. The Congress gave the directive through an internal memo signed by NLC President Joe Ajero yesterday in Abuja. The Pegansin and the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers have accused the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals Management of unfair labor practices and victimization of workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other subsidiaries. The NLC explained that the conflict has evolved beyond the individual struggles of Pengansan and Nopeng, becoming a broader fight for workers' rights nationwide. Dangote Refinery, however, denied any wrongdoing. It explained that the disengagement of workers was part of an internal reorganization to curb sabotage, improve safety, and enhance operational efficiency. In River State, where the River State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees has declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by State Secretary Sunday Adeniro, said the warning strike became inevitable following what it described as a callous and unfair reactions. We would get back to the news. Let's take a short break. Thank you so much for still joining us. We are in River State, where the River State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees has declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by State Secretary Sunday Adeniro, said the warning strike became inevitable following what it described as the callous and unfair actions of the chairman of the Emohua local government area, Dr. Chidi Lord. The union said the action would involve all local government workers across the 23 local government areas of the state and would take effect starting from today's midnight. And it explained that this decision follows Dr. Chidi Lord refusing to pay its members their salaries. Now on education, the Academic Staff Union of Universities has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demands of face industrial action. The union decided this decision at its National Executive Council meeting on Sunday at the University of Abuja. The national president of ASU, Prof. Chris Pewona, disclosed this in a strike notice personally signed and released to journalists yesterday in the FCT. The letter explained that the strict notice would start from 28th of September and will herald a 2-week warning strike before embarking on a total and indefinite strike over the federal government's attitude towards resolving pending issues. Prof. Chris Pewona, national president of ASU, listed ASU's 7 demands as a renegotiation of the 2009 ASU FGN agreement, sustainable funding of public universities, revitalization of universities, and end to the alleged victimization of ASU members in LASU, Prince Abubakar Audu University, and Futo. Also, the payment of outstanding 25 to 35% salaries arrears, settlement of promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and remittance of outstanding third-party deductions. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion naira in August 2025, up from a 185 billion naira recorded in July. According to its monthly report summary for August 2025, the company's revenue rose to 0.655 trillion naira compared to 4.406 trillion naira in July. It added that a total of 8.86 trillion had been remitted to the Federation accounts between January and July 2025. A production report showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.65 million barrels of crude oil per day in August, representing a 12.9% decline from 1.7 million barrels per day in July. Gas output also fell by 10% to 6,949 from 7,722 in the previous month. NNPCL attributed the decline to scheduled maintenance across some upstream facilities in alignment with Nigeria's LNG's turnaround maintenance, where it said industry-wide collaboration was ongoing to ramp up production after the exercise. Moreover, having provided updates on gas infrastructure projects, the company disclosed that the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline has reached 84% completion, with construction activities progressing on multiple fronts to accelerate delivery. Let's tell you that Nigeria has secured a major milestone in its digital trade transformation with the global registration of a tax identification number and the approval of the Federal Inland Revenue Service as the country's payroll authority. The achievement made possible with the support of the Standard Organization of Nigeria, registered Nigeria's tax ID under the ISO IEC 652 International Coding System, giving Nigerian individuals and businesses international recognition in cross-border transactions. PEPL, an international accepted framework for the secure and standardized exchange of electronic documents, is already in use across Europe, Asia, and Australia. With FIRS as Nigeria's PEPL authority, Nigerian businesses can now integrate seamlessly into its network, allowing faster payment, reduce administrative costs, and improve global competitiveness. According to FIRS, the move simplifies compliance for taxpayers and boosts confidence in Nigeria as an investment hub. This milestone simplifies compliance for taxpayers, enables smoother cross-border transactions, and strengthens confidence in Nigeria as a global trade and investment hub. Let's look into some statistics now, talking about business news. The Nigerian stock market ended last week on a positive note following the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Monetary Policy Committee. The Monetary Policy Committee cut in the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points. Consequently, the late session gains on the final 2 trading days more than offset the weak outturns in the earlier part of last week. Investor sentiment was buoyed by the Monetary Policy Committee first rate cut in 5 years, which drove renewed interest in equities. It will be recalled that the Monetary Policy Committee last Tuesday reduced the monetary policy rate by 50 BPS to 27.0% from 27.50%, marking the first shift towards monetary policy easing in 5 years. The committee's decision to cut rate was primarily driven by the sustained inflationary trend, continued stability of the naira, the robust external reserves. Analysis of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited (NGX) showed that the gain in Zenith Bank by 9.1%, followed by Dangote Cement, went up to 1.7%. Stanbic IBTC gained 9.3%, WAPCO up by 4.0%, and International Breweries gained 10.1% to drive the NGX All Share Index. ASI higher by 0.2% week on week, and on week to close at 142,132.02 points from 141,845.35 points the previous week. The month-to-date and year-to-date returns improved to 1.3% and 38.1% respectively. The NGX market capitalization gained over 216 billion week on week to close to 89.960 trillion naira from 89.744 trillion naira the previous week. The trading activity also strengthened as both volume and value advanced by 73.8% week on week and 257.7% week on week respectively. Meanwhile, sectoral performance was mixed as the industrial good index went up by 1.3%, followed by the consumer good index by 1.2% and the banking index by 1.2%, while the insurance index not divided. Meanwhile, the volume of trade between Nigeria and China increased by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July 2025 and the fourth half of 2025 compared to the same period in 2024. China's Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yuquin, disclosed this during a reception to mark China's 76th founding anniversary, Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yan Yuquin revealed that Nigeria is now China's second largest trading partner in Africa and attributed the growth in trade to the upgrade of bilateral relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership during the 2024 Forum on China's Africa Cooperation Summit, where she emphasized that cooperation in areas such as infrastructure, energy resources, trade, culture, and education has been expanding, delivering tangible benefit to both nations. Meanwhile, the envoy noted that despite global economic challenges, China's economy remained resilient, with a 5.3% GDP growth in the first half of 2025 and continued global leadership in innovation. She also praised the Chinese community in Nigeria for their contributions to cultural exchange, development, and charity, urging them to act as bridge builders to further strengthen ties. Let's talk figures now. Despite moves by the federal government mandating value addition before export, the value of raw materials exported from Nigeria rose drastically year on year by 159% to about 1.87 trillion in the first half of 2025 from 719.66 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of last year. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics also revealed a 67.8% quarter-on-quarter increase in exports in the period under review compared to 1.11 trillion in the previous half year. Analysis of the data over the past 3 years showed a rising trend in the raw materials export, as the 719.66 billion naira recorded in the first half of 2024 also represented a 108.3% increase over the 345.51 billion naira recorded in the fourth half of 2023. The bulk of raw materials exported during the period in mainly urea, whether or not in aqueous solution exported to Brazil. This was followed by a non-monetary gold, including gold plated with platinum in powder form, exported to Switzerland. The surge runs contrary to the several moves by the federal government to discourage the export of raw materials without value addition. Last year, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, announced a 10-year roadmap aimed at transforming Nigeria's raw material sector with a target of achieving 60% value addition by 2034, where he emphasized the importance of improving the value of Nigeria's raw materials before export, citing benefits such as job creation, domestic manufacturing growth, and a strengthened naira. To end the news, we're still given figures. Nigeria's Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Ranikin Lokobiri, said that Nigeria's oil production rose to 1.8 million barrels per day from 1 million, adding that the goal is to reach 2.5 million barrels per day, as American companies are already showing a strong interest in investing in Nigerian oil blocks. Speaking at the inaugural Africa Energy Investment Summit held in New York recently, Senator Lokobiri, during the panel session, underscored Africa's and renewed confidence and the resurgence of investment in the continent's energy sector. Thank you so much for joining us on the news. I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke.
And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on, and all he said to them on the phone was, "Look at, by the time he even called, clearly because they already through the call they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, "Yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then this thing just, stop, didn't work." At the other hand, I could hear the voice, "Oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that." And they said, "This is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement." All right. So my friend handed the call and dropped the. So I said, "So what's going to happen?" He said, "Don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement." I said, "They will bring a replacement." He said, "Yes." I said, "They won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first." "No, it can't be his fault. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought." While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side, and then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, "We're so sorry." So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, "We are so sorry." And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went back. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, "Can you interpret this to me?" He said, "Here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do." So I'm just going to grab a lawyer, and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose, because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, "What can we do now?" Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to another
good night's sleep or a restful nap is essential to the body. But have you ever wondered, after a long day, there is one thing everybody have to do is to just get home and embrace their mattress. But have you ever wondered what makes a mattress so crucial for comfort? A mattress is a large rectangular and also designed with pad to help people relax and have a comfortable rest. Not only is a mattress good for a quality sleep, it's also essential to help treat back pain and overall satisfaction. I am Elizabeth Abefe and I'm live here at Lagos, Nigeria. You're welcome to Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV, where consumers genuinely share with us their preference and give reasons why they chose this particular stuff. And today won't be different. We are putting mattress to the test. Let's go hear from the consumer which one they prefer to use. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma.
What is your name?
My name is Timmy.
Okay, do you have a bed at home?
Yes, I do. I do have a bed at home.
Okay, so which of the brand are you currently using at home?
I think it's Mocha phone.
So why do you prefer Mocha?
I currently say I preferred it. I just saw it and I think it was affordable at that time. I want to buy a bed. That's why I went for it.
Okay, so do you know of other brands of mattress?
I think I know about Vitafoam. Then I don't really know any. Just Mocha and Vita.
Okay, so now that you said you don't really know, so how is the usefulness of Mocha foam right now?
I think it's very solid for my use. Mocha is very solid. It's okay for me.
So is there anything you like them to improve on?
I can't really say because my duty is just to sleep on it. So I don't really have much to say they should improve on anything, but so far so good. I like the comfort of it.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate them?
Okay, let me say 8.5.
8.5, why not 10?
Okay. I'll give them the 10. I'll give them a 10 because I don't really have issues with my bed. So I don't really have any issues with my phone. So I'll give them a 10.
Okay, so how do you feel when you are relaxing on this your bed? How does it make you feel?
Probably I doze off on time. It's okay. It's a nice feeling.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Yeah, what is your name?
My name is Jumoke.
Do you have a bed at home?
Sure, I do.
Okay, which brand of the mattress are you currently using at home?
Vitafoam.
For how long have you used Vitafoam?
For like 3 years or so.
3 years. Okay, do you know of other mattress brands?
Sure.
Like?
I think Sarah Foam. What else? They have plenty. I don't know.
Okay, so then why do you prefer Vitafoam?
Because it's soft. I'm using the pillow too. Very, very soft. Like when you put your head, you know, like.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is there anything you like them to improve on?
I don't know. Maybe to be softer.
Okay, softer kind of people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now, when you want to purchase a bed, what is that thing you look out for? Is it for it to be firm? You've already mentioned soft. What other thing do you look out for?
For it to last long, not too hard, because I hate something that is very hard. You will not be comfortable. Something soft that when you're on it, you feel like you're relaxed. Not the one you wake up in the morning, your back will be paining you and all, yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Vitafoam?
7, 8.
Why 7, 8? I thought you're going to give it 10.
Okay, let's do 9.
Okay. Now after a long day at work and you're back home and you relax on your bed, how do you feel with that kind of sleep?
I feel good.
Good, just good. You have to gist me that experience. I want to know how you feel.
You know this relaxation feeling, like you feel relaxed and like finally it's daily at home.
I know, right? Thank you very much, ma. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, mother.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Promise Jose Akibe.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Yes, I do.
So which of the brand of mattress, which brand of mattress do you use at home?
I use Mocha.
Is there a reason why you prefer Mocha?
There's no specific reason other than the brand that we're already used to. I mean, Mocha is the brand I spent my childhood sleeping on.
So I would like to ask, for how long have you been using it? I know you made mention of childhood, but then can you remember how long you've been using it?
So I personally got Mocha foam about 4 years ago. And then since then I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, so do you know of any brand of mattress apart from Mocha?
None I can remember presently.
Okay, so what do you look out for when you want to purchase a mattress? What is that thing you look out for?
First, the comfort, the size of the bed, and then most times the brand. Now, why the brand? Because you are sure of getting quality product from a branded company, because they wouldn't want to deface their product. So most times the brand definitely speak out most of the time because of the quality of the product.
Okay, so now, is there anything you like Mocha brand to improve on?
I think they should include on the material of the texture of the material of the bed. Sometimes it starts to tear, a very, very little impact on it. So I think the material, just specifically, the foam are very comfortable. But the material on the bed is usually the main concern.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Mocha foam?
8.5.
Why 8.5? I was expecting a 10.
Because of the material.
Okay, that is why you deducted it. Okay, so I'll ask you this. How do you feel when you get home very tired from a very long day, or from a long day? How do you feel when you relax on your bed?
I think it's close to being in heaven. Because what other best way can you feel comfortable apart from getting stressed in the whole day and get back home to relax? So when you get to the house, there's another place to feel very comfortable other than the bed.
I know,
so even if you sit on the chair, you still want to definitely go back to the bed. So yeah, it feels very exciting to be back home and then feel relaxed after the day's work.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
What is your name?
My name is Joyce.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Yeah, sure.
So which brand of mattress do you use at home?
Mocha foam.
Why Mocha foam?
It's very good, soft, and it's comfortable.
Okay, so for how long have you been using this Mocha foam?
It's been long.
You can't even remember.
I can't remember. Okay. It's more than 20 years now.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so do you know of other brands of mattress apart from Mocha?
I know, but that skipped my mind.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you look out for when you want to purchase the bed? What is that thing you look out for?
I look at the softness, and there are some foam or some mattress when you lie on it before you wake up the next day, all your body. So for Mocha, it's fine.
I wanted to ask you this question is there anything you would like them to improve on? But then you said, but I don't know. Is there anything you like them to improve on?
It's fine.
You're fine?
Yes.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate Mocha foam?
Let me say 85%.
8%? 85%. Okay, I'm asking 1 to 10. One on a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah.
Sorry. I'll give you 95.
9?
Yes. 99 rather.
9%. Why not 10? Why not the old 10? Why not give them the old 10?
If I say 10, there are some people who still feel I don't like Mocha foam. Well, for me, I like Mocha foam, but let me say 9.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you feel when you relax on your bed? How do you feel? How does it make you feel?
Comfortable. Very comfortable.
Thank you very much, ma. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm fine. What is your name?
My name is Samuel.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Of course, yes.
For how long? What is the brand name of the bed you're using?
That should be Green Health.
For how long have you been using Green Health? A year?
Yeah, sure.
So before you started using Green Health, what other foam have you?
I guess that should be Mocha.
Mocha? Then why do you now prefer Green Health right now?
Well, I just needed to add another one to it, so I had to buy Green Health. So I bought that one.
How did you come across Green Health? How do you know it?
Where I went to buy it, I think the lady told it was better and well, so I got it.
So how has the experience been so far?
Right, yeah, it's actually good. It's nice. It's okay.
So do you know of other bed brands?
That should be Muka and Vitafoam. Yeah.
So is there anything you want Green L to improve on?
Not really. Not really. I think it's cool.
So what do you look out for when you want to purchase a mattress?
The softness of the bed, like so soft, and the comfortability. So I'm not the best that you just sleep on, I should just press like well balanced.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Green Health?
Yeah, that should be a 7.
7? I thought you will be giving them 10 since you are
7. 7 is okay. 7 is fine.
So after a long day at work now, when you are back home to relax on your bed, how do you feel?
I'm good. I feel very good though, because all I just want to do is rest. So
ever since you've been using this, you've not experienced anything?
Not at all.
How about back pain?
No, nothing like that. Nothing of such. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. I am still live at the city of Lagos, and guess what? Mocha is currently leading, and people are still saying everything they want about Mocha, but we never could tell. Let's go. Let's keep it rolling. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, what is your name, ma?
I'm Blessing Clement.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Of course I do.
Okay, which of the brand mattress, what's the name of the mattress you use at home currently, the one you're using currently?
I use Mocha For
how long have you been using Mocha
I've been using it in my own house from 2019, but before then I've been using Mocha in my father's house.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So you're not ready to trade Mocha foam?
At all.
Okay, so do you know of other beds brand?
I don't even want to know. I'm good with Mocha.
Okay, so what do you look out for when you want to purchase a bed? When you want to buy a bed, now what is that thing you look out for?
I look at the comfort. For me, I don't know of other brands.
Okay.
But since I've been using Mocha almost all my life, I'm just good with it. I don't even have the mind of going to other brands.
I wanted to ask you what you would like Mocha Foam to improve on, but you told me you're cool with it.
They're just good.
Okay. Okay, now on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Mocha Foam?
Let me rate them 8 and keep 2 for myself.
Okay, so after a long day at work now and you're back home, you want to relax on your bed. After relaxing on this bed, how do you feel?
I feel good.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Feel good.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. Yeah. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is Grace.
So, do you have a bed at home?
Of course. Am I supposed to sleep on a mat?
Okay, so what is the name of the bed, the brand name of the bed you're currently using at home?
Green Earth.
Green Earth. So for how long have you been using Green Earth for?
Close to 6 months. Yeah.
How do you come across Green Earth? I need you to give me that tea.
Okay, first of all, when I went to get the bed I wanted for my new apartment, so I think it has the height I liked, and the color is, I think it has a pink cover, so immediately I fell in love with it. And being a lover of high beds, I was like, I'm going for this. And other popular brands, I don't know if I should mention them, we all know them. They were quite a bit pricey, so Green Earth was around my budget, and the height, the color, and that's why I went for it.
Okay, so what is the name of the other brand bed brand that you know of?
I know of Mocha, I know of Vitafoam, I know of I don't know, but I know that there's one they call Orthopedic. And which other one? It looks like that's one of the 2 popular brands, leading bed brands in Nigeria.
Okay, now if you want to get a bed right now, what is that thing you look out for? What do you look out for when you want to purchase a bed?
Okay, first of all, I don't know, I'm a person of color.
Okay.
So one of the things I might look out for that will attract me, but it's not, it's fancy. This particular one is fancy. It's not like the most important. First of all, it's the color of the bed.
Okay.
Yeah, so for instance, when my bed is not covered with my bed sheet, does it still look attractive for me to sleep on? I remember coming across a black mattress. I was like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. Okay, so being a girly, you know, pink, and all of that. Then also, I think the height and the thickness. Maybe some years ago, this wouldn't have mattered because I know I went to the uni and I used the student bed. But you know, as we grow up, we begin to change and lots of things begin to matter to us. So the height, the thickness, and also the height and thickness and color.
Okay, now that you've been using this green earth, so what is that thing you like? What has been the experience? How has been the experience? How has it been?
First of all, the brand might not be so popular, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I understand that a lot of people have different choices, but if you find something that is still good and still affordable, go for it. Greenet is not a bad brand, yeah. And so long it gives me that height. Oh my god.
Okay, is there anything you like them to improve on? Since you said you just started, is there anything you see that, oh, I feel they should improve on this side and all of that? Or you're cool with them?
I'm cool with it. I'm sleeping on the bed. I feel high. I'm okay. Although they have other lower beds though, but that particular one is high. I think it's about 4x6 high or something like that. I really don't know. But one thing they can improve on, maybe not for the customer part, but for their part, maybe they should do more of PRO and publicity and marketing, so people can know them if they are within the range of what people like.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate them?
It's a 7.
7. I thought you were going to give them 10.
I told you they're still coming up now, but 7 is fair. 7 is a pass mark. 7 is an A, so it's cool. And since I've been sleeping on it, I haven't complained. Yeah, and the bed has not gone down, so it's quite okay.
So how do you feel when you relax on your bed? Tell me, how do you feel?
How do you feel when you relax on your bed?
I feel good. So
I feel good too.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Oh, my name is Oluwadairo.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Yes.
Which brand name of the mattress? What's the name of the mattress you're using at home currently?
Okay, I'm using Vitafoam currently.
Currently, for how long have you been using Vitafoam?
Actually, I bought the Vitafoam like 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Yes, I've been using the bed.
How do you get to know about Vitafoam?
Actually, it was as I saw my neighbor using it. So when we packed to that apartment, and I have to get something like that, and their foam are it's comfy, something like that.
Okay, so do you know of other mattress brands?
Yes.
Like
they no pay for advert.
You know, I know, right?
Okay, let me just say I know about Mocha foam. There's one I'm trying to remember, but
okay.
I don't usually see it in Lagos State, but in Ogun State they are there in Lagos State.
Okay, now what do you look out for when you want to buy your bed now? What is that thing this bed must have? What's the quality it must have?
The quality?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It must be bouncing like bouncy castle.
And do you want to be bouncing on the bed?
Actually, I want to be bouncing on the bed, but my partner must be the one to tell me.
I don't know what you are talking about though. So when you want to get a bed now, it must be a bouncing bed. What other quality?
Okay, it must be comfortable. You know, bed. It must not. You know, there are some bed that you sleep on. Few days you start slacking.
Okay.
So I don't want
that
to be firm. Exactly.
So is there anything you like Vitafoam to improve on?
Vitafoam? Yes, they have to improve.
What's that thing you like them to improve on?
On the bouncing stuff.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Vitafoam?
1 to 10. My God. Okay, I'll rate it. They tried. I'll give them it.
8. That's a pass mark.
Exactly.
So
Because their product is good. It's good. I love that.
okay. So now after a long day at work, because I know you are just going back home after having a hot bath or cold bath, and you want to relax on the bed. After relaxing on that bed, how do you feel after a long day at work?
How do I feel? I feel relaxed.
You feel relaxed.
Relaxed.
Okay.
Just like that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, bye. Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm living so good.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is called Abdurazak Shaibu Muhammad.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Yes, definitely I have a bed at home.
So which of the bed brand do you use? Are you using right now at home?
Yes,
What's the name?
I use Vitafoam.
For how long have you been using Vitafoam?
It's a new one for like 1 month and a few days.
Oh, 1 month and a few days. Okay, before you get it, what other brand have you used? Before you said it's a new one, you just got it. So before you got this one, what is the name of the other one you were using?
Yes, it's still Vitafoam because Vitafoam is the best.
Okay, so do you know of other bed brand apart from Vitafoam?
Oh, yes, I know, but there's Vitafoam. There is a lot. That's one I use actually.
Okay. So now, when you want to buy a bed now, what is that thing you look out for? What do you look out for that? Now why I must buy this one? What is that thing?
I always look about something. I look at how soft it is, quality, and product. When did they order it? And I'm just working with the time because of time changes.
Okay. So is there anything you like Vitafoam to improve on?
Yes, actually, I just want them to improve on. They have improved. They have a quality forms, and they produce a quality forms. But actually, I just want them to stand like this. How they used to do it are so good. Investing good and quality form for many people to like it. Actually, yes.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate Vitafoam?
Actually, from a scale of 1 to 10, no one is perfect. Like I'm gonna give them 8.
Okay, why 8? Why not 10? Why are you not giving them the whole 10?
The first time is that the first time is that no one is perfect, and you can't say that person is the best. No matter how good they are, you must have the bad part. That's it.
Okay, so now after a long day at home, at work now, when you've gone out after a long day at work and you want to relax on your bed, how do you feel when you come back to your bed and relax? How do you feel?
Actually, first, if I'm back from office, I usually take my bed. Once I take my bed, actually, I put my bone shower, everything. I'm just going to go and jump on the bed and sleep and lie down, actually.
So how do you feel when you lie down after having a cold bath? How do you feel?
Actually, I feel the bed is so soft. The bed have a good quality, and the company is a good international worldwide company. That's called Vitafoam.
So in a nutshell, you feel good.
It's like I feel good actually.
Thank you very much, sir.
Nice to meet you.
And you too. Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing too?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Taiwo.
So do you have a bed at home?
I have.
So which mattress do you use at home? Are you currently using?
Mocha foam.
For how long have you been using Mocha foam?
Past 15 years.
Serious?
Yes.
So do you know of other mattress brand?
I know, but the generally accepted product of foam in Nigeria is Mocha. It is well known.
Okay, now I wanted to ask you why you prefer it. So now let me say, why do you prefer Mocha foam?
I just love it now because the quality is there. They have a good finishing, so I prefer it to other products.
Okay, so have you ever experienced any other thing and you want them to improve on this Mocha foam? Have you ever had a bad experience about it and you want them to improve on it?
Yeah, day by day we urge ourselves to keep doing more in the quality, because life is full of uncertainties. Nothing is perfect. Perfection belongs to the creator. So, but irrespective, they should just continue the good work, and they should keep it work. They should keep it up rather, adding more quality. That's all.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate mocha foam?
10.
10.
Yes, I love it.
10 minus nothing.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, so then I would like to ask you, what do you look out for when you want to purchase a bed? What is that thing you look out for? When you want to buy a bed, what is that thing you look out for?
How?
Is it, some will say they look at it, maybe it's soft, maybe it's firm and all of that. What do you look out for?
Surely I will check it thoroughly, how firm it is and how soft it is, because if I want to, you understand.
I don't understand.
Let's forget about it.
Okay, so now after a long day at work and you're back home, you feel relaxed, you want to rest on your bed. How do you feel when you rest on your bed after a long day at work?
Comfortably. Yes, I feel comfortable.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Sadiq.
Okay, so do you have a bed at home?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the name of the mattress you are using at home right now?
Mocha.
For how long have you been using mocha foam?
Mocha is this 17 years now.
So do you know of other bed brand?
Yes, I've Vodafone.
Vitafoam.
Vitafoam. I don't.
Okay, now is there anything you would like mocha foam to improve on?
Yes, mocha foam. Since when I use it, it's very okay. I don't have any complaint with that. Yes.
Okay, so what do you look out for when you want to buy bed now? What do you look out for? Wetin you dey find if you wan buy bed? Wetin be that thing wey you dey look for?
Okay. Exactly the one where they use for house. That one is a soft one. But when I want to buy another one, I have to buy strong.
So you like strong bed?
Like strong bed.
Why you like strong bed?
That's my opinion, Sha. I like strong bed.
Okay, now if you reach house now wey be say you wan rest well, and you sit down for bed, maybe you don go out, you don comot for long time, you don tire, if you come back when you wan sleep for bed, how you dey feel?
I feel comfortable, but I have to change my own to another strong bed. I like strong bed.
Thank you, sir. Well, it was a long journey. After walking around the city of Lagos and trying to meet what consumers have to say concerning a brand, guess what? After a long trial, mocha foam won the heart of the consumer, mainly because of the softness, because of the name of the PRO, the adverts they've been seeing concerning mocha foam. Well, as you all know, and we always say, we are not here to criticize other brands or say things about them, but consumer voice really matter. Thank you for watching Consumer Hala TV, and that will be all on this edition of Consumer Voice on Consumer Hala TV. Keep watching Consumer Hala TV. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and follow us on all our youth social media channel: YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, X, Consumer Hala TV. Bye for now.
welcome to another edition of Mind the Gap. This is a weekly broadcast program on ConsumerHallaTV that helps draw attention to everyday avoidable gaps in customer service delivery with the overall aim of helping to strengthen existing relationships between brands and their consumers. I am Iremofe Koforola. On this edition of the program, we would be examining the subject efficient customer service delivery in Nigeria. And before I introduce to you our guest, let me give a brief background to our discussion. Customer service is a crucial aspect of any business, and Nigeria is no exception. The country has a growing economy with various sectors including oil and gas, agriculture, telecommunication, and banking, all of which require excellent customer service to thrive. In Nigeria, customer service is considered poor, with the country scoring 61.8% in the 2023 Nigeria Customer Service Index (NCSI) report. The Nigeria Customer Service Index report evaluated customer satisfaction across 9 sectors using 8 parameters, including trust, branches, branding, competence, conflict resolution, ease of doing business, processes, and customer focus. The NCSI aim is to promote excellent customer service in Nigeria, providing businesses with valuable insight to improve their performance. In Nigeria, customer service regulations are primarily governed by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018. This act established the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to protect consumers' interests and welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into our discussion. My guest today is Mr. Anuoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant whose expertise in customer service spans over 5 years. And thank you for joining us on the show today. And today we are looking at efficient customer service delivery. So let's look at it in practical sense now. What does customer service mean in the practical sense, and how should brands take customer service?
Good morning and welcome to Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. Consumer Watchdog is where we talk about advocating for consumer rights and protection, including safety. I am Iri Hayomikuleke. The recent incident involving Nigerian popular musician Wasiu Kwamwan and Comfort Emansin in the Nigerian aviation sector highlights significant concerns about air passenger safety and protection of the rights of the areas. The 2 incidents have really put to test the strength of the Nigerian aviation sector, especially the airlines, in protecting the rights of their customers. While enforcing strictly aviation safety protocols and rules, the lines between the air safety and protection of the rights of air passengers appeared blurred, which gives more room for discretion and indiscretion on the part of aviation operators. Kwamwan, a popular Fuji musician, was involved in a disturbing incident where he attempted to stop a ValueJet aircraft from taking off, and he nearly got crushed by the plane's wing. This reckless behavior did not only put his own life at risk, but also compromised the safety of the crew and passengers. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority took swift action, suspending the licenses of the pilots involved and imposed a flight ban on Kwamwan. Comfort Emansin, in another incident, was a passenger on an Ibom air flight. She was accused of assaulting a cabin crew member. The incident sparked a widespread outrage, leading to Emansin's arrest and a lifetime flight ban imposed by the airtime operators of Nigeria. Although the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has weighed in and made the 2 issues resolved without letting them go through the legal process. However, the issue that remains unresolved is about the public spare. Is it that this issue could have been well managed by the airline operators, ValueJet and Ibom Air, and that didn't happen. Why it may be difficult to anticipate all possible scenarios in the management of air safety and the protection of air passengers' rights. Best practice and standard protocols could be made paramount considering the fact and customers remain king in every business. The question is that were the two air passengers the king of the business is pleasantly treated in a way that would make them become champions for the airlines. With the two incidents, for sure, the reputation of the two airlines and the affected air passengers were bruised. With the lessons learned by the operators, the affected persons, and the aviation sector community, the verdict by many is that more still needs to be done by the airline operators in managing air passengers while enforcing as well rules. These gaps are part of what we will be discussing and looking at from a legal standpoint this morning on Consumer Watchdog, your favorite ConsumerHallaTV station. We'll also be touching on the place of safety and protection, consent, clear communication, crew training, passengers education, and regulatory oversight. To start off the conversation, I have with me today two knowledgeable legal practitioners and an aviation expert. Also with me, I have a public commentator and analyst to help us further dissect this matter. Good morning, Barrister Oluwatonyi Okene. It's a pleasure to have you on board.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Nice to have you. I'm starting with you. You know the saying, ladies first. Good morning. Barrister Oluwatonyi Okene is the principal counsel of Okene Chambers. It's a pleasure to have you again.
Thank you.
I also have with me Prince Shupo Atobatele, who was a former assistant editor in Nigerian Tribune at the aviation desk and former general manager of public affairs at Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, who presently is the publisher of Air Transport Quarterly Magazine, a leading aviation magazine in Nigeria. With over 35 years experience in the aviation sector as media personality and has attended courses and conferences on aviation in Africa, Europe, America, and Canada. Good morning, Prince Shupo Atobatele. It's a pleasure to have you on board, sir.
It's a pleasure to be here too. Thank you very much.
All right. I also have Barrister Clement Echo, a legal practitioner based and practicing air in Lagos State. Good morning, Barrister Clement.
Good morning.
It's good to have you on board.
It's a pleasure.
It's a full house this morning, I must say. Let's start this conversation this morning. Principal, you being at the aviation desk, what do you have to say about these two incidents, and what do they pretend for the safety and consumer service in the aviation sector, and where these two cases were they handled professionally by the aviation staff and the cabin crew?
Well, thank you very much. Actually, all of us were days where we saw those two, incidents emerging in our sector. Let me start from the first incident involving the decision of CIND. To start with, let's start from the checkpoints. The phases of checkpoint before you get to the aircraft area. That is where the aircraft was parked before you are boarded. Surprisingly, for aviation watchers, we're surprised that a passenger would be allowed to go through one or two screening with his flags, no matter what the contents were. Our approving high must first of all go to the security at the screening points. To start with, is it allowed that someone should carry a flags of that length? No. Then how come that the guy went away with that flags to that aircraft export? So that's a public question to those who are managing the screening points at the airport. Then I said it before we came in here that maybe the personality of the person involved must have overwhelmed the security. Seeing the musician live like that, they be hailing, this Kwan one, and through that, Then overlook all the necessary security check that guy could have gone through before he got out to the tarmac. Now, getting to the tarmac, I think for the pilot to have come down after the man failed to listen to the ground staff of that airline, that value jet, and maybe other terminal security staff, you see that the man was so adamant that he has to go in with the flags in his hand, and quote and unquote now, saying that don't you know who I am? I will show you who I am, and blah blah like that. And for that pilot to have stayed long for almost keeping the aircraft on ground for 43 minutes. And here in Nigeria now we are talking of schedule operators. That is, your 8 o'clock should be 8 o'clock. Your 9 o'clock should be 9 o'clock. Now, because of this unruly behavior of this personality involved, you have been delayed for almost 43 or 45 minutes. And that informed the pilot to personally come down and appeal to him. And what we saw thereafter was this man to come, in front of the aircraft and to tell the whole world that no, you cannot fly. Like a Yoruba adage, you say those days, you say, "Entobado the railway." They say, but anyone that's stand on the way of a train, of a moving train, is going to. So the same thing applies here. But now the question you asked that whether it was professionally handled. Well, with what we watched online, with the video we saw, I think those guys were appealing to him. But now, I believe the ending was fully managed, because at that point, when you've seen that this man is not ready to, to listen to you, the next thing is to call the professional security at the airport. That is, we call them AFSEC, that is aviation security. If they cannot handle him, the next we have airport police command at the airport. You call them, and through that, they can move this man outside. I think that's the loophole that I could see from handling one issue over there. Because if it were to be other client, Europe, America, this guy would be in jail by now. Because that act itself is a threat to safety. That act itself. Because if you see that law that were being quoted when this case happened, is any obstruction in whatsoever manner, it's a criminal offense, which is jailable for 2 years. So the laws are there, but most people, maybe because of the level of their education, they may not know. They say there's no ignorance in law. But I believe that his exposure educationally must have informed his behavior, because I think that's the first time we are recording such in the industry, that somebody will come in the front of aircraft and no, you can't fly unless I board the plane. I believe what the gentleman could have done is to drop the flags. They can even open the luggage hole and open his luggage and put it there. It's allowed after thorough screening. Someone was saying that the pilot could have collected the flags from him. No pilot will collect that from him, because nobody knows the actual content of the flags. The only thing normally, conventionally, if you are going with security and they are carrying arms, mandatorily you need to submit those things to the cabin crew, especially the captain, who will take inventory and collect it from you on arrival. He hands over. So that's one issue. The case involving what's her name now? Comfort now. It was a bad scenario.
We are still coming there. Let me ask Barrister Clement about what he said. Let's look from the legal perspective side of it. What do you see of this issue? Was it handled properly, professionally under the law?
Thank you very much. I will take a cue from what Mr. Toba have said. He had already, in the course of giving this summary narrative, made us to understand the obligations of a passenger. The obligation is to the fact that while you are taking advantage of the services of an aircraft, you should also bear in mind that there are obligations that imposed on you. In other words, you should not conduct yourself in a manner that will bring threat, directly or indirectly, either to the aircraft, passengers, or the surrounding environment. Remember that for you to operate an aircraft in any climate, it is not something that you can just do. There are conventions that member states have entered into, and directly or otherwise, every state is expected to adhere to that and streamline it to a passenger. Passenger also expected to know that this is the minimum requirement of my obligation to this agency, in as much as I expect from them to give me. So like he said, he had just referred to a law that when a passenger violates, it amounts to him, if he is found by a competent court of law, to confirm whatever has happened, to have been adjudged guilty. 2 years minimum will come. So having that at the back of your mind, particularly when you're talking about an individual whom we should expect to believe that he ought to be enlightened. Such an individual is expected to act in a manner and a particular standard away from what any other person who is not as exposed, supposedly, rather than taking advantage of your supposed exposure and popularity to negate the laws that are put in place to protect both you and your fellow citizens and members. Because with what has happened, imagine that this goes to the other parts of the earth. What impression are you giving foreigners that plans to come into the country? So that law that he has given is what ought to immediately invoked and applied to give a warning to any other intending miscreant that will want to use his position. You can imagine what he did to go and stand in front of an airline that is about to take off. Yes, mercy can be extended, but sometimes it's good, because you and I, who watches what has happened, you understand, directly or indirectly, we will be encouraged in one way or the other, or discouraged. The next thing is, who will be the next in line to do what this young man did? So the law should take its course to send a message, irrespective of your level or influence or status. Thank you.
All right, that's a great one. Barrister Oluwatoyin, you as a legal practitioner as well, are you aligning with what Barrister Clement is saying?
Well, yes, you describe me as a legal practitioner. I practice the law. So yes, I do agree that the due process of the law should be followed. But your original question was, was the due process followed even by the staff of the airline? Taking a cue of leveraging on what Prince said, there are process and procedure that ought to have been followed, where they followed by the airline itself. When that is King Wasiu, when his acts started becoming a nuisance, right? There are procedures they could have followed. Maybe after staying 5 or 10 minutes, what is the next? Who is the next of the same way the matter was escalated to the captain? When the captain couldn't handle it or went out of hands, then it should have been escalated to the security. Was the security called? Was it escalated to them? Were they called in? Because if they were called in, then they know the next thing to do. I'm sure if time had been put into, if the process was duly followed, right, what eventually happened, the captain tagging him, dodging for his life, probably it wouldn't have gotten to that extent, right? Maybe the security details would have known what to do and follow due process. So I think the same way we are saying that he should face the law, also due process henceforth, it's a learning for everyone. Due process also should be followed by the airlines.
Thank you for that. Prince Shukwa, let's look and let's talk as well at the case of Kwaman. He crossed several security checks point before getting to the point of embarkment, where he was told he could not go in with the bottle. Why did the security officials fail in their duty to stop him from bringing in the bottle? Let's put settlement that he is a celebrated site, because obviously Waswaide surely must have been a regular flyer considering his personality. Can we assume that he didn't know enough about aviation safety policies?
No, we can't say that. He's a regular traveler within and outside the country. But I believe what transpired was that his personality overwhelmed the security. I can confirm that one. It's not like you. Okay, like I just say, it's late now. You can just imagine let me go to Bob Marley now. Suppose Bob Marley is alive. Bob Marley arriving at the airport here in Nigeria, what do you think it will happen? If you have people, this is Bob Marley, this is Bob Marley. And because I missed that flight in US when I traveled. Guess whom I saw there? I saw Ovanda Holyfield, tall man. I was carried away. I was looking at this Ovanda, this Ovanda. In the course of doing that, I didn't even know. By the time I got to, I said the flight had just gone. I said, the flight. But I was lucky. I was so you can just imagine that scenario. Seeing somebody that you'll be seeing on the TV, blah blah like that. So the same thing could have happened that day to the security. It's not that it's not that they don't know their details, know their details, but that day I know this is Kwangwam, and you know until we look at the CCTV, then we can see what's
really happened
over there. Like the minister said, he said they are investigating it, and I know by now the information will be on his desk. I believe I can put my money on it that that's what happened. He's a freaking flyer, no doubt about that. But that day, I think something happened beyond my control. Emotional feeling. So we see that. Okay, let me give you this scenario too. My cousin followed me to the airport. We entered the terminal. He followed me, and guess what? Davido was just arriving from his trip, and this boy saw him. He was screaming, Daddy, this is Davido Nina, Davido money, yes. I come and see the airport staff too. They were healing, some were even following him. Davido. So that kind of thing. Even if Davido is carrying something that is legal, nobody may even stop it. It happens. Even when you are traveling, people will be asking, what do you have for us? What do you have for us? I think all those things have been stopped now by the incumbent MD of FAN. Doing very well. But I know, I can see it emphatically that day, that's August 5, what happened that day was kind of opera from people who are incidentally, maybe his fan, healing him. They will give him VIP treatment now to pass through. I've never seen that kind of thing. And I know, if you ask him, that should be his first experience carrying that kind of flask. Maybe he's used to private charter flights. Maybe he's used to it. So if you're on private jets.
In regard to what you said, Prince, where do we draw the line by adhering strictly to the rules and regulations, not minding personality? Let's put personality aside.
People should be committed to their job, their rules, their procedures at the airport. You can't just carry anything. If there's a rule that you can't go in with a liquid of 100 ml, very tiny one. If you travel a lot, you see that even common water.
But if it has to do with health issues, whereby maybe some medical backings, whereby some things are mixed with the liquid, can one still take the flask into?
I doubt that. Even if it is a serious matter, you need to communicate with the pilot, with the crew on ground, and you must have done that from the counter. That will jeopardize safety. Safety is very, very important. That's why we have the captain in command. Anything that says cannot go, can't go. So there are rules there. So I doubt it. I doubt it. If you are on medicals of the you better take ambulance then and take your flight to wherever you are going.
All right. Then.
So if there's any emergency, people will be on board and treat you.
Interesting. Barrister Clement, let's talk. Was it right for the pilot to have taxied the aircraft, knowing there was an obstruction right in front of her? Was the act not more suicidal, and doesn't this act have consequences for aviation safety as well?
Thank you once again. In taking into consideration the question you've asked and the action of the captain, I believe that captain, that was not their first day to be flying.
Yeah.
She would have had some level of experience, in fact, that made the airline to even require her services.
Very good.
In compliance with aviation laws, both national and international. So for her to have taken the step she took, number one, as of today, we have not heard that those in the terminal denied giving her approval to move. And there's no way she would have moved
without clearance.
Without getting clearance.
Yeah.
And if you go into the nitty-gritty of this matter, you'll find out that when this young man was standing, she might not have seen or cited him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would not have commenced taxiing.
For takeoff, yeah.
And officers on ground that were supposed to see what was happening in the area where she could not properly view and give her clearance and support. She was not availed those people, and as a result of that, she decided on the only approval she got to respond to it. So her action for me was not in a manner that will contravene aviation rules. Like I said, as of today, those that gave her guide did not deny that they did not give her approval before she moved.
You cannot.
So, and that was why I was a little bit taken aback when they purported to want to withdraw or ban her from flying. You're taking the laws, because one look at it, you may be thinking, a pilot who is after the safety of a large number of people and that of an individual, which one should we prefer? Or have we subjected their two actions to scrutiny to know who has acted right? Are we saying that the pilot acted with certain prejudice or what? You see, what this has brought is this. If we are not careful to correct this thing appropriately, staff of agencies of organization, even though they know they are right, But because they know that sentiment may come in at one point or the other, that may prejudice the action that they have taken in good faith, you will see that some of them, even if they know what to do, because of the consequences that will come, they will do what? They will withdraw from doing that. And that is going to amount to exposing the entire public to dangers. Imagine some of the comment that Kwan made. If they are not careful, it's going to destroy the agency or that airline. What audacity do you have that they made you an ambassador, even if is it the entire Nigeria to represent the aviation? Does that give you the right to act in that? Like Prince said, if there was anything, because in every rule we say there is an exception. If there was anything that would cause you, yes, like he said, you may have been flying private jets. So what stopped you on that day from flying a private jet? So if you want to join commoners in the general plane, you also have to comply to them. Yes, because you are popular, supposedly, and what's supposed to be done or apply to others, they did not apply it to you. When you get to a point where somebody notices it, you have to honor. Otherwise, you should be excused. And you cannot punish the person who insists that you should be excused, because both that person and others who are watching and observing what happened, tomorrow when they see a scenario where they're supposed to take charge and defend the purpose for which they are there, they will not do so because of what? The exposure that if they take those actions, they are going to be penalized.
Barrister Clement, thank you for that. Prince Shipo, let's look at the case of Comfort Emanson here. An eyewitness has testified about what transpired, and she... Alright, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. It's still Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Halla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and a lot more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do also subscribe to our YouTube channel, Subscription is free, ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
back to the conversation. If you're just joining us, this is Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV, where we advocate for the rights, safety, and protection of consumers. And on the program, we are having a discussion that has been circulating for the past few weeks about Kwam1 story and court and Comfort Emanson. And to enlighten the conversation, I have two legal practitioners in the house, and I also have Prince Shupo Tobatele. Prince Shupo, let's look at the case of Comfort here. An eyewitness has testified about what transpired, and she herself said it in a video passed on air to explain a side of the story. Is this not more of poor customer management?
Yeah, it is. I follow the events, the video, the eyewitness account from a legal practitioner. If those accounts were truthful, then one would blame the cabin crew for shoddy handling of the interaction between them and the young girl. Why? Number one, from the account of a legal practitioner who witnessed all the scenario, there were two cabin crew attendants. The eyewitness account, described one as very professional, then the other one crude. So let's focus on the crude one. Is it that he went through training and didn't grab the training, or is it that he brought forth a personal ego into the job she's employed to do? Because they were trained, one, to handle, to control the cabin for safety, to ensure that passengers follow instructions. But as you are doing that, you have to be appealing. You have to be, cautious in dealing, because they are saying that a customer remains the king in any business environment. So you cannot, you have a bad customer, but there's a way you can be cautious in handling that customer. So in this scenario, based on the account of witness, I think the other cabin attendant, so cabin executive, she didn't handle the case very well. And by the account of that young girl, she said she could not switch off her phone, but somebody else did for her. So maybe the other woman or the other cabin executive thought that she has to teach this young girl a lesson. While others disembark on landing in Lagos, she blocked the way of that lady. I think that's where the whole scenario now got escalated. So
what could be done to eradicate poor customer management in 1 second?
It's training and training. Then is it when you want to employ somebody, so especially an individual that will be interacting with customer on daily basis, the composure, the emotional, attachment, then the pride must not be there. If you are proud, you can't. If you are arrogant, you can't be a customer. Always, you can always have good customer and bad customer. So when you treat the good customer, you should be able to even extend that to bad customer. You can make it good because you need it tomorrow. But in this case, it was poorly handled. But in fact, the minister even said it when all these issues were coming up. He said these people, they have to embark on training, serious training, everyday training. I remember Nigeria West in those days. As they were training their pilot, their cabin crew, they have their own private, their own ground school where they train all these pilots, where they give them pep talk. The cabin crew executive, where they give them pep talk. They will call the experienced one to give them pep talk before they even embark on a trip. I think what should we be doing now is just what the coaches are doing during the break time. When they talk to their teams, when you go into a second time, this is what to do. I think maybe this is a suggestion for me that even before the crew, goes into a flight, they need to assemble somewhere. There's what to call a cabin crew room where they talk to somebody. Need to talk to them so that thing will be in their head before they embark on any flight. That's my own new idea.
Noted. Barrister Tony, in a viral video released by Comfort, talking aside of the story, citing that video, there there have been a lot of reactions and comments bashing our own side of the story, forgetting she's the victim. What happens to one of the fundamental rights of consumer that says every consumer has the right to be heard? Isn't this about silencing consumer voice, which is not proper enough?
Thank you very much. But I love that question. First and foremost, we need to know that customer is king, right? And looking at this case, the case of Comfort, how did it escalate to that, to what it escalated to? Basic instructions: switch off your phone. Now, I'm not going to talk about her own account of the story. I'm going to base what I'm going to say on the account of the witness, right? She couldn't switch off her phone for one reason or the other. That issue was already dealt with and resolved.
Exactly.
How did it get to the extent where it now became a physical altercation between herself and the hair hostess, and then it got escalated to staff members, not even security personnel, staff members are the ones dragging her out, stripping her. In fact, it's so sad. Her rights were trampled on. Let us even assume, without conceding, she'd even refused to switch off her phone. Let us even assume she went that far, right? Yeah. There are ways to address such issues.
Yes, yes.
But in this case, her phone was eventually even switched off. There was a successful takeoff. There was a successful landing. Yeah. How did it get to the point where
she was almost
she was stopped from disembarking, right? From the video she put up, you know, that short video where she said, "Madam, can I pass?" and the hair hostess was blocking her exit. Is it that the hair hostess, was there a serious issue to be addressed? Number one, if there was, did the hair hostess escalate it to the next line of authority? Was the hair hostess instructed to bar her from disembarking? Or what instruction or right did the hostess act, you know, blocking her exit? Was it that they had reported? Was there a serious issue to report? If the answer is yes, had they reported it? If the answer is yes, were they instructed? Because in all these things, I didn't see the captain in this scenario, right? Was he instructed to bar her from disembarking? Even if she was so instructed, the Comfort that recorded that video had her hair on. The Comfort that attacked the hair hostess at the door didn't have her hair on.
Somebody must have
what happened?
Yeah.
You know, because the Comfort in the video telling her, "Madam, let me pass," was a calmer Comfort. The Comfort that was hitting the hair hostess was no longer a calm Comfort, you know, and her hair was off. The Comfort being dragged, oh God, no, you don't treat a customer that way. There are procedures. Let me just follow the procedure. Why didn't you invite if there was really a security issue, why didn't you invite the airport security detail?
What is the role of the aviation security personnel in this matter? Because we saw a security man that was on the ground while this action of molestation was taking place.
That was disgraceful.
Why didn't the security personnel go in to inspect what the lady has against the cabin official?
Well, why is for him to answer, because that is what you are there for. The airline staff had no business whatsoever handling Comfort. They had no business. It's not their place. It's not their responsibility. Like I said, if there was an issue to be addressed, then it should have been escalated to the proper personnel, which would have been the security detail, and then they would have, in fact, the proper procedure is, if there really was a serious security issue, upon landing, they would have been the one to approach the aircraft and first escort her out of the aircraft before other passengers are allowed to disembark. They addressed that issue first, and she would have been escorted by security details, not disgracefully dragged out of the aircraft.
Was that a national disgrace?
No, it was national and international disgrace.
All right.
That she actually didn't deserve. She didn't deserve, because they apparently did not handle the issues well, and it escalated to a very ugly incident.
Let's look at the reputational damage. You being a woman, this lady was stripped naked and was seen filmed by this airline and aviation staff. Would she ever recover from this reputational and emotional damage? As a woman, what's your take on this?
The internet never forgets. The internet never forgets. That damage is for life. Right? It can be managed, but the damage is done. It is done. There is maybe compensation, yes, but that damage can never be erased. Never. It can never be erased.
All right. Now let's thank you so much for that, Prince Yopo.
Yeah.
Let's move back to Kwamwan matters. Kwamwan is a top-rated Nigerian musician whose reputation has also been grossly eroded as a result of this act. Is there any remedy to be done?
Remedy on whose part now? On his part or the part of government?
The part of government and his part as well. To combine both.
Well, on the part of government, well, it's quite bad. It's quite bad because, like I said earlier, this is the first time we are seeing that kind of madness at the airport. But I love the way the minister, reacted quickly and made some of the pronouncements, and later on came back to notify some of the pronouncements. And through that, some analysis, some the newspaper, opinion writers, industry experts, they'll be commenting on that. But like she said, it has gone international, what happened in Nigeria. But any scenario will learn a lot of lesson. This must have been learned about this event that happened, and I believe some correction, some new innovation ideas, protocols will have been introduced into the system. And I know very soon there will be some strict compliance to aviation rules. Then to the musician, well, he has been named as an advisor, as the possibility of making me an ambassador of the industry. He's a musician, he knows how to sing. He's the one to sing and rectified his damaged image, and possibly talk to his colleagues who may likely to behave that way in the future. Like a barrister said, he should be punished. Why? Because in the future, somebody can be mad far more than his own level of madness, because a precedent is being set now in this area. After all, somebody did it, he escaped, so that's why I can do similar thing. So that's just some of the issues that are emanating from this Kwamwan issue.
Barrister Clement, are you aligning, you as a legal practitioner, are you aligning with what Prince Chopo is saying? And let's look out for Nigerians' reactions to about this story. Many describe the Kwamwan Act as a grievous. What's your comment about this as well?
In the same way, I still stand my ground. To whom much is given,
much is expected.
Much is expected. What Kwam did, you cannot compare it with somebody who has not known the four walls. Yes, we will say that educationally, he may not have known the four walls of Nigeria, of a Nigerian university. But the issue is that he's well traveled, and that alone is one of the best way of having, let me call it, informal education. This is not the first time. You cannot tell me that when he wants to embark on international trip, he will act as if he's in his village, just like he wanted to do, to the extent that you will go to a plane as if, even if it is a bike or a cab on the road, it's a different thing. A plane, knowing that this plane has how many people inside, and the sector is concerned about their security. the minister, and every other player, they are concerned because there is a public image, directly or indirectly, you're putting out both locally and internationally as to how we organize and handle our aviation sector. With what he did, if actions are not taken to send a signal internationally and nationally, people will begin to look down on whatever policies the sector and the government claim to put together. So anyone tomorrow, because you're privileged, you can come and act in a way that will contravene with our existing enabling laws. So that, I'm not trying to be too hard on him, but you see, all of us are witnesses. The public is witnessing what is happening. And like Prince said, if you don't take steps now, maybe because you want to be so sentimental, maybe because of this or that, tomorrow, while we are here, we will hear another incident taking place. So the essence of law and penalty is not because there is bound to be wickedness. It is to give a kind of a deterrent. Deter further actions. If I consider that if I do this and I'm caught, this is going to be, that alone will deter me from embarking on that. So those are the things that we are looking at. He is a customer. He is expected to be treated right. But we also know, thank God he is an ambassador in that sector. He should be in the best position to advise people how to comport themselves in taking the services of the aviation sector, and not to be the one to say, after all, I'm here, I can help to do what? To turn upside down the rules that apply in this sector. So that's why he needs to be given some punitive measure.
Pastor Clement, is there a law that backs this action, or what legal right do they have to have taken this action? Talking about Kwamwan and Comfort Emanson, and if there is such law, how come the NAO have not banned any airline operators who in time past have equally infringed on many rights of consumers?
Well, like we say, laws are there. The enforcement of the laws is another thing. Talking about comfort, you know, there is already, as we speak, a pending matter at the Federal High Court against both the federal government and every other relevant and applicable agency as a result of what happened to her. Her right to dignity as a person has been grossly violated. Our right, that's whether you call it 1 second, 1 minute, right to freedom of movement within the time of disembarking from the has been violated, among others. I am a potential passenger in any of the airline. Why should I not think that the treatment method on Comfort may not be meted on me? Since, like they said, even from before they took off, they were able to help her off her phones. What happened between that time and here? At least a minimum of maybe 30-45 minutes flight. Like Prince said, the officer, cabin crew members, they ought to have received training that will make them, no matter how you're provoked, you ought to check. You know, when I was reviewing this thing, there is one message I received, I remember, from a man of God. He talked about engratia. Hold back. If these people, these officers, have held, no matter what Comfort did to them, they have held back, taking into consideration their obligation to the society, they wouldn't have prevented her from coming out when others are coming. Doing that, you are coming to do what? You are segregating. discriminating. You allowed others to go out, even though the plane has landed safely. Why did you? What is the justification? Anyway, let me not preempt the decision of the court. The court will help us, and sector will come back to review and also further train their men.
Moderator, can you allow me to add
please
this?
go on.
With the Nigerian Civil Aviation Regulation, I think of 2023 Act, rightly protects the consumers. I had cause to interview the Director of Consumer Protection Directorate of recent, which I forgot to bring the magazine here. They've been working very hard to protect the right of the travelers, and they've been doing that, which I witnessed. I participated in some of their conferences here in Lagos, back on the road show, terminal show, to educate people. Within a space of 12 months, they were able to treat about 7,000 cases from air travelers. I'm not speaking for them, but what I know in the industry, based on what is in maybe a new law, there's a law already, well captured in a, they call it Nigeria Civil Aviation Act 19 is there for to consumers, to air consumers, that if they pass, they will just they just wave them aside. No, we are not going to refund them. They refunded 300 million. So the problem is that we need the travelers need to be more enlightened about their rights. It's an international convention which the NC has demonstrated into the acts, which they are now enforcing. Like that day now, if that cabin crew attendant had left comfortably, like a person said, there won't be any problem. After all, for a flight of Lagos should be 55 minutes flight. 55 minutes flight. Somebody helped her to switch it off, and you landed safely. So why are you blocking her? Which means vendetta. You want to, this woman to woman relationship that you need to show this young girl something. And along the way you block her. Like Barrister said, if that purser or the executive cabin crew woman did not block that lady, there won't be any problem. But if at all you want to punish that lady, it's a matter of communicating with your ground staff that there's a passenger that violated the road and you want the security to pick her. You will allow her to come down, and the security will have been on ground, and they will pick her, interrogate her, what happened. If they feel that this girl has no case to answer, they let her go. There will have been this crisis that is now online, that has gone international. People are viewing us with different eye, as if we don't have rules. We have rules. Training of the ground staff, training of the cabin crew. If you have to go in aviation, is regular. Training is regular. Conferencing workshop, so that you'll be attuned to the trend of happenings in the industry. Very, very mandatory and very, very important.
Thank you for your take, Prince Shukwo. The conversation has been a very insightful one, I must say, having two legal practitioners, including you. It's an honor. Because of time, Barrister Kenny, about this whole incident, what can you say to the consumers out there so as to avoid another victim of Quam 3?
I like that Quam 3. To fellow Nigerians, because we are the consumers, right? Number one, you have rights, but you also do have obligations, right? It is you have a right as a consumer to be treated fairly, to be treated beautifully, but you also have obligations to the safety of every other person. Now, I think the first lesson is try to learn to dignify yourself. Learn the laws, because ignorance of the law is no excuse. For a passenger that is about to embark on a flight, all over the airport, you will see items that are prohibited. Right? And when a member of staff approaches you, I'm sure they will always approach you politely, and they educate you further. Just follow the law. In the issue of Quam 1, he said he needed water. There's always water on board. How many seconds would it have taken you to board and ask for a bottle of water, right? And rules that are prescribed for that mode of transportation. It might not be flights this time around. It might be it might be any other means of transportation. There are rules that apply. Just obey and abide by the rules. And then to the aircraft airliners, you know, and all that, you also are bound by rules. In fact, you owe us an obligation. You owe your customers the obligation of treating your customers fairly and rightly and with dignity of a human being. You cannot strip your customer your customer their rights. You cannot deny them the rights because of one thing they have done. If they have done anything wrong or anything that violates the law, follow the due process of the law. The law is there, like Barrister Clement said, the law is there to act as a deterrent. There's a punitive. You just follow the due process of the law without trampling on the dignity and the rights of the consumer. That's my take.
Interesting to the consumers, I can say, so obey before I complete. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Can we talk?
Because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumer. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be always. You're going to have different types of consumers and you're going to pander to the different needs, but you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for still staying with us. This is Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV, and now we have to draw the curtain on the program this afternoon. But before we go, I will start with Barrister Okeni. Ladies first. Let's have your pattern shots.
Okay, I'd say to both parties in the two cases we've considered today. To the consumer, yes, you are king, and like I said before, you do have rights and obligations, and there is no law that can trample on your rights. However, you do have obligations too. But to the service providers, excellent. Always know that there are laws and rules that also regulate your service delivery, and your laws and rules cannot override the laws that protect the dignity and the rights of your consumer. That will always be king. And always, in every situation, make sure you follow the rules, make sure you follow the law so that you are legally protected. But always remember that your customer is king.
Beautiful. Prince Shukbo, over to you now. Let's have your pattern shot.
Well, my pattern shot still remains that the travelers, they have rights, but at the same time, like my sister here is saying, we need to obey the regulations that guide your traveling through any of Nigerian airports, even across the Atlantic or wherever you are traveling to. And let's respect the cabin crew instructions, because they are there, they are professionally trained, but their job is to see that you are more comfortable with the flights, you obey the rules, instructions, and they handle emergency on your behalf. So whatever instruction given to you, we should obey. And at the same time, our cabin crew executive, they need more training. They should be cautious in the way they treat passengers on board. If they are unruly passengers, there are rules, there are guidelines, there are procedure, how to eject or handle such unruly passenger. It is well known. So I recommend that the airline operators should train more of their staff, let them be exposed to human relations and handling of customers. That's my parting shot.
All right, Barrister Clement, over to you now. Let's have your concluding remark.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News. I am Ire Ayomikunle Eke. We begin the midday news with the federal government. The federal government has announced the cancellation of the 65th Independence Anniversary Parade scheduled for tomorrow, October 1st. The statement issued yesterday by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. The government explained the decision does not in any way diminish the significance of the milestone celebration, stressing that other programs lined up for the anniversary will proceed as planned. The statement released yesterday by the Director Information and Public Relations Office of the SGF, Segun Imoseyin, said the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of this milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. The statement also said the government regrets any inconvenience caused by the cancellation, but assured that activities marking the anniversary will reflect the spirit of national pride. The statement also urged citizens to continue to support the reform initiative of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing them as essential to the collective goal of building a greater Nigeria. Let's report about the Nigeria Labour Congress. NLC has asked its affiliates to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association, Pengasan, against Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. The Congress directed its affiliate and members nationwide to immediately mobilize for what it described as a full-scale decisive engagement against the conglomerate alleged anti-worker practice. The Congress gave the directive through an internal memo signed by NLC President Tuajero yesterday in Abuja, where the Pengasan and the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers have accused the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals management of unfair labor practices and victimization of workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other subsidiaries. The NLC explained that the conflict have evolved beyond the individual struggles of Pengasan and Nupeng becoming a broader fight for workers' rights nationwide. Dangote Refinery, however, denied any wrongdoing. It explained that the disengagement of workers was part of an internal reorganization to curb sabotage, improve safety, and enhance operational efficiency. In Rivers State now, where the Rivers State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees has declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by State Secretary Sunday Adeniro, said the warning strike became inevitable following what it described as the callous and unfair actions of the chairman of Emowa local government area, Dr. Chidi Lloyd. The union said the action would involve all local government workers across the 23 local government areas of the state and would take effect starting from today's midnight. And it was explained that its decision follows Dr. Chidi Lloyd refusing to pay its members their salaries. Away from Rivers State now on education, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demands of face industrial action. The union decided this decision at its National Executive Council meeting on Sunday over the weekend at the University of Abuja. The national president of ASU, Prof. Chris Pewuna, disclosed this in a strike notice personally signed and released to journalists yesterday in the SCT. The letter explained that the strict notice would start from Sunday, September 28, 2025, on a rather 2-week warning strike before embarking on a total and indefinite strike over the federal government attitude toward resolving pending issues. Prof. Chris Bewuna, national president of ASU, listed ASU's 7 demand as a renegotiation of the 2009 ASU agreement, sustainable funding of public universities, revitalization of universities, and end to the alleged victimization of ASU members in LASU, Prince Abubakar Rauda University, and Futo, alongside the payment of outstanding 25 to 35 salary arrears, the settlement of promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and remittance of outstanding third-party deductions. Away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion naira in August 2025, up from 185 billion naira recorded in July. According to its monthly report summary for August 2025, the company's revenue rose to 465 trillion naira compared to 4 trillion naira in July. It added that a total of 8 trillion naira had been remitted to the Federation accounts between January and July 2025. On production, the report showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.65 million barrels of crude oil per day in August, which represented a 2.9% decline from 1.7 million barrels per day in July. The gas output also fell by 10% to 6,949 from 7,722 in the previous month. NNPCL attributed the decline to scheduled maintenance across some upstream facilities in alignment with Nigeria's turnaround maintenance, where it said industry-wide collaboration was ongoing to ramp up production after the exercise. However, having provided updates on gas infrastructure projects, the company disclosed that the Ajaokuta, Kaduna, Kano, gas pipeline had reached 84% completion, with construction activities progressing on multiple fronts to accelerate delivery. Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News. We're pressing the news on. Let's tell you about this latest development that Nigeria has secured a major milestone in the digital trade transformation with the global registration of a tax identification number and the approval of the Federal Inland Revenue Service as the country's purple authority. The achievement made possible with the support of the Standard Organization of Nigeria registers Nigeria's tax ID under the ISO/IEC 6523 International Coding System, giving Nigeria individuals and businesses international recognition in cross-border transactions. Purple, an internationally accepted framework for the secure and standardized exchange of electronic documents, is already in use across Europe, Asia, and Australia. With FIRS as Nigeria's purple authority, Nigerian businesses can now integrate seamlessly into this network, allowing faster payment, reduce administrative costs, and improve global competitiveness. Still talking about this news, according to FIRS, the move simplifies compliance for taxpayers and boosts confidence in Nigeria as an investment hub. The milestone simplifies compliance for taxpayers, enables smoother cross-border transactions, and strengthens confidence in Nigeria as a global trade and investment hub. Let's look into some statistics now, talking about business news. The Nigerian stock market ended last week on a positive note following the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN Monetary Policy Committee, in the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points. Consequently, the late session gains on the final 2 trading days more than offset the weak outturns in the earlier part of last week. Investor sentiment was buoyed by the MPC first rate cut in 5 years, which drove renewed interest in equities. It will be recalled that the MPC last Tuesday reduced the MPR by 50 BPS to 27.0% from 27.50%, marking the first shift towards monetary policy easing in 5 years. The committee decision to cut rate was primarily driven by the sustained trend, continued stability of the Naira, and robust external reserves. Analysis of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited showed that the gain in Zenith Bank by 9.1%, followed by Dangote Cement, which went up to 1.7%, Stanbic IBTC gained about 9.3%, WAPCO gained about 4.0%, and International Breweries gained 10.1% to drive the NGX All Share Index. ASI higher by 0.2% week on week, closed at about 142,132.02 points from 141,845.35 points the previous week. The month-to-date and year-to-date returns improved to 1.3% and 38.1% respectively. However, the NGS market capitalization gained over 216 billion week to week to close about 89.960 trillion naira from 89.744 trillion naira the previous week. Trading activity also strengthened as both volume and value advanced by 73.8% week on week and 257.7% week on week respectively. Meanwhile, sectoral performance was mixed as the industrial good index went up from 1.3%, followed by the consumer good index by 1.2% and the banking index by 1.2%, while the insurance index nose divided. Meanwhile, volume of trade between Nigeria and China increased by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July 2025 at the first half of 2025 compared to the same period in the first half of 2024. China's Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yuquin, disclosed this during a reception to mark China's 76th founding anniversary. The Nigeria's 64th independent anniversary and the Mid-Autumn Festival. She revealed that Nigeria is now China's second largest trading partner in Africa and attributed the growth in trade to the upgrade of bilateral relations at a comprehensive strategic partnership during the 2024 Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, where she emphasized that cooperation in areas such as infrastructure, energy resources, trade, culture and education has been expanding, delivering tangible benefits to both nations. Meanwhile, the envoy noted that despite global economic challenges, China's economy remained resilient, with a 5.3% GDP growth in the first half of 2025 and continued global leadership in innovation. She also praised the Chinese community in Nigeria for their contributions to cultural exchange, development, and charity, urging them to act as bridge builders to further strengthen the ties. Let's talk about figures now. Despite moves by the federal government mandating value addition before export, the value of raw materials exported from Nigeria rose drastically year on year by 159% to about 1.87 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, from 719.66 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of last year at the first half of 2024. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics also revealed a 67.8% quarter-on-quarter increase in exports in the period under review compared to 1.11 trillion naira in the previous half year, talking about the second half of 2024. Analysis of the data over the past 3 years showed a rising trend in the raw material export, as the 719.66 billion naira recorded in the first half of 2024 also represent a 108.3% increase over the 345.51 billion naira recorded in the first half of 2023. The bulk of raw materials exported during the period is mainly urea, whether or not an aqueous solution exported to Brazil. This was followed by non-monetary gold, including gold plated with platinum in powder form exported to Switzerland. The surge runs contrary to the several moves by the federal government to discourage the export of raw materials without value addition. So, talking about the news, last year, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, announced a 10-year roadmap aimed at transforming Nigeria's raw material sector with a target of achieving 60% value addition by 2034, where he emphasized the importance of improving the value of Nigeria's raw materials before export, citing benefits such as job creation, domestic manufacturing growth, and a strengthened naira. We're still giving figures. Nigeria's Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Renikin Lokobere, said that Nigeria's oil production rose to 1.8 million barrels per day from 1 million, adding that the goal is to reach 2.5 million barrels per day, as American companies are already showing strong interest in investing in Nigerian oil blocks. Speaking at the inaugural Africa Energy Investment Summit held in New York recently, Senator Lokobere, during the panel session, underscored Africa's renewed confidence and the resurgence of investment in the continent's energy sector. The Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, the initiators of the summit, Dr. Roma Farouk Ibrahim, said, "The United Nations UN General Assembly brings all the leaders and investors together, making it the ideal platform to connect, engage, and unlock funding for Africa's energy future." Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News. I am Iri Ayomikule, aka up next is Kamalat.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive. And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Alright, my name is Corey Peters and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is a voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving. and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
welcome to another beautiful edition of Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola, and today we'll be talking about a very interesting topic that actually concerns every individual in this country as of this moment. Tomorrow is the Independence Day, and happy Independence Day in advance to Nigeria as we are about to clock 65 years old. It's not easy, and we're so grateful for how everybody has been so resilient and loving and also accommodating in the country. Nigerians are one of the best people on earth. I'm a Nigerian, so I can attest to that. Let's come back to what we're going to be talking about today. It's a very interesting one, like I said. It's about the fintech industry. Fintech industry, we mean by OPay, PamPay, Kuda, you know, Paystack, all those accounts. We have I can't place some of them right now, but we have a lot of all these small digital wallets that we use for our own daily life in Nigeria. You know, sometimes now you don't even need to go to bank to go and register for your name. You can just pick up your phone, download the OPay app, the PamPay app, the Kuda app, and just create a passport, a page for yourself, so that you can be able to start transacting as a Nigerian. You can send money, you can build up your credit score by taking loans and repaying early. You can also receive money. You can do data, electricity bill, utility bill, anything on these platforms. You get them on fintech platforms, and we'll be talking about how to safeguard our fintech wallet, our digital wallet in Nigeria, because we all know the scam is very rampant, and education, vigilance is something that we need to keep on ringing to ourselves so that we can be very, very safe. Now, Nigeria's fintech apps have changed the way we handle money. With just your phone, you can send cash, pay bills, or even save and invest. But there are some major flip right now that's going on. With the fact that the more digital wallets grow, scammers are working overtime to break in. I would always say this. I wouldn't know if I could call them smart people or cunning people or just dubious and greedy people in general, but these people are genuinely smart. They are not just using their smartness for something good, and they are unapologetic about it. Scamming has been going on in the country, in the world, for the longest of time, but we don't ever hear it reducing. We could only hear it increasing, and it is so sad and disheartening that the particular issue that we've been fighting over for many years is still very much rampant in the society. In fact, if you are bringing something out, they're using that same thing to scam you. That is called technology, and they are not sleeping. They are working overtime to scam people. That's why education is very, very important, and that is why Scam Alert is a very important program that we all need to join. Scam Alert airs by 12:30 on ConsumerHallaTV every Tuesdays, and we bring you important conversations, educational conversations, things that you can learn from. We also share people's experience on here, this testimony on how they've been able to overcome scam or how they've been scammed themselves, but they want to create awareness to people, and also people that were able to see the red flags easily, people that were able to take their time, patience to be able to, you know, try and know that this thing that is happening is I'm about to get scammed. This is Scam Alert once again on ConsumerHallaTV. And if you want to always join us on this particular program, please do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free. Follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram at ConsumerHallaTV, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV, you know, also Facebook at ConsumerHallaTV, and Twitter at ConsumerHallaTV, now X as people would say it. So basically, the technology meant to help us can also be used against us. So if you are an ardent digital wallet user, there are a lot of common scams that are going on out right now, which number one is the swim swap. You know, imagine waking up and your phone suddenly stops working. Your call won't go through and your data is gone. Probably somebody already, you know, hacked into your line and took your line and stole all your valuables and things that they can easily use to access your account. So swim swap fraud is something that is really rampant right now. That is why it's not only good to only use your SIM as a backup for all your credentials, for all your important documents. You don't only use your SIM as your backup. Always use other verification aspect, you know, to back up things. You can always back up as many times as possible, because through this backup, it will take a lot of time for somebody to be able to penetrate into your account. But if your account is not really secured, there's nothing concrete that you're using to lock down your account, it can easily go with these people, and you are losing money, you're losing valuables. Who are you going to hold responsible? Nobody, because the people that were able to hijack your number are people that are faceless, that cannot even see you. So please, let's always be careful with our SIM, the way we go about in life and every other thing. And also connecting to Wi-Fi's that are not, you don't know who the owner of the Wi-Fi is. You're just going on the road, you see a Wi-Fi that is open and you tapped, you know, you want to quickly use the person's Wi-Fi, you tapped it. They can easily hijack your phone through the particular thing you are doing. And I always say something that most of the time I feel like most times it's also greedy people that get scammed, because we do see red flags, we do see everything that is going on. Yeah, some people may accidentally leave the Wi-Fi open without a password, because I don't understand how somebody is going to do that in this particular country that we are. Data is expensive. I'm not going to leave my Wi-Fi without password. But if anybody is doing it and you are seeing that it is a free Wi-Fi but you don't know the person, I would say sometimes just call yourself to order and say, hey, let me look for 200 naira, let me look for 500 naira to buy a little bit of data for myself and use it, rather than giving people access to be able to go through your phone just because you were in a moment of vulnerability, using people's Wi-Fi and other things. And let's also be careful at how we use our phone with people that we don't know. You know, it can be in a bus, somebody's already spying on your phone and they can easily see whatever you're doing. These people can also be able to, you know, get your phone and everything. And if your phone is also stolen, you don't have a concrete password, you don't have any, I feel like Android users are the best people that can have multiple passwords. I don't have that time to have multiple passwords on my phones. You know, you can have multiple passwords on your phone even if you are not an Android user. I feel like some people have time to use multiple passwords on your phone. You don't only have to use password. If your phone is using fingerprint, use it. If your phone is also using Face ID, use all three of them. At least if one is not going, one will be making them go out of it. So these are things that we really need to talk about. And also, if we are actually going to be using our phones to do transfer, I think it is very, very best to have your Face ID as what is making your transfer go successfully, so that it's not just by your finger, or maybe your fingerprint, you know, maybe your fingerprint also, but just the code and every other thing. I don't think that is better for you to just use as your password. And now we have another one called phishing. There is phishing. Actually, I think I've spoken about phishing a lot of time on the platforms, about people creating fake websites that would mimic the legitimate account totally. There was an issue with Donald Trump recently, I think like 4 months or 3 months ago, I can't really place the months, about somebody hacking into his inaugural term money. It was not directly aimed at Donald Trump, but it was also somebody that was willing to put in a sum of probably over $250,000 US into the inaugural charity wallet, and people were able to hijack that account because of an email that looked exactly like the one of Donald Trump, the inaugural email, whatever that they were using. The only thing that they changed was they changed the capital letter L to capital letter I, or small letter I can't remember, but they changed a particular letter from the email. So we have to take our time. We have to be very careful in what we are doing and who we are actually messaging, the kind of emails we're responding. Things are too good to be true. If you're not putting for any raffle draw, any bet, anything that's supposed to give you a reward, I don't think you should be entertaining any messages that is telling you to click on a link or click on this to actually win a prize. Nobody's going to just give you money like that. We are in Nigeria, the economy is not smiling, so we really need to be careful about that. So there are fake apps, fake websites, fake links, and even messages that look so real. You would think they came from your bank. The moment you enter your details, you have basically handed yourself over to these people. Trust me, there is no going back, because you and I know that if you are going to be picking up your call to dial Nigerian bank, you're going to sink to your ear, maybe for 10 minutes. They will now keep telling you, please hold on for a call representative to answer your call. If the call representative is not available at that time, they'll keep singing to your ear until the call representative is available, the customer representative available to pick your call, and you've given them ample of time to do whatever they want to. Somebody that wants to scam you, he's on his store, he's not sleeping. You're the one sleeping already, so he's not dozing. You're already in cloud 7. You are enjoying yourself, because it's not going to be funny when somebody already has your details. They're sat. I don't know. I think the other time I recommended a movie for everybody to go and watch, Honey Money. That's the name of the movie, featuring Timini, Nasi Sime, and other people. They spoke in details how these scammers work and how they do their activities, which is very, very funny. They are always on their laptop, on their phone 247, because they are waiting for a spray to land into their lap. They're not working. That is basically their own job, to just look for a prey to fall into their lap, and they will scam the person. So you thinking of calling your bank and everything, and I don't even know if fintech industry has a customer care line that is very active like that, because I can remember when my sister had an issue with OPay account. We had to, and OPay account, all these fintech banks, they don't have multiple outlets like normal other normal commercial banks. Yeah, let me put it that way. So they don't have multiple outlets that you can just say, oh, let me leave my house and go to this branch. No, the branch I only know of in Lagos State is OPay in Allen here. So we had to come from home, and we were giving number 300 and something to go see the people up. What do we want to do? We mistakenly transferred the money into our old OPay account, and we couldn't get them to talk to us, so we had to calm down. And if you see the queue, thank God we are Nigerians and we have our own OT. That was how we were able to go upstairs to go and resolve it. Funny enough is that they were quick to resolve the issue. That's what I love about them. They weren't giving me wait for 3 working days, wait for 7. No, they weren't giving all those issues. They were pronto, they were very fast in responding to us. The only thing is that they don't have multiple outlets. So people know the outlets in Allen Avenue, Ikeja here, and they only come there to resolve whatever issue. So I'm just thinking, probably if they have a call line, they'll be able to attend to people. And if they do, I don't think it works, because we tried multiple times to call and it wasn't just going through. I can imagine they have millions of customers. So I don't know what's going on there. So phishing is something that is very, very important. So if you get a message, please always verify the message before you send in your details. I don't even think your bank is going to ask you for your details from your house. That's a very big red flag. If somebody is calling you and say, I'm from your bank, cut the call. Don't entertain that person, because maybe by entertaining the person, manipulation is a skill and anybody can be manipulated. And for those people that will get scammed and keep it to themselves because they feel like it's one stigma, I don't think it's a stigma. If you have been scammed before, reach out to us via our social media handle, like I listed earlier on: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, now X. I don't know why I keep on calling it Twitter, but now X. We have TikTok and also our YouTube channel. You can drop it in the comment section and say, yeah, have been scammed. This is what happened. This was how I got scammed, and these were the red flags I saw but I ignored totally, just to create awareness for people that are, for me, I also want an awareness. I want to know what's really going on in the country. I want to know what is going on, and I want to know how we can best avoid this situation. So if you have any issues regarding scams, especially with the one we're talking about today or any other one, please comment. Just drop your comments in the comment box. Would respond to you. So phishing is a very, very good one that they use. So let's be careful on how we just punch in our details. I think one that is very common is when they will send you a link that will say, the federal government is giving 20-something people, the federal government is giving 50 people 50,000 naira each or 25,000 naira each, and they are very smart. They don't give you people big money because they'll be like you might be questioning the big money because federal government is not that, they're not that nice now, you get. So they'll be like they're giving federal government, just an example, they're giving people 25,000 naira. So click this link and refer to other people. Please don't be an agent of scam, because you already referring people to it. People are going to put down their credentials, and this is how scammers are going to get into their wallet and start picking their money from them. Now we have phishing, which is called voice phishing. You know, when you get a call from someone, like I said, claiming to be your account officer, asking for your PIN or a one-time PIN, that's your OTP. Just know that your bank will not ask you for this. Like I said earlier on, let's emphasize on this particular one. A lot of older people are fall victim of this particular scam pattern. They would always say, I can remember one time like that, I think it was my mom that called me and said, oh, they told our bank, somebody was trying to withdraw money for our bank, blah, 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 you know, and come and tell me to do this, I'm like, mommy, calm down, this is not, how can your bank call you and say, give me your PIN? In fact, if you call your bank is going to be the one, you know, you call your bank, your customer representative, whatever they call it, you call them. Once you call them, they're probably going to ask you just maybe like your name, not your PIN. They won't ask you for your PIN. They won't ask you for an OTP. They won't ask you for anything. They just won't ask you for your name so they can verify who owns that account. And sometimes probably they don't really get, they can go ahead to ask you for your address or your account number, but they would never ask you for your PIN. The PIN you use to automate your bank. Come on, that's a personal thing. That's why it's called a PIN. My PIN should not be another person's PIN. I don't know if anybody has ever heard somebody else is using their own PIN. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't think your PIN should ever be somebody else's PIN, because most of the time if you go to the bank to collect ATM like over and over again, you will not even be able to use the PIN you used for your previous ATM. So I feel like those are personalized information for you. So if you maybe have issues, just go to the bank to clarify yourself. Don't just give out your information to people. When they call you and ask you for these things, it's a red flag. Cut the call. There's no need for you to do banter or anything. Manipulation skill is very real. Then we have the credential stuffing, when hackers take old passwords from data leaks and test them on fintech apps. So if you use the same password everywhere, you are an easy target. Hey God, though. So I'm also learning something right now. So if you use your password on everything, and this password is very, very easy, you need to be very careful out there, because these people are working hard. Like, I mean, they are working hard to actually scam you. So if you have all of these things, please be careful. Always have a two-factor authentication of all of your password. Double back your password so that you can easily get a notification if somebody is trying to sign in to your account using another person's phone. I think you already know your phone, so you should be able to know that. So even if you're using one password, so that you don't forget your password, use a very strong password. Use the art, use figures, use numbers, use capital letter, use small letter, use all of those things that are very, very confusing. You can save your password maybe somewhere that is not on your phone, just in case somebody try to hijack your phone. They don't see your password where you've, saved it. And those are the problems that we have right now. There are a lot of them right now, but those are the ones that we'll be touching on because we don't have time. So now, how do we safeguard ourselves? How do we protect ourselves? First, ditch SMS OTPs and switch to an authenticator app, or use your fingerprint and face unlock ID to be able to, go through your credentials. Don't just use OTPs, don't just use password alone. If your phone is using password, use it. If it's also using Face ID, use it. If it's also using fingerprint, use it, so that these things are going to have like a very strong background. Number 2 is to use strong and unique passwords and change them often. I don't know about this, but if that is it, if you can do that, if you can remember your password, if you can save your password somewhere else, so I think you should actually give this a trial. And always check your email, because most of the time your email do notify you that somebody is trying to go into your phone. And when they're actually trying to go into your phone, they will let you know that somebody's trying to sign in to your phone. Are you the one? If you're not the one, they will tell you click here and quickly change your password. Checking our email regularly is something that we should do. It is very, very important. Nigerians, most of us, sometimes we probably don't check our emails. Even I, that I'm sitting in front of you telling, or maybe like we are trying to learn one or two things, I didn't start checking my email until like a year or less than a year ago, and I find it very, very interesting and very helpful when somebody's trying to, go into my account. But through this, you can easily change your password and log them out of your device. Turn on instant transaction alerts so you know immediately if something is wrong. For those of us that archive our what's it called? I don't know who is checking your phone to check your transaction bill. For those of us that archive our everything on our phone, please, your transaction is something that should be on so that you can easily see if somebody is trying to take money out of your account. Keep your phone secure. Lock your screen, update your software, and avoid public Wi-Fi for money-related matters. I think I've said it earlier on. Put a very strong password on your phone. Lock your screen. In fact, lock it. Update your software. This also can make your phone malfunction, because it's not up to date. And also avoid Wi-Fi for money matters. Please, Wi-Fi is a very easy penetration that people tend to just overlook, but these are issues that are happening, and these are ways that these people take to penetrate into people's life. And also remember that if your SIM suddenly stops working, don't ignore it. Act first and call your service provider. Maybe sometimes your SIM might actually stop working, but why would a SIM that was working like a minute ago just stop working now? So if you're not really sure of what is going on, if you don't know whether there are scammers or anything, please make sure you call your service provider, or you go to the nearest your service provider nearest outlet to easily resolve the issue and to get clarification on what is going on. Little time is ticking, and it's a ticking time bomb for you and the scammer, because the scammer is rushing to gain access into your account, to get the money in your account, and you're also rushing, or you're also relaxing by not doing anything and giving into these scammers. Always know when to call for help, always know when to talk to people, to confide in them, to be able to probably tell you ways you can easily use to be able to avoid these issues. Like I said earlier on, you have anything you want to say to us, you have any testimony, any experience that has happened to you through fintech or anything relating to scam, for Scam Alert next week Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. please let us know, so that we can be able to share this experience with people that are actually just living their life normally. And I always say it, you don't have to be an illiterate, you don't have to be a well-read person, you don't have to be a classy person, you don't have to be... Anybody can be scammed. All these things I've just mentioned, you are the one putting yourself in that circle. So don't think I'm too well read for somebody to scam me. Anybody can be scammed. Even me doing research on scamming, anybody can be scammed. Like I said earlier on, Adeife on some past shows, she's a digital marketer or something, she's a TikToker. She said she got scammed of about 15 million naira, and she is a digital person. Like, she's very, very tech savvy. So how come this happened? Because see, I can't remember her name. She's an influencer that lives in Canada. I don't know if she's back in Nigeria, but she does this thing with Sinitoka. She said it was like some years ago that she also got scammed, or she almost got scammed. I can't remember, but these are things that it's not about you being well read or anything. People do get scammed on anywhere, anyhow. If you're not careful, if you're not going through life easily, if you're not patient in looking for what you're supposed to look for, the little red flags shows a lot. Fintech has actually made life simple, but staying safe is in your hands. Be alert, protect your wallet, and don't give scammers Itchens. And this is Kamalat on ConsumerHallaTV. We come to the end of the program this afternoon. I'm so happy to be able to have brought this particular conversation to us, to actually listen to and also learn one or two. I've also picked one or two from this particular program. So it's not just about me coming here to sit down to talk to us about what is going on. It's also about learning and putting to use whatever it is. It can be tomorrow, it can be next tomorrow. We can be in a very hard situation that we don't know of. But watching Scam Alert, you can easily just be, oh, I watched this person. Kike said this and that and that. You can easily use it to access and also, you know, check and balance whatever you are doing. Always approach anything that has to do with online with the highest level of skepticism. I've always said it before. Let's be patient. Let's do a little bit of research so that we can know where we are heading to in life. Our valuables, our money, and our properties are very, very important. They don't only steal money, they steal houses, they steal cars through scamming, they steal lives through scam. People commit suicide because of scams, you know. These are issues that are very, very prominent in the society. Scamming is looking like it's not going anywhere anytime soon. But the EFCC are doing their best in curbing whatever is going on. Even the social security agency, they are doing their absolute best in whatever is going on. We just pray and hope that this thing, we get a hang of it and we know what exactly we are going to be doing, you know, moving forward. So let's stay vigilant, stay educated, and also be at alert for whenever we are using our phone for transactions or buying anything whatsoever online. Verification is very important. Check the comments, look at the stars, look at the ratings. These are things that we can easily find in. If you are buying from a very big restaurant, very big vendor or something like that, and you're not seeing ratings, you know, just search for it and always check email check your email very well. Check the email that's sending you a message. Check the email you are sending a message to. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful episode of Scam Alert, where we've just finished talking about how to safeguard our digital wallet. I'm Kike Ajibola, and this is ConsumerHallaTV. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do so. Subscription is free at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram at ConsumerHallaTV, Twitter, X at ConsumerHallaTV, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV, Facebook at ConsumerHallaTV. You want to tell us anything about scamming, please do well to let us know in the comment section. I'm Kike Ajibola. Bye for now.
Excited about it, the things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you are going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive. And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Brand Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, you know, to lodge a complaint. Okay, so the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, you know, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA? Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft. This time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I remember I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve they couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. and we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So Consumer Hala is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing," you know what's going to tell you? "Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, "Oh," to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this. Let me just try and use that to iron my shirt, and we can go out." So I was seated. The TV was on. I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, "What? What just happened?" So he said, No, these guys are in trouble. They're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call, and they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on, and all he said to them on the phone was, "Look at, by the time he even called, clearly because they already through the call they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then the thing just, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend handed the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so. We had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer. And I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Industry Update. This is where we give you the latest special update from various industries. I am Ire Ayomikunle Eke. Here are the industry update for this week. Let's start from the banking and finance industry. Providus Bank becomes 9th largest bank after merger with United Bank. Yes, the update says Providus Bank Limited has entered the top league of Nigerian lenders, ranking as the 9th largest bank by asset after completing a merger with Unity Bank. The deal approved at a court-ordered extraordinary general meeting and positions the enlarged institutions with 5.3 trillion naira in asset and 3.2 trillion naira in deposit as of June 30th, 2025, with about 229 branches and 3.6 million customers nationwide. The new Providus Unity Bank Limited combines Providus' innovative drive with Unity legacy of service. Shareholder also approved increased share capital and settlement options for Unity shareholders. The banks hailed the central bank for enabling the merger, calling it a bold step towards strengthening confidence in Nigeria's financial system. About these updates from the banking and finance industry, we have Mr. Kendi Adeaga, a media and financial analyst, joining us on the conversation. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Kendi. Hello, Mr. Kendi Adeaga, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Kendi Adeaga.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us on the conversation this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Let's have your analysis. And what can you say about these figures? Or in a better way, what does this figure simply implies?
Come again, please.
I said, can you hear me, Mr. Kendi Adeaga?
Yes, I can hear you.
Let's have your analysis. And what can you say about these figures? Or in a better way, what does this figure simply implies?
All right. I want to believe you are talking about the figures in respect to the Providus Bank and Unity Bank merger situation.
Absolutely.
Yes, the figures in respect to their assets and their deposit base. That's for Providus, I guess.
Yes.
All right. So for me, it's a good one. It shows that they are strong. It shows that depositors and investors believe in the bank. Going forward, I think what will happen, because we've been hearing about the merger between the two banks, that is Providus Bank and Unity Bank. But from information that I have, it shows that it's not going to be a merger, but a kind of acquisition that will be done by Providus Bank. I may be wrong, but I think that is what may likely play out because of the figures that the Providus Bank has churned out. When you look at their asset base, their assets had grown to about 5.2 or something, or there about trillion naira, maybe around June, and their deposit base had gone to about 3-point-something trillion naira. But I don't have the figure of Unity Bank to be able to say whether they have the capacity to merge with Providus Bank. And that's the reason why I'm thinking that Providus Bank may be acquiring Unity Bank. Of course, we do know that Unity Bank has large number of branches when compared to Providus Bank. And so what we play out in that sense will be that they have the branches, Providus have the customers and the assets. So when you bring all this together, the one with a higher percentage of assets, depositors, and capital will be the one that will acquire. So we are looking forward to seeing Providence Bank come up to say they are acquiring Fidelity Bank, and this is their capital base. You know, the regulator, that's the central bank, have said that by next year March, banks that will be operating in the financial system must either have 500 billion capital base, 200 billion capital naira, 200 billion naira capital base, or 100 billion naira capital base. So, depending on the category they want to operate from, and from the level they want to operate from. But looking at the figure of their assets and their deposit base, one can say that they are likely, that is, Providence Bank, if after acquisition, if after acquiring Unity Bank, are likely going to be playing from the international level, which is the 500 billion naira capital base. I hope they are able to raise that amount of money for them to stay in that category. But otherwise, if they are unable to stay in that category, I'm sure they will have a 200 billion naira capital base, capital base that can make them to function and operate under the national bank, as it were. So that's my take on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenny Adiaga. But just before I let you go on the program, the Providence Bank and Unity Bank, obviously, they are now merged together. What can you, if you are going to do an oversight of the future of these banks merging together, what can you say?
Come again with the question.
I'm talking about if you are going to say an oversight about these two banks merging together. What can you say about the future of these two banks, Providence and Unity Bank, merging together?
Well, you know, they will be operating under a competition. And the competition is this. Like the regulators have said, that is the central bank have said, they have said banks should get recapitalized to either 100 billion naira capital, 200 billion naira, or 500 billion naira. And these are the three categories they have. Meaning that if you have 500 billion naira, you can operate internationally. That is, your operation can be both Nigeria and foreign. And then if it is 200 billion naira, your operation will be limited or restricted to operating in Nigeria alone. And if it is 100 billion naira, it will be regionalized. That is, it's either that you are operating from the southeast, the south region, the east region, the west region, or the north region. So in that now, the competition will be high. But what is better for any bank is to carve a niche where they have a stronghold, where they believe they can perform well to the betterment of the bank and the shareholders, and to be able to remain in competition, to remain in operation. Because if you say you have 200 billion naira capital base, and you want to compete with a bank that has 500 billion naira capital base, it's not going to work. You cannot compete with such a bank. So it's better you operate from the level at which you believe you can operate.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ndiadiaga. That was a very insightful one.
And so what I see in that they are bringing together will help them.
Hello, Mr. Ndiadiaga.
Yes, I'm with you.
Network was,
I'm with you.
Breaking in between your analysis right there. Please, can you do a summary of what you've been saying in a simple sentence?
All right. The summary of it all is that with the two banks coming together, they will be able to compete in whatever category they want to operate from. To mean that they should be able to have either 200 plus, that is 200 billion naira plus, or be operating under the 500 billion naira plus, or at max 500 billion naira. So when they are able to raise this amount, coupled with the branch network that they have and the information technology that they are going to adopt, it will be the space will be better for them, and they can stand the test of time.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy Adeaga, for joining us on the conversation about that update from the finance industry. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day.
And you too. All right, that was Mr. Kennedy Adeaga right there, media and financial analyst, joining us on the conversation about the figures that has to do with Providence Bank and Unity Bank merging together. That's a very beautiful one. Now let's move into another industry right now. We'll be right back. Let's go on a short break.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that short break. If you are just joining us, this is Industry Update on ConsumerHallaTV, where we inform you about the latest in various industries. Let's move to the telecommunications industry. The update for this industry says Nigeria's data consumption rises to 1.2 terabyte as telecos activate 2.2 million new lines, despite recurring complaints of poor connectivity and data depletion. Report confirmed it and was affirmed by newsmen that Nigerians' appetite for internet services keeps growing. Latest NCC statistics show the data consumption rose from 1.13 million terabytes in July to 1.15 million terabytes in August. Telecommunicators operators also activated over 2.2 million new lines, pushing active phone connections to 171.5 million. Airtel led the pack with 1.5 million new users, followed by MTN with nearly about 500,000, while Globalcom added 173,000. the Nigeria tele-density inched up to 79.14%, while broadband penetration grew slightly to 48.81%. However, the country still trails its 70% broadband penetration target, which is set for December 2025. Over that update, even with the fact that consumers are complaining about poor network services, there is now a high rate of consumption in regards to the industry. In simple terms, this means Nigeria are using more internet data than before, and also many people are getting new phone lines with Airtel, MTN, Globalcom being the major players over that industry, and more people are having phones that has to do with internet, and they are having a very good access to internet. But there is still work to be done to improve the internet availability and speed, especially since Nigeria hasn't reached its goal of 70% broadband penetration by December 2025. That's quite a month in there. We will slow down to bring in the latest development from that industry. And now let's move to another industry. If you are just joining us, this is Industry Update. I will give you the latest special updates from various industries. Let's move into the energy and petroleum industry. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has signed a fresh 2-year crude supply agreement with the Dangote refinery to guarantee feedstock for the 650,000 barrel per day plant in Lagos State. Yes, this newly signed agreement is between October 2024 and September 2025. The refinery received 82 million barrels of crude, with 60% supplied in Naira under the federal government crude for Naira initiative. The NNPC spokesperson and the order confirmed that the new agreement is effective until 2027 and ensures continuity of supply after recent concerns when Dangote briefly suspended the Naira-based fuel sales. Allocations for September and October, meanwhile, are currently being loaded. About that industry, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and Dangote Refinery have signed a 2-year agreement for crude oil supply, and this will ensure that the refinery can now process about 650,000 barrels per day and get the crude it needs to operate. Any latest development from this industry as well will bring to you, Ernest. Let's look into the energy industry. The Nigeria's electricity output dipped sharply from 4,300 megawatts to about 3,200 megawatts following disruptions in gas supply caused by the ongoing Pengassan strike. About that, the Nigerian Independent System Operator NISO said shortages triggered by the oil workers' action forced the generation shortfalls across the nation grid. Now, to maintain the stability right there, the operator deployed hydropower optimization, generation dispatch balancing, and selective load shedding. This measure helped avert a nationwide blackout and preserved supply to critical facilities. The NISO pledged continued vigilance and best-in-class practice to safeguard electricity supply. That simply means Nigeria's power generation dropped significantly due to a strike by the oil workers, which has disrupted the gas supply. As a result, electricity output decreased from 4,300 megawatts to 3,200 megawatts. Any latest update from that industry as well, will bring it to your hearing very earnest and soon. That's the update from our industry desk this afternoon. Join me next week for another exciting moment of industry updates. I am Ire Ayomikule Eke. Stay industrious and enjoy the rest of your week.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Van Eyck Communications. We are the we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft. This time around to a bigger one. Clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. "So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing." While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve they couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, "We're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get." So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. It was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man, a British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our meal room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what was the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket, for whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, cancel, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, those bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So Consumer Hala is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable
afternoon and welcome to News at 2 on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Let's start with our first news this afternoon. The federal government, as they announced the cancellation of the 65th Independence Anniversary Parade scheduled for Wednesday, October 1. In a statement issued yesterday by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, OSGF, the government explained the decision. Please, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Sorry for that breaking transmission. Let's start the news from the top. Now, the federal government, as they have announced the cancellation of the 665th Independence Anniversary Parade scheduled for Wednesday, October 1. In a statement issued yesterday by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the government explained the decision does not in any way diminish the significance of the milestone celebration, stressing that all the programs lined up for the anniversary will proceed as planned. However, statements released yesterday by the Director Information and Public Relations Office of the SGF, Segun Imoye-Osen, said the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of the milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. And the statement also said the government regrets any inconvenience caused by the cancellation, but assured that activities marking the anniversary would reflect the spirit of national pride. The statement also urged citizens to continue to support the reform initiatives of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing them as essential to the collective goal of building a greater Nigeria. And now let's report about the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has asked its affiliates to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association, PENGASAN, against Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. The Congress directed its affiliates and members nationwide to immediately mobilize for what it described as a full-scale decisive engagement against the conglomerate's alleged anti-worker practices. The Congress gave the directive through an internal memo signed by NLC President Comrade Joe Ajaero yesterday in Abuja. The PENGASAN and the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, have accused the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals management of unfair labor practices and victimization of workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other subsidiaries. The NLC further explained that the conflict has evolved beyond the individual struggles of PENGASAN and NUPENG, becoming a broader fight for workers' rights nationwide. Dangote Refinery denied any wrongdoing. It explained that the disengagement of workers was part of an internal reorganization to curb sabotage, improve safety, and enhance operational efficiency. Now over to Rivers State, where the Rivers State chapter of the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees has declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by its state secretary, Sunday Adeniro, said the warning strike became inevitable following what he described as the callous and unfair actions of the chairman of Emohua local government area, Dr. Chidi Lloyd. The union said the action would involve all local government workers across the 23 local government areas of the state and will take effect starting from today's midnight. And it was explained that this decision follows Dr. Chidi Lloyd refusing to pay its members their salary. Moving away from that, now the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demands or face industrial action. The union decided this decision at its National Executive Council meeting on Sunday at the University of Abuja. National President of ASU, Prof. Chris Piwuna, disclosed this in a strike notice personally signed and released to journalists yesterday in Abuja. The letter explains that the strict notice will start from Sunday, September 28th of 2025 and will erode a 2-week warning strike before embarking on a total and indefinite strike over the federal government's attitude towards resolving pending issues. Prof. Chris Piwuna, National President of ASU, listed ASU's 7 demands as the renegotiation of the 2009 ASU FGN agreement, sustainable funding of public universities, revitalization of universities, and end to the alleged victimization of ASU members in LASU, Prince Abubakar Audu University, and FUTO, payment of outstanding 25 to 35% salary arrears, settlement of promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and remittance of outstanding third-party deductions. Away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion naira in August 2025, up from 185 billion naira recorded in July. And according to its monthly report summary for August 2025, the company's revenue rose to 4.655 trillion naira compared to 4.406 trillion naira in July. It added that a total of 8.86 trillion naira had been remitted to the Federation account between January and July 2025. On production, the report showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.65 million barrels of crude oil per day in August, representing a 2.9% decline from 1.7 million barrels per day in July. Gas output also fell by 10% to 6,949 million barrel per day from 7,722 million barrel per day in the previous month. NNPCL attributed the decline to scheduled maintenance across some upstream facilities in alignment with Nigeria's LNG turnaround maintenance, where it said industry-wide collaboration was ongoing to ramp up production after the exercise. Moreover, having provided updates on gas infrastructure projects, the company disclosed that the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano AKK gas pipeline had reached 84% completion, with construction activities progressing on multiple fronts to accelerate delivery. Now let's talk about Nigeria, as if this secured a major milestone in its digital trade transformation with the global registration of its tax and identification number and the approval of the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) as the country's people authority. The achievement made possible with the support of the Standards Organization of Nigeria registers Nigerian tax ID under the ISO/IEC 6523 International Coding System, giving Nigerian individuals and businesses international recognition in cross-border transactions. PEPAL, an international accepted framework for the secure and standardized exchange of electronic documents, is already in use across Europe, Asia, and Australia, with FIRS as Nigeria's PEPAL authority. Nigerian businesses can now integrate seamlessly into the network, allowing faster payments, reduced administrative costs, and improved global competitiveness. According to FIRS, the move simplifies compliance for taxpayers and boosts confidence in Nigeria as an investment hub. This milestone simplifies compliance for taxpayers, enables smoother cross-border transactions, and strengthens confidence in Nigeria as a global trade and investment hub, the agency said in a statement. Now let's look into statistics talking. Business news. The Nigerian stock market ended last week on a positive note following the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN's Monetary Policy Committee MPC's quote in the monetary policy rate MPR by 50 basis points BPS. Consequently, the late session gains on the final 2 trading days more than offset the weak outturns. In the earlier part of last week, investor sentiment was buoyed by the MPC's first rate cut in 5 years, which drove renewed interest in equities. It will be recalled that the MPC last Tuesday reduced the MPR by 50 BPS to 27.0% from 27.50%, marking the first shift towards monetary policy easing in 5 years. The committee's decision to cut rates was primarily driven by the sustained disinflationary trend, continued stability of the naira, and robust external reserves. Analysis of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited showed that the gain in Zenith Bank by 9.1%, followed by Dangote Cement, which went up 1.7%, Stanbic IBTC gained 9.3%, WAPCO up by 4.0%, and International Bureaus garnered 10.1% to drive the NGX All-Share Index ASI higher by 0.2% week-on-week to close at 142,132.02 points from 141,845.35 points the previous week. The month-to-date and year-to-date returns improved to 1.3% and 38.1% respectively. The NGX market capitalization gained over 216 billion naira week on week to close at 89.60 trillion naira from 89.744 trillion naira the previous week. Trading activity also strengthened as both volume and value advanced by 73.8% week on week and 257.7% week on week respectively. Meanwhile, sectorial performance was mixed as the industrial goods index went up by 1.3%, followed by the consumer goods index by 1.2% and the banking index by 1.2%, while the insurance index nosedived by that. Meanwhile, now the volume of trade between Nigeria and China increased by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July of 2025 for the first half of 2025 compared to the same period in 2024. For the first half of 2024, China's Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yuqing, disclosed this during a reception to mark China's 76th founding anniversary, Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yan Yuqing revealed that Nigeria is now China's second largest trading partner in Africa and attributed the growth in trade to the upgrade of bilateral relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership during the 2024 Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, where she emphasized that cooperation in areas such as infrastructure, energy resources, trade, culture, and education has been expanding, delivering tangible benefit to both nations. Meanwhile, the envoy noted that despite global economic challenges, China's economy remained resilient with a 5.3% GDP growth in the first half of 2025 and continued global leadership in innovation. She praised the Chinese community in Nigeria for their contribution to cultural exchange, development, and charity, urging them to act as bridge builders to further strengthen ties. And lastly, let's talk figures. Now, despite moves by the federal government mandating value addition before export, the value of raw materials exported from Nigeria rose drastically year-on-year by 159% to about 1.87 trillion naira in the first half of 2025 from 719.66 billion naira recorded in the corresponding period of last year. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics also revealed a 67.8% quarter-on-quarter increase in exports in the period under review compared to 1.11 trillion naira in the previous half year 2024. Analysis of the data over the past 3 years shows a rising trend in the raw materials export, as the 719.66 billion naira recorded in the first half of 2024 also represent a 108.3% increase over the 345.51 billion naira recorded in the first half of 2023. The bulk of raw materials exported during the period is mainly urea, whether or not an aqueous solution exported to Brazil. This was followed by non-monetary gold, including gold plated with platinum in powder from exported to Switzerland. The surge runs contrary to the several moves by the federal government to discourage the export of raw materials without value addition. Last year, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, announced a 10-year roadmap aimed at transforming Nigeria's raw material sector with a target of achieving 60% value addition by 2034. We emphasize the importance of improving the value of Nigeria's raw material before export, citing benefits such as job creations, domestic manufacturing growth, and a strengthened naira. Now we've come to the end of the news story this afternoon on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for staying connected to us. To listen to more fresh news updates, please subscribe to our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us across all our social media platforms, Instagram, X, TikTok, and Facebook at ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for being there. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Halla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none.
Good afternoon, consumers. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Welcome to Product Review on ConsumerHallaTV. This is where we inform potential buyers about merit, drawbacks, including features of product. I am Ire Ayomikunle Eke. Please, all review on this program is not of critics, but based on transparent functionality about different products in their various contexts. On today's product review, we are venturing into the world of art by exploring camera on today's program. Yes, camera can be a tool for creating art, just the way photography is a recognized art form that uses a camera to capture and express creative visions. Many artists use cameras to capture reality, by making a documentation of the world around them. Cameras are used to tell stories and also to convey narratives through images. With the use of composition of light and shadow, camera can be used to express emotions by evoking feelings and moods through photograph. However, photography has been recognized as an art form since the 20th century, and many museums, galleries, and art institutions showcase a lot of photographic works. A camera is a device that captures and records visual images, either still or moving, using a combination of lenses, sensors, and processing technology. It allows users to preserve memories, tell stories, and express their creativity through photography and videography. With advancement in technology, cameras have evolved to offer improved image quality, increased functionality, and enhanced user experience. Give or take, I can tell you the camera is part of our recent and daily update, coupled with the fact of modern technology. Today's review will be centered on Sony camera and Canon product. And joining us on this conversation, for more enlightenment, I have Oluwabusayo Shodobi, a seasoned photographer who knows his onions, the CEO of Business Media. He joins us virtually on the program. All right, Mr. Busayo, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us on the program this hour.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kunle. Thank you for having me here.
Good afternoon. I love that. That's quite sharp. Now let's get on the conversation proper. What are the key features and benefits of each camera model? So, looking about Canon and Sony camera.
Okay, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm also a photographer, right? So I use Canon, but there is difference between Canon and what's it called, Sony. I use Canon. Most people use Sony. Most people use Canon because they are more of affordable camera. They can be this very expensive, but Canon is it's generally regarded as one of the best you can use in terms of your portrait shooting of pictures, for wedding, for different activities, video and all. It also gives a color tone scheme to be perfect when you are taking a portrait picture or wedding picture. Are you getting me? And that is for Canon. Are you with me? Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. Please go on, Mr. Busayo.
Okay. Why Sony is very advanced in terms of autofocus. Sony is very advanced in terms of autofocus. It is more used in terms of for video, for portrait, as well for wedding, for events. But me personally, I make use of Canon. I'm used to Canon, but there's no camera I can make use of, but I make use of Canon because Canon is very light when you carry it around, and to give you the exact when you are shooting your pictures, probably outdoor, indoor, whatsoever. So I will always recommend Canon. Thank you.
All right, that's a very beautiful insight there. How do both cameras, Canon and Sony, compare in terms of image quality? You just made mention of autofocus earlier on, and the low light performance. Comparing the two together, the two brands, Canon and Sony camera, how do they operate in terms of quality and low light performance, including autofocus?
Okay, I would say for Sony is more best for low light. Are you getting? Sony is more best for low light and also autofocus. But Canon is not something that can really work for you in terms of low light. Sony, you can use it when there's no light, when you're having more of indoor shoots without you using much of your light. You can use Sony. JK. Why Canon? You must always use light, because when you use Canon without your light, it will give there will be a much noise when you take a picture, and when you have noise in your picture, it will bring out the quality or the exact focus or goals you want to achieve from it. But just like Sony, when you use a low light while using your Sony, you will always get a quality picture compared to Canon. Canon, it's either you use your eye light in terms of setting out your light, your snow, all like that, increasing your ISO and all like that. Thank you.
All right, you stating that. I think that will lead us to this aspect. What are the target audience for each camera brand, looking in the view of Canon and Sony?
Come again, please. I can't hear you.
All right, having you state the earlier answers, the feedback, I think that would lead us to this point. What are the target audiences for each camera brand, the Canon and Sony brands?
Oh, that is nice. I would say both of them are very good targets in the market. Sony is very expensive. Canon too is very expensive. There are new products of Sony that is coming out now, and there are new products of Canon that is coming out now. But both are very valuable in the market, because when you get them, they are going to give you what you want in terms of your images, wildlife, lifestyle, portrait, wedding, whatsoever. Canon and Sony are very good value for the market. When you have them, you are good to go. They will definitely give you whatsoever you want in terms of your shoot, in terms of video, content, whatsoever, and it. Both are very good value to the market. But to be honest, both cameras are very expensive. So having them is just like you having a baby. So you have to be very careful. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Busayo. Can you hear me well?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yeah,
Hello,
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
I think the network was causing a breach between you at your end there and me here in the studio as well. So we couldn't get what you were trying to narrate to us better. So if you can hear me, if you wouldn't mind, what are the target audiences for each camera brand? Let's review that question again. Let's review that again.
Okay, hold on, please. Give me some minutes, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Busayo. All right. If you're just joining.
Okay. Now I can get you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you well, perfectly fine, Mr. Busayo. I just asked earlier
Okay.
on that what are What are the target audiences for each camera brand?
Okay, like I would say, the target for each camera brands are very essential, are very general to the market. Reason because Canon EOS M50 has Canon provide new camera, new how would I put it, new just like you having an iPhone, new product. Canon has its new product. Canon Sony too has its new product. So I would say they are both very good. They give great color, great auto shoot, like auto focus. They are both very good in the market. They are both they have their own value that they give. Like Canon now, Canon is a rebel whereby it gives eye system whereby both are good, and at the same time they both give new images quality, because before you even take it to editing, while taking the picture, it will give you the exact what you want in terms of the images, the quality. So the two gives a very good market value to the audience. Canon and Sony, they are both very good. So that is what I would say. If I would change my camera from Canon now, I would go for Sony. But Sony is more kind of higher a little than Canon. But they are both very good in the market. Most photographers, most videographers use Sony and Canon. They are both very good in the market. Thank you.
All right, interesting, Mr. Busayo. If I'm not mistaken, just meaning to trying to say that the target audiences for Sony brand and Canon brand are the same, right? All right, this is product review on ConsumerHallaTV, and we are having this section right now with Mr. Busayo Shonobi, the CEO of Busanes Media, the seasoned photographer, and we're reviewing Canon camera and Sony camera. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for still joining us, and we still have Mr. Busayo Shonobi, the CEO of Busanes Media.
Busanes Media. Thank you.
Busanes Media. Thank you so much, Mr. Busayo. And we are having an overview looking at Canon camera and Sony camera. And before we had that short break, I was trying to tell us that these two cameras have the same target audience, talking about it in the overview. Mr. Busayo, what are sensors in cameras, and what are the differences in sensor technology between Sony and Canon cameras?
Can you come again, please?
All right, Mr. Busayo, what are sensor ring cameras, and what are the differences in sensor technology between Sony and Canon cameras?
Okay, I would say Sony has a stacked. Sony has a stacked. Are you getting me? And it has this global shutter speed. It's a global shutter speed, and it has its own stack. That is for Sony. You can use Sony to take wildlife animals from a far distance, from a close shot, from a close distance. Are you getting? Why Sony is of dual pixel, and it has its own standard as well in terms of most especially using of EOS RX Canon camera, and it has its own standard CMOS. Thank you.
All right, interesting, Mr. Busayo. You spoke about autofocus earlier on. How do camera autofocus system compares in terms of speed and accuracy, and what are the video compatibilities of each camera, including the resolution, the frame rate, and the stabilization?
Okay, thank you. So I would say in that aspect, they both have a high resolution. Are you getting it? They both have a high resolution, And just like Canon has its own pixel in terms of there is prime lens, there is zoom lens for Canon. Likewise as Sony. So like because I make use of Canon than Sony, so I would say I know more of Canon. Canon has prime lens which is of 80, which is of 50 mm, and we have zoom lens of 24 to 105. So these are very good for autofocus in terms of video capturing moments, creating memories, art with it. So I would say Canon has the good aspect of that. Likewise as Sony is mostly used in terms of video. Most people use Sony for video, unlike Canon, trust me, every photographer will use Canon for pictures in terms of wedding, every event. But most videographers and photographers will also use this same Sony for video because it has more of autofocus in capturing your video, every details of it compared to Canon.
If I hear you well, Mr. Busayo, because while answering the other minutes, the first line you made mention of is about high resolution.
Yes,
high
please.
resolution, we are talking about, is this in autofocus or about what context exactly?
Yeah, it is about the content of what exactly you want to achieve. Do you get? Maybe it's an outdoor, maybe it's an indoor. So there is a very high resolution while taking your the concept of whatever you want to achieve along the line in terms of your depth field of taking pictures or video angles whatsoever like that. Thank you.
In as much as we are looking at the brand name where we want to buy a camera, I believe that the battery life is something we need to take very serious. Mr. Busayo, what are the battery life expectations for each camera, and are there any power saving features of battery life of those two brands, Sony camera and Canon camera?
I would say there is a battle life reason because they are both very valuable in the market. You will see different professionals that make use of Canon and Sony, so they are both like a competitor to each other. Are you getting me? They are both like competitor to each other, so they both have a battle life. Yeah.
So in the battery life view, which one is more stronger between these two brands that you can vouch for anybody to go for, or maybe let's say photo artists to go for?
Oh, I would say Canon. I would go for Canon. I will advise people to go for Canon.
No, so
because it's yes, and it's very strong compared to what's it called? Sony can be very fragile. Are you getting me? But Canon is very very durable compared to Sony. Thank you.
Interesting. Mr. Busayo, you've been a seasoned and experienced photographer. How do the cameras perform in real life world shooting scenarios such as sports, portraits or landscapes? And which of these cameras do you think is suitable? Would you advise a seasoned photographer to use this season that we have now, talking about this era?
I will keep advising them to use the Canon. I won't say because I'm used to Canon, right? I make use of Canon, but I would say Canon is still one of the best that give the best shoot you want to give wherever you go to. For example, if you are attending.
Hello, Mr. Busayo. Are you still there with us? All right, this is Product Review on ConsumerHallaTV, and we are having a detailed conversation. This is where we form potentials about the merits and drawbacks of products, not based on critics, but based on transparent functionality of each product according to their various contexts. And today's edition, we're citing about camera. Interesting because absolutely we cannot dispute the fact that a camera is part of what we use in our day-to-day lives. We have them everywhere, and in context we're reviewing Canon camera and also Sony camera, and we have a seasoned photographer this afternoon, Mr. Busayo Shonobi, the CEO of Busanes Media. He's a seasoned photographer, beg your pardon, rather there. And we'll be right back. Thank you so much for still staying with us. Thank you so much for still being there with us, for watching product review on ConsumerHallaTV. Please do that. You can follow us on all our social media platforms, and you can do well to subscribe to YouTube channel ConsumerHallaTV. This is product review where we inform potential buyers about the drawbacks, merit of products based on their transparent functionality. Today's edition, we're exploring the world of art, and we are in context, we're reviewing camera, the ties between Canon camera and Sony camera. We have Mr. Busayo Shonobi. Mr. Busayo Shonobi, you being a seasoned and experienced photographer, how do cameras perform, in real-world shooting scenarios such as sport, landscape, and portrait? And which of the camera do you think is suitable, or would you advise a seasoned photographer to use this season?
Okay, thank you for your question. So aside me using Canon, right, but I would still advise that photographers should make use of Canon camera. The reason because it's a camera that give you a sweet spot of what you want to achieve in terms of your depth field of your pictures, whatsoever lifestyle that you want to achieve. It gives a quality sensor of the features of the depth of field of what you want to achieve in taking your images. Are you getting me? And also, it's a camera that includes every autofocus, every functions that is more very lenient even for someone that is not well lenient to understand. We'll be able to read, go through it, and understand that this camera, this function that gives all this stuff. Thank you.
Right, interesting. Mr. Busayo, you're Yoruba man, and there is a Yoruba adage that says the soup that is sweet, it all depends on money. So people even say better soup na money killer, or better don't look. Let's look at the price and value for money. How do the cameras compare each other in terms of price and value for money? Which one is on the high side and which one is affordable? We never can say. Someone might be there that wants to buy a camera and is actually planning to go for each of this brand we're reviewing on the program. So how do the camera compare in terms of price and value? Which one is on the high side and which one is affordable?
Okay, I would say are very on the high side. Both are very affordable. Are you getting me? But depends on what you think you can get at that moment. I use Canon. Like I've said, Canon has new different products now. We have Canon Mark 3D, we have Canon 60, we have Canon UXR, we have Sony. So I would say Sony is more expensive than Canon, but this new product of Canon expensive than old Sony. But it's just that you bringing it will be getting more expensive due to the images, the quality of what you are bringing out to the market. So at this moment, I will advise that someone can go for Canon because it's still kind of less expensive compared to Sony. Sony is very more expensive than Canon. For at this moment, I will advise that someone should go for Canon than Sony. Thank you.
Interesting. Let's explore into the world of photography better now. What are the key differences in lens selection, and how do this camera build quality and durability? Comparing these two brands together.
Like I've said earlier, it's very fragile. So if we're talking about durability, I would say Canon is very durability, very durable, very reliable because it's still very strong while using it compared to Sony. Most people don't really use Sony, reason because it's very expensive. I get me, and very fragile. If anything should happen to Sony, like I don't know what to say, but compared to Canon, there's no way you go to forget something and someone you wanted to make use of someone else stuff, you can still always use the person Canon, maybe charger, battery or whatsoever, compared to Sony. If you are not using Sony, you are not using Sony. But you can go to different events and you see people using thousands of Canon camera because it's very affordable, it's very durable compared to Sony. Thank you.
Interesting. I know so well. Now let's be more factual here. Let's place it on reality resolution this minute. I know we have photography schools where people go in and know how to, learn about photography. But aside from photography school, Mr. Busayo, how many months or how many years does it take for someone to learn about photography?
Oh wow, this is a very interesting question. Photography is very deep, to be honest. Photography is very deep. Even me, as I'm still a seasoned professional, I'm still learning because there are some people who have been in the game that you see as role model that you want to learn from. Do you get? There are some concepts you believe you know. There are some new product that is coming out in terms of you snapping, editing, all those kind of things. So I would say if you want to learn photography, it will take you maybe like, I would say 6 months, 3 months, or a year, because it depends on how vast the person might be. Are you getting me? I did mine for like 6 months. To be honest, I'm still learning more. I'm still very learning. Even professionals that I believe they've gone ahead of me, because photography is very broad. It's very broad in terms of everything, the concept, the creativity, your editing, all of that. So I would say it takes time. It takes time.
Absolutely, Mr. Oluwabusayo. I cannot realize that photography is wide because anybody that is a mass comm student can testify. Because I remember vividly well, we did a whole lot of courses related to photography. But I think it was just an credit from my end just to pass, and I knew that my area of specialization would not be on photography, but related to what I'm doing here, broadcasting. So, what can you say about your industry in decades to come, and what does it feel like to be a successful photographer?
Yeah, to be a successful photographer, right? I would say firstly, it's God. God is a gift of crafts. First, put God first. Are you getting it? Put God first. And also, to be a successful photography, be kind, show hospitality, show love to your clients, to your clients. Are you getting it? Because these are the people that pay your bills. So show hospitality, show kindness, show love, and at the same time, you be able to grow harmonious relationship with your clients, with your staffs also. For you to be successful, it's not about your work on the social media. Because for example, you now, I've known you for a year now, it's a thing you can refer me when you see a good job that I've done. Are you getting me? So I would say referral goes a long way. So for you to get a referral, it depends on the harmonious relationship you built with that person. So I would say for you to be a successful professional photographer, you put God first, be prayerful, be good at your work.
All right, this is a product review on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for still being there. We've been having a thoughtful conversation with Mr. Busayo Shonepi, the CEO of Busanes Media, giving us some deep insight about Canon camera products and Sony camera products. It has been a very exciting and insightful review over there. Let's take a short break. It's a product review on ConsumerHallaTV. All right, thank you so much for still staying glued to the screen. It's product review on ConsumerHallaTV. Mr. Busayo, in the next 5 years, what can you say about photography industry? What can you say about your industry in the next 5 years? What do you see of it?
In the next 5 years, like me, I would have God first. God, I have my own plan, but it was the best for me. Right? In the next 5 years, I want to see this media worldwide go globally, whereby we recruiting people, we train people for them to gain this knowledge, this skill, for them to be potential and add value to them personal as an individual. our community, to the society, and to the world. So in the next 5 years, trust God, Buzanes Media is going worldwide. It's going by God's grace. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Busayo, for joining us on the conversation on today's edition of Product Review. We appreciate you. All right, thank you so much for joining us on the conversation. That was such a insightful one, having a seasoned photographer to tell us a whole lot, of view in reference to Sony camera and Canon camera. I got a whole lot, and I can tell it to you that from what he said, I have a take home saying Canon with lights, Canon, I beg your pardon, rather, and neat eye lights, unlike Sony. Sony can operate under low lights, and both operate under high resolution in the context of autofocus. That's quite a beautiful and an insightful one there. Another beautiful edition of Product Review. We'll be back again, same time, same station next week. Please stay with us for the next program. I am Ire Ayo Mikoleki, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Please note that all review and content of this program is not based on critics, but based on transparent functionality in context of the product we are reviewing on the program. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
Of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive. Welcome to another entertaining edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And you know what? Once the screen time clock, you clock it. On this show, you enjoy exclusive interviews, top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, and new movie release updates. I am Iremofe Kofoworola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength. As you all know, I never walk alone. I am always with the gorgeous and ageless screen goddess, the one and only Kikelomo Ajibola.
Hi guys. Alright, good evening and welcome to another beautiful edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola, and this is the man clothed in wealth and strength. As you can see, we're going to be having a lot of fun today. I think I keep on saying every episode we're going to have fun. But how are we going to top the fun we had last week? I don't know, but can you guys guess it? As usual, we have a guest in the house, and we cannot wait to bring the person. I don't want to use gender. It's suspense. It's suspense.
You say on Screen Time, they can always catch it
exclusively.
You get the scoop here because you can't get it elsewhere.
Nowhere else.
That's why Screen Time is different. And today, we will be having discussion. But in as much as we're having discussion, we are also enjoying ourselves.
Yeah.
Because
we do enjoy ourselves a lot on the show.
Yeah. And so we'll be looking at live on sets as an actress.
You heard that right. We've been bringing men.
I've given them a clue that the person is an actress anyway. But
yeah, I'm just saying we've been bringing men. Iremofe has been winning. Iremofe has been winning me on the program, but today it's gonna be 2 versus 1, and we're going to be 2 female. We're twin, and she's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
What are the odds? Last week we matched with the person that came. Today I'm matching with her. Let her come. You know what? Let her come. And then you have white.
Yeah,
oh my God.
We
are going to be having a lot of. I can't wait for this person to come on the program. It's not easy to be a woman anywhere in the world because of always the gender back and forth, and I'm interested in knowing how it is for a woman to be on set. Men come here, they've actually mentioned the fact that it can be very tough, it can be this, it can be that. But for women that has a little hormonal issues, mood swings here and there, menstrual cycle, and they still have to shoot. And then some of them are even still married, they still need to cater for their children, and also they need to still cater for family and everything. So how is she able to merge this thing? And how is it especially on set. That's what I'm you know, I like the tea. I always like the tea. The tea is always interesting. I love gist. Forget that I'm a broadcaster. I personally love gist. I think I'm the number one.
When it comes to gist,
it has to be me.
And it's so interesting that when you look at set life, even irrespective of gender now.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, it's a lot.
Many behind the scenes. And so interesting that last week you had someone who is a BTS
person,
and he talked about life behind the scene. And so now we have a guest who is going to be discussing with us what the experience is like, because people see the end result,
but you don't see the effort, the amount of sweat, the blood, everything,
the tears and everything
that's gone into.
Really,
you know, like you said. Anyways, I said it earlier on. Guys have come here and they've explained how difficult it is to be. So what is it? How does it feel like to be a woman on set? You know, and then you have a lot of these roles you have to play. Family is there, your friends, and I don't know how it is. How
marry all of these things together. I'll start you a question before our guest comes on board. You are a lady. You have your set life too. You know, I mean, so how is it your set life as a journalist now, not as an actress for you? You know, you are the list of many guys.
I do enjoy myself most of the time. I do enjoy myself most of the time. And it's always good to have people that care, like kind of care about the job and they work as a team. That's what I would say. But it's not always the same for everybody. I've been on maybe like a 2 movie set. It may not be a big budget one, but it's always hard. It's always difficult. And you know, especially if you're probably shooting for a stretch, maybe like 2-3 days. And I was saying it that Chineye, I think I mentioned that last week. Chineye also have a documentary of her life set, and for what they do. Oh my God, this is very, very tasky. And you know, for women, the dress, to make up themselves, it's a whole lot.
That makeup you mentioned.
You have to clean, you have to come back.
I always wonder how they do it.
And the hairdo, maybe even shot in a whole day, but they have different hairdo. How do these things come together? So that's what I'm saying, that it's a whole lot, because even women to dress up in our house compared to a man is totally different. So now you have to shoot maybe like a 50 scene in 3 days. You have to do all of these things. And I'm very sure we do the lady men on set. So I'll put that out there.
So guys, she's not that person. Should I tell them now? I mean,
I don't know. Should we come?
No, when the guest is there, I'm going to do the proper introduction.
Exactly.
All right, sir. So I said, sir. All right, ma. All right. I'm just excited. So stay glued to your screen.
We're bringing the guest.
The guest is right.
Coming. She's here.
Drum roll.
No, let her come here. We'll bring the drum roll.
All right. All right, guys. I mean, I am more than happy today, because I mean, this actress is one of such actresses that you'd always love to watch on screen. And I remember our role in Finding Me. I mean, in Finding Me and the series The Wives and several other projects she has really featured in, and I'm so happy that she's there. So today we have no other person than the beautiful Nollywood actress Sharon Rotimi. Right, good to have you on the show today.
Good to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, thank you, because I knew how we went back and forth with the dates and all that. So I mean, we are both happy that
I'm very, very happy, because we have always been having guys on the program. You're the second. I think she's the second lady.
I'm glad for you that you have some feminine energy.
Exactly, as I'm saying. I'm saying that we are 2 against 1 today, not 2 against me. So today's going to be fun. It's going to be you in the middle, and I'm all for it. I'm so excited.
I love it for you.
Thank you very much. Oh, she passed the vibe check.
All right. I must say, I know it's not easy being an actress, and you know, we have so many challenges and all that, and we are trying to look at the challenges you face as an actress, especially set life. You know, it's a whole lot. But before we delve into all that, can you please share with us how your career started as an actress. Just take us down memory lane, how everything began. Have you been acting from
child?
From no,
You know,
when she
some
was in
people,
the womb.
yeah. Honestly, you know, some people will say they started acting when they were in the womb. I don't understand what's going on there.
Maybe you never can tell.
You never can tell.
She can only tell us, you know.
I don't think I would have remembered if that was the case. But for professionally, it's been 2 years.
Wow.
But, you know, just
but it's like
but
several years.
Yes, but unprofessionally, of course, it started, you know, with church dramas, stuff in school. But then I grew older and I thought I wanted to be a doctor.
Oh, so cute.
Operative were being thought. Okay. And then along the line, I just I came to realization that, you know, this is what I really want to do. And skirted around the issue for years until 2022 when I was working in 9 to 5. I worked for a fintech, in marketing for a fintech, and I just sat down in the office one day and I said, this is not the life that I want to live. And then I started Googling film schools.
Wow.
And then I finally attended Del York in 2022. Finished in 2022, did auditions upon auditions, and then finally in 2023, I got my first official role as an actor, and it was a lead role of The Wives.
Oh, wow. So
sweet.
That means The Wives had been
was
short
yeah.
before.
So my first year, so it was 2023. It was
wow.
before any other thing. Like a couple of projects came out before The Wives came out this year. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that's a whole lot. So, before we talk more about the set live, you were in Finding Me, and you played a very interesting character. And I'm like, whoo! I mean, so how was it like getting that particular gig?
Yeah, it was. I call it miraculous, sort of. I don't know if they had any other options for actors before then, because I think I was reached out to a day or two before we started shooting. A producer asked me to send a monologue, and then I got the part, and yes,
and you killed it.
I did. I'm glad you think so.
Finding Me is a very beautiful movie.
Yes.
I love Finding Me. I always say, like, it was one of the most beautiful projects from Artificial. I really do love Finding Me, and your role was beautiful. I remember finishing Finding Me, and I had to call him. I'm like, have you seen Finding Me?
Seriously?
No, the movie was amazing.
I'm glad that I got to do a film like that. It tells a very important story.
Yeah, very, very important, actually.
Yeah, so Kike, would you want to ask her, since you are twinning with her today, so I don't want to...
I guess I'm supposed to be the one to answer the questions, actually. The thing I wanted to ask you is, we've seen, I think I would actually mention Chineye Nebe again. She does document set life most of the time. And we could see some of Uchenna Abunabo showing us some clips that didn't make it.
Yeah.
To the that's funny because I don't understand. I didn't know quite. I didn't really realize that there are some scenes that you would shoot, but I wouldn't still make it. Yeah. So it's like, so you went. That means like all this effort has to be streamlined, and then somebody will now sit down in their house and have a lot to say about Nollywood and say, oh, this is what's happening. This is what happening. Yeah, everybody have the entitlement to their opinion. I just feel like people's efforts should also be crowned. Yeah, very, very appreciated. So as an actress, we all know when it comes to the world generally, feminine or being a female person can be quite challenging. Getting our gigs, you said it that Finding Me, you were contacted, but sometimes I think you audition.
You do audition too.
Yeah. So how is it auditioning as a female in Nigeria?
Thing is, it's a very interesting question because there are conjectures about what it is like or what happens. But I can only speak
for yourself.
Yes, for myself based on my experience. I think it's pretty much been the same for every new actor who's trying to get out of that space where nobody really knows you.
Yeah.
So it's lots of auditions, lots of sending in tapes, lots of posting on social media, because these days social media, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
That part. I'm not a huge fan of
social media.
Yeah, especially Instagram. I'm not a fan.
Oh.
But yeah, so there's a lot of that. So it's tough, but when it clicks, it's very rewarding.
I agree.
Yes. So this profession is a very passion-driven profession. If you're in here for the
fame,
yeah, the money,
you get frustrated easily.
Exactly.
But if it's something that you really love, you just understand that it's part of the
process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody, many actors I've looked up to will tell you that the audition is part of work.
So
don't let anybody say because you've not gotten like a paid gig yet, you're not working. You're a working actor because auditioning is part of the work. Yes.
I even think these people already have a big face. They still go for some audition.
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. That's
very thing.
It's not just. It's not. Oh, I know.
And
you have to see if you're the right fit for the character.
That's very interesting. So you are still working regardless of your.
Even finding me, even though they contacted me, I still auditioned because they asked me to send
a monologue.
So if they weren't impressed with it,
they wouldn't have actually called you.
Yes.
So now let me ask you a very interesting question. Still with Chinaya Nebe, she does document. Maybe they are shooting like a 50-cent series, and they are shooting it in like 5 days. Probably even like 3 days, and then you are doing the makeup, you're removing your makeup, you are doing another hairdo for a new scene, you are coming back to, you are moving from one place to another. How is it like?
Girl, it is stressful. It is stressful. I recently did a project that we had to shoot in 4 days.
Wow.
And before anybody starts talking about it, should, because I used to be that person, I used to be like, how are you shooting a feature film in 3 days, in 4 days? Guys, let's calm down. Our climate sometimes.
Oh yeah, especially during this time. Yeah.
No, I don't mean like climate.
Okay.
Weather-wise, I mean like the
kind
film,
of structure.
Okay, the structure.
Yes.
Wait, the movie, is it for? People now will say Nollywood, YouTube movies.
I wouldn't know. I don't know where it's going to end up. But I just know we had to shoot for this. Oh my god, it was stressful. We had to shoot late into the night sometimes.
Yeah.
And while sometimes I have to take stuff like Lucozade, but sometimes it doesn't work, and I'm feeling sleepy, and I just want to sleep for 5 minutes, and then somebody's waking me because I want to mic me.
I'm like, can you please leave? Can I sleep?
Can you please let me think?
Exactly. Oh my god, I remember. Oh, you just brought something interesting in.
The guy.
Yeah, the prince guy.
Yes,
that's funny.
But, it's a lot of stress. But then again, like I said, it's stress that I like.
Passion.
I love that part.
Once again, passion. She's very right about the passion.
Yes.
If you are not passionate about it, I don't think you can survive it. You can survive because just like you said that you feel dizzy, you feel this. I could remember, I think it was a set that Chinaya had to receive a drip from a nurse.
Oh,
she's removing her drip and then she's going back to work. And I'm like,
oh my goodness,
what's going on? I want to ask a very interesting question. Do you people think as females, you do delay the male actors? With your dressing, with your...
It's not delaying. We've got to do what we got to do. I don't know if makeup has to be done. It has to be done. If, changing has to be done. We require a little bit more effort, right? But I don't think I'll call it delaying.
Okay.
It's just...
You have to just do it. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl, period. You see, today's going to be fun. You are there, you don't understand what's going on.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
How can we evolve?
Don't be sorry. Let him enjoy. I'm so enjoying this today.
Today we pass.
Oh no.
Another day will come.
Why
are you threatening her?
Thank you. Oh my God.
I come from wherever I am because of you.
Such a darling. You're such a sweetheart.
Anyway, let's talk about challenges you face while on set. So I know sometimes you have altercations, you have issues with probably people behind the scene. I mean, people, the technical or crew members, and even with your fellow cast, actors sometimes. How do you handle such challenges?
So first things, any system that involves human will involve some sort of friction because it's different people with their individuality. Yes. Everybody has a way they think things should go, but at the end of the day, it's everybody coming together as a team to do whatever it is that we need to do. So it's not very unlikely that you'll find friction in one way or the other. I think it's just, first, it has to be an environment that, you know, encourages non-toxicity, right? You know, if it's an environment that allows, you know, people express their creativity, you know, freely, these things will happen. But, you know, if it's in a very warm, receptive environment, these things are easy to get over. So it's not unlikely that in a project there will not be any form of, but I think it's also important that people try their best as much as it is within their power to not let these things spiral out of control.
Exactly.
Yes. So if it's two mad people going
I can imagine.
there's going to be a lot of chaos, you know.
Yeah.
But if it's, let's assume that one person is mad and the other person is a little bit more controlled, you can, you know, somehow manage that and, you know, find ways around it. So it's not unlikely that such things will happen. It's just, first, what's the general environment like? What's the leadership like? And then, you know, how do we settle this thing? Yes.
Very interesting.
Interesting.
And it's just like you said, whenever it involves humans, we always have some kind of conflict. Yeah. But going back to set life, what's the hardest set you've ever been on, and what's the most craziest experience? What's that?
What's that craziest experience you've had?
She said, let's keep.
Let's not talk about it.
Really? No.
Moved on.
You moved on for it.
Let's just move on.
You moved on for it. Are you sure?
Yes,
Because it's kind of still a trigger.
Yeah, I'm triggered right now. Well, yes, let's move on. Let's not talk about it.
Wow.
We are not talking about the hardest set life. What about the craziest experience?
Craziest? Well, maybe it's probably still this one that I said we had to do for
4 days.
4 days, yes. It took a lot of sacrifice from everyone involved.
Wow.
Because they were going to try to move it to 5 days, but then I had to be on a different
set on the 5th day.
So there was no way there was no way, and I was playing lead.
Wow.
So there was no way. So everybody had to put in the work. We worked, and there was a time we worked like almost
24 hours.
Everybody had to work back to back. It was crazy. Girl. it was crazy. I don't think I've ever worked myself that way before, but my way of dealing with such things is, you know, silence. And when I get silent, everybody's always worried. And I'm saying, see, this is just my way. It's just my way.
Yeah, copy. Like, can you just let me be? I'm not going to be like, I need to just breathe.
What would you rather I do? I start raking for everybody. I start no. Just, and I know I have like a mean mug, or I have like a resting, pardon my French, big face.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just my way of coping.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I really do like that. That thing that you just said now. Yeah, you've vindicated me. I love that.
Interesting. Now let's look at it. You've been on different sets and on different projects, and you know you have different experiences with different projects and all of that. So now, if you were to, not kind of advice anyway, but if you were to say anything to filmmakers generally now, what would it be concerning set life? Because sometimes you hear some people tell you, especially if they are just promising actors, people are up and coming, they tell you they don't even get fed, they don't even get proper remuneration, no incentive, nothing. They just go there and nobody pays you and all of that. And away from that, even as someone who is celebrated already, so what advice would you give them concerning set life?
Somebody has asked me the same question, and it's the same answer I'll give. I don't have like a really super complicated. It's very simple actually. Consideration for the next person. It's not rocket science, and I'm saying this as someone who has experienced really awful treatment on set, and somebody who has experienced like really good treatment on set. I'm so grateful for the wives. I'll forever be grateful for the wives, because it sort of set a standard for me as to what to expect on film set. Those people, they gave me very unrealistic expectations, because once I after that set, I thought, oh, this is where it's going.
Everything. Okay.
Shake it. Tell me. But yes. So like I said, it set the standard for me. It was with that I realized that it is possible to have a non-toxic filming it, experience, and to have people who are still dedicated to doing the work and doing it right and doing it on time. So it's just consideration for the next person. Even if you have experienced harsh treatment, I think that should be some sort of fuel for you to decide that if you ever are in a position of power, nobody will have to go through the same thing again. And I wish everybody had that same
ideology.
Yes, because I remember the line producer for The Wives. I was on set. It was after my first or second week, and she was asking, how has it been so far? I was like, and to be fair, when I was coming into the industry, people had already told me to get ready, that some people would do this and treat you with this, but it's been really nice on this set. And she was like, yes, that it was on purpose. She did that on purpose, because she knows how she was treated when she just came into the industry. And she told herself that no actor would feel that way.
Go through what she went through.
I feel like if everybody just had that same, this would be a really, really good place. And it would be nice to have like functioning, strictly functioning, functional guilds. Like there's some things that should not be a consistent happening if we have like very functional, strong systems put in place to curb certain excesses.
I think I like what you just said about the fact that if everybody had the same ideology, that what I went through I wouldn't go through, because some people actually do pass trauma to other people. Like what I've gone through, I would actually do that to you. You will not find it easy with me, I think you already asked I would still ask you the question. What's that set that you still want to bring back to life? Like if you then ask you why you should just say
back the house of time.
She just said it right now.
I'm not going to lie. I've worked on a couple of beautiful sets. There was one when I went to Ibadan to film. Oh, I loved that experience. I remember coming into Lagos that night and I was just hissing. It's not.
Wait, Ibadan, you went to Ibadan?
Please don't.
You went to Ibadan?
I went to Ibadan to film.
Okay.
Yes, and it was just, I wasn't going home with a headache at night. That's saying. I wasn't, there was traffic, but it wasn't that, stressful. It wasn't so loud. Why can't Lagos be like this?
How many days did you leave using Ibadan, please?
No, it was just 5 days.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
Oh my God. But yes, that was
that's why. Ibadan, no, that's a place for crazy people.
Because of course it was my first experience, and it's just somewhere in my memory. It just set a standard for me. I didn't see people speaking to crew members anyhow. I didn't see actors talking to crew members anyhow. I didn't see crew members being rude. Everybody was just, it just felt like teamwork. It just felt really good. Man.
But then The Wives is still number one.
I don't know if I don't want to put number one, number two in my
head.
But
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really
the one that you really do enjoy yourself.
It was the first. It was the first year I experienced. Yes.
If you would say how many states you've been to in Nigeria because of work?
Okay. Let me start with Ibadan. I've been to Osun State, Abuja, Jos. Did I go to Kaduna? No, I didn't go. Benin. Enugu. Off the top of my head, that's what I can remember.
Interesting.
Yes.
I mean, so you've gone to the north, the east.
Yes.
Okay.
That was when we were filming The Artifact. We shot it across 8 different states in Nigeria.
Wow, let's talk about the yard, right?
Yes.
Your project. So how was it like being on that project?
Oh, lovely. The character I played on the yard is my favorite character yet.
Wow.
I don't know what will come in the future, but at the moment, and it was something I never played before. I never played a drug addict before. I've never been a drug addict. I don't know what cooking feels like. But I had to draw on previous experiences because I have a background in nursing.
In medicine?
Nursing.
Oh,
yes. I was
she said she wanted to be a doctor.
Yes. So I was a registered nurse. The plan was that I would leave the country and study medicine.
Aww.
Thought.
God has his own plan, yeah.
Yeah, so we did have postings. We had a posting at the neuropsychiatric hospital in Aro, Abeokuta. So I did see a few patients who were addicted to drugs. So it was easy to draw from those experiences and then research. But it was a really exciting character because it was one of the first character that I really feel like I connected with. Not necessarily because we had anything in common, but because one, I had this serious drive to want to do her justice. And then I just, at the point where I felt like I really got the character, I just connected so much. And it's one of the characters that was the hardest to leave because months after shooting, I still felt a bit to just wean myself off her. But yes, it was a really, really teachable experience.
I could see the smile.
I wanted to ask her after this question. I didn't even know you were going to bring in something that I wanted to ask about the emotions, the attachment to these particular characters. Because we could see, I think I've seen Angel Inigwe in a particular film set. On a particular film set of Money Oboli. And I think she was supposed to cry on set. But she couldn't stop even after the third court. They kept on pacifying her.
Yeah, different people with different methods. I used to be that person to like
get too connected.
Yes. Also, I keep making reference. Also, it was the set of the wives.
Oh, the wives.
I remember I'd done one scene. It was a really emotional scene, and it was kind of difficult.
Put yourself out.
And then Patrick Diabo, the man who played I'm sorry that I forgot. Because he played my husband. Yes. So he had told me that you have to find healthier ways to do this.
Yeah.
Because there are different methods that people. So some people find comfort in that method. The method I used was draw from a personal experience. Yeah, but it won't always work because whatever you're drawing from might not necessarily be the same situation as the scene you're trying to play. So you have to look for other methods to pull from, and it was very useful advice because then I had to find other things to pull for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Apart from acting, if you were to stop acting now, what other career path would you go for?
Girl, I'm coming for your job.
My job. Please come and take it. Please, I'm begging you, come.
But yes, I always liked the media space. I had a stint, yes, a presenting stint. It was for a game show, like actual games, yes. Before I think it was 2020, 2021. Yes, it was on YouTube too. So yes, I did like that. If I wasn't acting, I'll probably be producing.
Okay.
So yes, but it's just something around entertainment and film.
So it's not going to still be apart from that. I thought you studied nothing. You had fashion, babe.
No, I didn't have fashion. I thought I was going to.
You said it.
I didn't have fashion.
Okay.
Somebody. I was adopting another person's passion.
Oh.
Yes, it wasn't.
I agree. You know what? After we are done shooting, I'm going to tell you something interesting.
Okay.
After we are done, I'm not going to say it here. I'm not going to say it here. But the thing is, I think we have to round off. So now we don't. I really wish we could go on because I'm loving. I told you we're going to have fun. I told you. I promise, and I've delivered. I cooked, and you are eating.
Love it.
For me, can you describe yourself in 3 words right now? Okay.
Talented.
Intelligent. Okay. You're a nursing student. You have to be intelligent.
So talented, intelligent, open.
Open.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's very, very nice.
Yeah.
And before I allow you go, generally, and as a woman, as a lady in different sphere of life, you get admiration from the other gender. Let me put it that way. So how do you undo?
It's too fine for one to get admiration.
I mean, you understand?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I don't think.
And I was just as a beautiful woman now. How do you undo admiration from men? You understand?
By handling it.
She said by handling it.
I mean, sometimes
I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a special answer you want me to give. Like,
She's just a girl. She has to just handle it. She doesn't have a choice.
I love that.
You know, you don't understand, so you can't be in that
I can't
state.
relate.
You can't relate.
All right.
Yes, it's normal. Even if it's not with the opposite sex, like even if it's not romantic, like there are people you meet and you're just attracted to, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
Interesting. I love
That's very, very interesting.
Yeah, so I've learned a lot.
You have to. You don't have a choice.
All right. I mean, this is very interesting, but it's that time. I mean, I wish we could just go on.
I wish.
But because of our time, we just have to go now. And so, one last word for your fans. What would you tell them?
You're fine. Yeah. I'm sad. I'm sad.
So, first of all, thank you. I don't know if I don't like the word fan for some reason because it's just it there's this
separation.
Yeah.
The
walls. Let's say family.
Well.
Yeah. Maybe let's put that. I get that.
And the reason why I think so is so far, like even before anything I had done came to the airwaves, there were people who were just supportive and very, and they've been with me through the entire journey, and then more people join and it gets bigger. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for working with me.
Thank you so much. We say thank you.
I know I might not be like the typical, like, I try my best with social media. I try my best.
Please try. You're waiting.
But, and I can be better, but regardless of that, people are just
still
loyal and supportive and nice, and I just want to say thank you so much, and I hope and I will try not to disappoint you.
Oh,
so sweet.
Oh, so sweet. All right, guys, that is all we can take on this segment of Screen Time, and I'm quite sure you are still glued to your screen.
You have to.
Yeah, definitely. We go on a short break now. We'll be right back.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Just Sharon Rotimi on the program. Welcome back on the Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for still sticking with us on the program. I'm very sure we are all enjoying ourselves, and thank you so much to Sharon Rotimi for being such a delight on the program. I enjoyed myself.
Absolutely.
On the screen and behind the screen. She's such a wonderful soul. If you are not a fan of Sharon, I think you need to be a fan right now and let us know. Send her like a very beautiful message from ConsumerHallaTV. She did an amazing job, and the fact that she could easily relate to us. She was so fun to talk to. She was really open, and she answered our questions the way we wanted her to answer our questions. So once again, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. We don't take it for granted.
Never in any way would we ever take that for granted. I mean, it was a beautiful, that was a masterclass, let me say. And you know, sometimes people would not want to open up, especially when it comes to their set life.
Yeah.
And she really took us on a journey on that.
Fun.
And thank you once again. And you know, and because of our busy schedule, we have to keep, you know, looking for a very suitable time.
I wish she could still be here with us. You don't understand. I wish they were here to experience it. But I know you're going to experience it from the screen. But I'm so grateful that I was able to experience myself on the program.
Interesting one right there. So, you know, if you are a fan of screen time, you know, this show has different segments. And that was one of the segments when we bring to you exclusive interview, and you can only catch it on screen time. So moving away from that to another segment which I love so much, and I mean it's top 5 countdown, and we always look at different topics depending on whatever we discuss at the very moment. So today we are looking at top 5 female actresses who, you know, they create content. They create content around their set life. They, you know, they have vlogs whereby some have vlogs.
Some have some challenges they do with their crew members and every other thing. So
just like the way Sharon shared with us some of the experiences while filming. So these actresses too also, you know, they share with us in different ways their experiences. Alright, so coming on number 5 spot is no other person than the beautiful and delectable actress Sandra Okunzuwa. Sandra Okunzuwa is a Nollywood actress and producer whose movie credits include Something Like Gold, Honey Money, Stuck in Love, Order of Things. Sandra is an amazing actress.
I mean, I love the fact that she creates content around her set life, and she can also be so fun on set with other cast and crew members. So I'll give it to her. She knows what she's actually doing, and her movies are very beautiful, very bubbly. So as a movie like portrays her, even behind the scenes, she seems someone that is very bubbly. So Sandra Okunzuwa truly deserves a spot when it comes to sharing a little bit of what's going on set.
Interesting one.
Now, number 4, Bolaji Ogunmola. She's an actress and producer. The University of Ilorin graduate, is one of the leading actresses who document their set life, and movie credits include Somarine, Ashabi's Child, Ajoshikbo, Jakpa, Living with Bami, and 12 Life. Sandra does
Bolaji.
Bolaji Ogunmola does create a lot of content when it comes to sharing, life.
I've seen snippets. I've seen snippets of some of our productions that really encourage me. Like, I really want to, watch this. And one thing, those kind of content, one thing it does is that it's creating you that eagerness to watch that particular production. You understand? Because you've seen like, okay, or some of the challenges they went through, or some of the happy moments. It doesn't always have to be sad or sweats, tears and blood. It doesn't always have to be that. So I mean, Bolaji Ogunmola, she does beautiful content, and it's different whereby you just create those contents, but it's a difference. There is a difference rather. There's a difference whereby you take us on that journey, not just you creating it, but every detailed information we need to know concerning that production. So that is a beautiful one. All right, moving away from Auntie Bolaji, how will I say? Coming next is Tosin Olaniyan. I've seen this lady's content, and I mean, she's very creative when it comes to creating content. She is very creative. She's Tosin Olaniyan is a leading Nigerian actress whose production Big Mommy was well received. The Osun State-born actress is known for her content around set life. Interesting. I mean, they have seen countless contents whereby she should speak with older actress, older actors. She can say Shola Shorimini.
They already know how to camera. They run away. They're like, no, not this girl again. I don't want to be with this girl. Like, because she's going to be there to create chaos. Like, it is always like that. But even apart from her just joking, she does show some of her after, like, set life. So I think yes, it is very, very beautiful. It's a very, very beautiful one. Yeah. Now I think I would like you to take this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I know you like this person.
Oh, don't cast me now. Anyway, I'm happy she really, she did the honors, and I'd want to take this.
With the fact that you were 2 against 1, I'm compensating you right now with this one.
I don't need the compensation because I'm still going to pay back. So don't think this is going to be.
I'm just telling you. Okay, just do whatever.
Anyone who thinks that we think you are nice, come on.
I am nice.
Okay.
Come on, you're the one that is not being nice. You can see that I offered you this on a platter of gold, and then you are still trying to throw it back on my face. Remember, you are not a good person.
Anyway, come here on number 2 spot, moving away from whatever she wants to say, because I am not interested.
Wow.
Coming on number 2 spot is no other person than this screen goddess. Have you seen her?
Okay. That's why I said.
Have you seen her?
We've seen her.
Have you seen her?
No,
all right.
I don't think you can see without your glasses, but you could remove because of her.
Oh, definitely. No, I will only remove it for her. Don't worry.
Oh.
All right. Coming on number 2 spot is no other person than ever gorgeous, ever charming, ever delectable actress, Uche Montana. Beautiful Nollywood actress and producer Uche Montana is known for her videos on set life. Absolutely. The actress is known for Tennis Big Day, Silent Intruder, Wedding Night Blues, Teen Line, among many other productions.
She has a TV herself, Uche Montana TV.
Amazing productions.
Amazing production on that TV.
Yes.
And she does create content.
Yes,
around TV, around her set life. Even if you go on Snapchat sometimes, she's a very, very beautiful lady and she knows her onions. So I give it to her.
Uche Montana is beautiful. She's talented.
Very talented.
She knows what she's doing. Yeah.
She can connect you emotionally to a movie. You'll be like, what is going on here? Yeah, she deserves it. Now to the number one of the one that gives us the tea. Like this particular lady,
she spills it.
She gives us the tea. Like the content will be as long as the movie. I'm so much interested in it. You could see an hour plus behind the scene set of almost all the production she's been on. Chineye Inebe. Like I really do enjoy her content, and I'm so happy and grateful that she is posting this content for us, because I could see a lot of things that you wouldn't naturally think of that happens on the production. Chineye Inebe, kudos to you on this one. I don't want you to stop. I know it's not easy to film whilst you're also working, but she's combined, and you can see these videos on Chineye Inebe TV. She has a video on Tangled Ruth. She has one on the one she did with, I don't know, but some of the set life, I can't remember them, but she has a lot of beautiful videos, and she showcased the environment that they are shooting this movie, how the production is coming up, all of the crew members, she shows their face, all of the cast, she shows their face. It's a very, very beautiful one. And shout out to our PA, Ebube. Ebube is a wonderful girl.
Same Ebube?
No, not Ebube. There's another one. Her name is also Ebube.
Oh,
she's a very, very beautiful girl, and she also helps out. It's her job, but I'll give her kudos because she does a very, very beautiful job. And I love the chemistry between her and her PA. Very amazing. Now, Chineye Inebe is an actress of Nollywood, who captures a sad life experience on her vlog. The beautiful actress is known for Tangled Ruth, My Rich Crazy Girlfriend, Treasure in the Sky, and A Letter to My Husband. She has a vlog also about her set life on Treasure in the Sky. And she has a very beautiful chemistry. Yeah, with me while Lauren Femi.
Wow,
you could see their chemistry. In fact, they celebrated 2 people's birthday.
While on set.
The fair lady on
Okay, yeah, I think I remember.
She's a fair lady. She had a birthday, sharing her birthday with a crew member, so they had to bring in cakes and everything. So she shared all of those beautiful moments on set. That's why I was so happy for this production, this particular one we did today, this program. It was a very, very beautiful one because it's not easy to have your birthdays, to be on your menstrual cycle, be it a woman or a man. It's a lot of challenges, but coming from a woman aspect, I could understand that even in my house I feel so much uncomfortable if I'm in a certain mode, but now I have to work and I have to be around people I don't even want to talk to. So that's why I'm saying that it's quite different for men and women, but it is a very different. So if you want to see all of these productions, all of this vlog, how they made it, how everything is been going on, you have to go and watch Nenebe's vlog. Everything. You can just check our old vlogs, you see them there. So yeah, she deserves number one on that sport. Like nobody's taking it from her.
Interesting one. I mean, to those whose names were not mentioned and you create content, we see you, we appreciate you, and we love you. Yeah. Even there's so many people that are not here.
You can see Ekama, even Ekama Iyang.
Yeah.
Ekama Iyang also come on live. She doesn't even document, but she comes on live and show you how she's shooting. She opens her Instagram live. She's shooting live, but she's on set. She just places a camera here, and everybody can see whatever. So Ekama also does this kind of things.
Even so many actresses, even for cinema projects, even Fukakilele does.
All of them do. Even Iyabo Ojo, look at a set of Labaka, we could see a lot of behind the scene. But we're just saying people that continuously
another person I would not forget to mention is Omar Dada too. I've seen on an Instagram page. Where she, I think it was Abanishete or the movie where where they were trying to make up and all that. She really captured that moment. That's a lot. All right, so moving away from that, it's this time where I always love us so.
I'm so excited.
I mean, I know Kike has a special segment.
You're coming to that.
I mean, I can't say anybody here right now, but this moment.
Wow, the jab is jabbing.
This moment is very important, and it's not easy to be a celebrity.
It's not.
But it is that time where we celebrate our celebrity, and people whose light always shine. And this time,
like a diamond.
It's that time for our light to shine. She's not that person. The celebrity of the week is not other person than.
Drum roll.
You should know.
Are you ready? Who else?
No other person than.
Beautiful, gorgeous, intelligent, talented, smart, bubbly. I don't know. She's a queen and more. She's a girl's girl. Quacky. She's a girl's girl. This particular lady made my day. Sharon Rotimi. I'm not as shout out to everybody that has been on the program, but today I felt like I was talking to my twinnie. Like she was an amazing person in the studio, and I can't wait. She's even outside before we came in. She was a delight, and she's a lover of Big Brother Niger. Come on. She has to be. People, special breeds are a lover of Big Brother Niger.
I see you.
She's actually a very cool person. Moving jokes apart, she's a very, very amazing, very sweet. You could even see from her horror, the way her carriage. She's such a demure girl. Demure.
I'm very eloquent.
Very eloquent.
She speaks beautifully.
Yeah.
Understand?
Yeah.
Shout out to you once again.
Shout out to you.
All right, moving away from that segment and to Kike's special moment. If there was recipe for this segment, I think you would have a special recipe for this.
I would.
So spit it out. Let me allow you.
It is new movie release update. Or should I say movie release update in general? I love watching movie, and that is why I am a co-host on this particular program.
But don't you think? I mean, we sometimes talk about these YouTube movies, and I think for me personally, anyway, my opinion, I don't think it's too oversaturated. They churn out a lot of movies. It's overwhelming watching them.
I always say, I'm not the one producing the money. I'm not the one producing the money to produce this particular movie. So it's none of my business. I just watch the one that I know are good for me. So whether you produce a lot of movies or not, it depends on how selective you are to this movie. So it's not overwhelming for me because I know where I'm going to, regardless of whatever.
Anyway, kudos to everyone out there doing beautifully well.
Saturated, not gonna lie, but keep it coming. We're gonna watch. People are going to watch it regardless of whatever anybody's opinion is. But it is normal for some people to say it is overwhelming, and their opinions are very valid because it can be. But for me, I ain't got no problem.
Just tell us anyway.
I ain't got no problem. New movie release update this week. There's a lot of beautiful movies this week. Bimbo Ademoye brought back Ruse. Ruse 2 was out, is still out on Bimbo Ademoye TV. That's my fave, girl. If you haven't seen Bimbo Ademoye TV, if you haven't subscribed, why are you not doing so? Because there are a lot of beautiful movies on this particular channel. And talking to people that bring out movies every now and then, she's not one of them. She just brings out movies once in 4 months, once in like.
See, I'm proud of Bimbo. Bimbo, well done. I mean, I watched Broken Hallelujah, Fame and Fury. I am that one.
Shining Star.
Not even that. That one that had Remy. I've watched all those ones.
That's Ruse. Remy.
No, they mean that. Kune betrayed Deyemi. I mean, the first time I felt so pained about Deyemi's character in the movie. So, I mean, well done. In fact, as long as it's from Bimbo Ademoye, I can endorse it.
The movie is very interesting.
Yeah.
So, Ruse 2 is on Bimbo Ademoye TV, featuring Bimbo Ademoye herself, Remy, and Air is Perfect. These three together, they have beautiful chemistry, especially Bimbo and Ace. They have beautiful chemistry. We all know that Bikole and Bimbo are friends naturally. That they want that, but this movie is a very beautiful one. If you haven't seen Rose 1, go see Rose 1 so you can see Rose 2. The storyline is amazing. Now let's move on to Ibaka TV on YouTube. They put out a movie called Ejiro and Tega, featuring Remy, Sarah Martins, and is Perfect, one of the characters. Sarah Martins played a twin. They are the ones called Ejiro and Tega. It's a very beautiful one. It's a sibling rivalry type of thing going on there, and then Remy came in the picture, and the fights started. Whatever. And now let's move on to Omoni Oboli TV. But when I'm talking about people that bring out beautiful movies on YouTube, Omoni Oboli deserves a crown. She's very, very good with her storyline. Short and sweet on Omoni Oboli TV on YouTube, featuring the beautiful Soso and my fave, my guy, Michael Dapper. You know, imagine these two beautiful souls together. They're going to kill it one way or the other. So they really did amazingly well. So go watch Short and Sweet on Omoni Oboli TV. Exactly what the name implies, that's what you're gonna get there, and a lot of back and forth. Okay, if you like drama, you are in for on this one. Now this particular one is a lot of casting. Yeah, a knock at life on Uchenna Ogonabo TV. You know, you just don't know what people can do. Just because they show you their good side doesn't mean they've always been good. They must have worked their way out of whatever situation they're going on. Anyways, if you don't understand what I just explained, you need to go and watch Enoch Alive on Uchenna Ogonabo TV, starring the handsome Clean Joshua, Omeche Oko. I love Omeche so much. Chioma Edak, Nelson Iwu, Unwobodo Priska. We have Emma Anyalogo and Charity Iwe Zulu. This particular one is a family-oriented movie, but it is really a knock at life. And sometimes comparison actually does a lot of damage than good. So compare less and give people the benefit of doubt to do whatever they want to do. My Sanity on Royal Art TV, starring Bam Bam Olawumi Adeni Bunyo, Michael Dapper, Ademola Amo. It is truly my sanity. Bam Bam almost lost her sanity in this movie. Now, moving on to the beautiful sister of Chineye Inebe, Sonia Uche. I love that. Bridge Between Us on Sonia Uche TV on YouTube, starring Sonia Uche herself, a beautiful sister, Chineye Inebe, and Brian Okwara.
I mean Brian in the movie.
In the movie, I'm having these beautiful queens. You know, this movie speaks speaks greatly about love, the love and the sacrifice in this movie. I was so moved. I was really moved. It's a very beautiful one. Bridge Between Us on Sonia Uche TV. Now, on Uche Jumbo TV, we have Salt and Honey. It is showing on Uche Jumbo TV once again on YouTube, starring Nadia Buhari and
beautiful.
Onwigwe. Who doesn't love Eina? Who doesn't love the guy?
Eina is an amazing actor.
This particular movie, I feel like everybody that wants to venture into the heart of marriage need to see this particular movie.
Eina can never do any wrong in my eyes.
Okay, he cannot do any wrong in my eyes too, but it was such a I'm not going to say anything. Now back to Royal Art TV. We have another one from Royal Art TV. I guess it's their season because they are reigning. For the Love of Zara on Royal Art TV, featuring Ufwoma McDermott, Uche Jumbo, and Esso BTK.
Amazing people.
And this movie was shot outside the country. So For the Love of Zara on Royal Art TV. Lastly, please go watch Vision Arrival. They are still showing the season 7. Yeah, but I think we're in season 7 right now. Can't remember, but I think it's season 7, and episode 8 dropped already. If you haven't seen Vision Arrival on Accelerate TV, I don't know what you're doing, bro. You need to watch Vision Arrival.
Yes, you need to watch it so you could get your visa.
Yeah, exactly. That rhyme. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But just go watch Vision Arrival. You can start from the beginning. Anywhere you want to start, you're going to enjoy yourself. I mean, we have characters like Okoro, characters like Francis, we have Moses, we have Flora. Flora
isn't it my favorite?
We have Charity, oh my god, the crazy lady. And we have Hope that is hopeless.
That is
Hope. And we have what is his name? Is he manager or director?
Everything. Don't give them everything now.
I'm talking about the character.
Don't let them to go and find out.
Beautiful Nancy. You need to go and watch it though. Especially Flora, watch out for her. If you're not in Flora, I don't know what you're doing. Get out, you're not in Flora.
That is harsh. Come on. Alright, I mean, it has really been an entertaining edition today. And I'm so happy I learned and I also got entertained. And that is on screen time is for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you get to enjoy yourself. But one thing is this, subscription is very important. Subscribe, please subscribe to our channel so that you can always get notified anytime we drop new content for you. Anything consumer related, just trust us. We are number one number one, the one and only ConsumerHallaTV. You should subscribe. And I feel like we could just go on, but everything that has a beginning surely has an end. And that day, you don't need to tell me, I know already that it's ticking.
Hello there, good afternoon, and welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News at 4. I am Ire Ayomikole Eke. Let's start the news now. The Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, said that the Nigeria Customs Service has developed a new one-stop trade platform aimed at fast-tracking clearance of goods. Mr. Adewale Adeniyi said that one-stop shop trade platform is aimed at simplifying manufacturers' interactions with customs and other regulatory agencies. According to him, the platform will drastically reduce bureaucracy, enabling businesses to process documentation, resolve bottlenecks, and clear goods faster, adding that this is how modern customs should operate. The NCS reviewed this during an engagement with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and Lagos State over the weekend, where both parties pledged to deepen collaboration to boost industrial growth, reduce operational costs, and strengthen Nigeria's global trade competitiveness. The federal government has pledged tougher measures to eliminate fake seeds from circulation and ensure Nigeria's agricultural produce meet global export standard. The Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abdullahi Sabi, at a meeting with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Evaluation Mission team on Monday, yesterday, said the access is to quality seed is the heart of the country's food security agenda. Meanwhile, the minister lamented the sharp practice undermining farmers, warning that many were being sold grains rather than certified seeds, and also raised concerns about the high level of chemical residues in Nigerian produce, which has halt export opportunities. He explained further improved seeds would not only increase yields, but also reduce dependence on agrochemicals. The federal government has announced the cancellation of the 65th Independence Anniversary Parade scheduled for tomorrow, October 4th. This was made known in a statement issued yesterday by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. The government explained the decision does not in any way diminish the significance of the milestone celebration, stressing that other programs lined up for the anniversary will proceed as planned. However, a statement released yesterday by the Director of Information and Public Relations Office of the SGF, Shegun Imosei, said the cancellation is in no way a diminishment of the significance of this milestone anniversary, and the government remains committed to celebrating Nigeria's 65th year of independence with dignity and enthusiasm. The statement also said the government regrets any inconvenience caused by the cancellation, but assured that activities marking the anniversary would reflect the spirit of national pride. The statement also urged citizens to continue to support the reform initiatives of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, describing them as very essential to the collective goal of building a greater Nigeria. And now let's report about the Nigeria Labour Congress. NLC has asked its athletes to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Union Staff Association, PENGASN, against Dangote Refinery and petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. The Congress directed its athletes and members nationwide to immediately mobilize for what it described as a full-scale, decisive engagement against the conglomerate alleged anti-worker practice. The Congress gave the directive through an internal memo signed by NLC President Comrade Joe Ajero yesterday in the FCT. The PENGASN and the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, have accused the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals management of unfair labor practice and victimization of workers at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other subsidiaries. The NLC explained further that the conflict has evolved beyond the individual struggles of PENGASN and NUPENG, becoming a broader fight for workers' rights nationwide. Away from there, we are in Rivers State now. The Rivers State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees has now declared a 7-day warning strike. The union, in a statement by State Secretary Sunday Adeniran, said the warning strike became inevitable following what it described as the callous and unfair actions of the chairman of Emowa local government area, Dr. Chidi Lloyd. The union said the action would involve all local government workers across the 23 local government areas of the state and would take effect starting from today's midnight. And it was explained that this decision follows Dr. Chidi Lloyd refusing to pay its members their salaries. Away from Rivers State, the Academic Staff Union of Universities has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demands or face industrial action. The union decided this decision at its National Executive Council meeting on Sunday over the weekend at the University of Abuja, the FCT. The national president of ASU, Prof. Chris Piwuna, disclosed this in a strike notice personally signed and released to journalists yesterday in the FCT. The letter explained that the strict notice would start from Sunday, September 28, 2025, and will around a 2-week wedding strike before embarking on a total and indefinite strike over the federal government's attitude towards resolving pending issues. Professor Chris Piwuna, national president of ASU, listed ASU's 7 demands as renegotiation of the 2009 ASU FGN agreement, sustainable funding of public universities, and also the alleged victimization of ASU members in LASU, Prince Abubakar Audu University, and Futo. Alongside with the payment of outstanding 25 to 35% salaries arrears, settlement of promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and remittance of outstanding third-party deductions. Away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion naira in August 2025, up from 185 billion naira recorded in July. A monthly report summary for August 2025 said the company's revenue rose to 4 trillion naira compared to 4.406 trillion naira in July. It added that a total of 8.86 trillion had been remitted to the Federation account between January and July 2025. On production, the report showed that Nigeria pumped an average of 1.65 million barrels of crude oil per day in August, representing a 2.9% decline from 1.7 million barrels per day in July. The gas output also fell by 10% to 6,949 from 7,722 million standard cubic feet per day in the previous month. NNPCL attributed the decline to scheduled maintenance across some upstream facilities in alignment with Nigeria's LNG turnaround maintenance, where it said industry-wide collaboration was going to ramp up production after the exercise. Moreover, having provided update on gas infrastructure project, the company disclosed that the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline had reached 84% completion, with construction activities progressing on multiple fronts to accelerate delivery. To end the news now, Nigeria secured a major milestone in its digital transformation with the global registration of a tax identification number and the approval of the Federal Inland Revenue Service as the country's payroll authority. The achievement made possible with the support of the Standard Organization of Nigeria registered Nigeria's tax ID under the ISO/IEC 6523 International Coding System, giving Nigerian individuals and businesses international recognition in cross-border transactions. PEPAL, an internationally accepted framework for the secure and standardized exchange of electronic documents, is already in use across Europe, Asia, and Australia. And with FIRS as Nigeria's PEPAL authority, Nigerian business can now integrate seamlessly into this network, allowing faster payment, reduced administrative cost, and improved global competitiveness. According to FIRS, the move simplifies compliance for taxpayers and boosts confidence in Nigeria as an investment hub. The milestone simplifies compliance for taxpayers and enables smoother cross-border transactions and strengthened confidence in Nigeria as a global trade and investment hub. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV News at 4. I am Iri Ayomikole Eke. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms and to subscribe to YouTube channel. Thank you so much for still there watching us.
People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, We change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing," you know what's going to tell you? "Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, you know, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. You know, I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, "Oh," to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this. Let me just try and use that to iron my shirt, and we can go out." So I was seated. The TV was on. I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, "What? What just happened?" So he said, No, these guys are in trouble. They're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, "Look, you know, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, "Yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then this thing just, you know, stopped, didn't work." At the other hand, I could hear the voice, "Oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that." And they said, "This is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement." All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, "So what's going to happen?" He said, "Don't worry yourself now. Should we were here, they will bring a replacement." I said, "They will bring a replacement." He said, "Yes." I said, "They won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first." "No, it can't be his fault. Now, maybe it's a brand new item that he bought." While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, "We're so sorry." So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, "We are so sorry." And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, "Can you interpret this to me?" He said, "Here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do." So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Mind the Gap. This is a weekly broadcast program on ConsumerHallaTV that helps draw attention to everyday avoidable gaps in customer service delivery with the overall aim of helping to strengthen existing relationships between brands and their consumers. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. On this edition of the program, we would be examining the subject efficient customer service delivery in Nigeria. And before I introduce to you our guest, let me give a brief background to our discussion. Customer service is a crucial aspect of any business, and Nigeria is no exception. The country has a growing economy with various sectors including oil and gas, agriculture, telecommunication, and banking, all of which require excellent customer service to thrive. In Nigeria, customer service is considered poor, with the country scoring 61.8% in the 2023 Nigeria Customer Service Index (NCSI) report. The Nigeria Customer Service Index report evaluated customer satisfaction across 9 sectors using 8 parameters, including trust, branches, branding, competence, complaint resolution, ease of doing business, processes, and customer focus. The NCSI aim is to promote excellent customer service in Nigeria, providing businesses with valuable insight to improve their performance. In Nigeria, customer service regulations are primarily governed by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018. This act established the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to protect consumers' interests and welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into our discussion. My guest today is Mr. Anuoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant whose expertise in customer service spans over 5 years. And thank you for joining us on the show today. Well, and today we are looking at efficient customer service delivery. So let's look at it in practical sense now. What does customer service mean in the practical sense, and how should brands take customer service in the overall business strategy?
Okay, thank you, Remoka. Of course, customer service is key to every business. Because if you want to retain a customer, your customer service must actually be good. For example, a customer purchase the goods. Let me just, in practical terms, customer service itself is when a customer, you support a customer from the process of inquiry. That's before, that's inquiry, and even after this, during the sales and after the sales, can be sales or services. So, which gives retention and trust and loyalty to the company or the organization. So customer service is key to every business, every services, for the business to thrive in the long run.
Interesting. I love the part where you said from inquiry, even during the process of sale, and even after sale as well, because we have to note the fact that everything begins from the process of inquiry. Probably a consumer has seen an advert, or they have interest in a particular product and they just want to know about it. So the first contact is in inquiry, then that leads to, in the post, eventually if they are satisfied with what they've gotten, they might decide to get the product. Then after that, they get to, you still follow up even after they've purchased the product and all that. But that is the part I really want to look at. Do you really think, because most times people just think after you've bought the product, everything ends there. So what is left? After all, you've gotten what you needed. It's not my business again after you've bought everything you need.
Okay, it doesn't end there. Every organization or company, or anyhow you want to put it, is in business to actually make profit, to grow their revenue. So you don't just want a one-time hit customer. That's what we call it that in sales sometimes. Some sales guys just want to eat it. So they do anything. Let's just say this one, and they don't care whether they sell again or not. So the reason why customer service is key is that when you treat your customer, your client, or anyhow you want to put it, when you treat them right, the sense that maybe they inquired and you give them a good product, it doesn't end there. The process is a process. There's a process of inquiring about the product or services. After that, there's a process of getting the services or the product. And after that, there's a process where the customer enjoy the services or the product. So, and that will take you to whether the customer you want to retain the customer or not, or you want to give, or they will give you referral. Because when I enjoy a service, I want to say, okay, I have a friend that needs I'm in the renewable energy sector, for example. Now I've gotten customers whereby one customer can actually give you up to 10 customers when they enjoy it,
especially in renewable energy.
When they enjoy it. But a disgruntled customer, they can spoil business for you, in the sense that they can, and we are in the world of social media and everything now. They can just go online and put that this particular brand, don't buy it.
Exactly.
So, and that's why customer service is key. You don't let it get to that stage where people start spoiling the name of your brand, and it's not good for business.
Interesting one out there, because one thing I've picked from it is that customer satisfaction is crucial, and customers, they are kings when it comes to your business. Without them, there's nothing you want to do. So let's look at it in another way now. How do you think Nigerian companies, they've really fared when it comes to customer service? Do you think they've really upped their game? Or people still get to complain over time that, oh, I bought this product from this brand, I had issues with it, nobody could attend to me, or they were not satisfied, or they got misaligned information concerning the product they are getting. So how do you think they really fared when it comes to customer service?
I won't give Nigerian company, or let me just put in the sector I am. Don't let me put it on all the other sector or industry. I won't give them a pass mark because it has not been so good
we've heard cases whereby even where me I'm coming from, at least I've worked in like 3-4 different companies in renewable energy sectors, whereby customers will make a complaint about something, they are not happy, especially when you actually bought a product for like millions. You know, it's not easy to cough out millions, even though it's 200,000. It's still not easy to cough it out.
Yeah.
So, and some people just leave the customer like that, and sometimes to wrong informations because the salesperson want to make sales. Because of the pressure on him or her, they want to make sales. They will tell the customer what the thing cannot do.
They will say
that the thing can do.
I've been there, I can relate.
So the customer will not be like, when they get home or when ask, say this thing can on light, this thing can on fan, can on AC every time, but the thing can only on light. So they will not be like, how come? So that way, with Nigerian company, they've not really managed that part in a very good way. So, but there are some people are actually coming up now to do that part very well. But so far so good. It has not been so good. I'm talking from my own sector. I don't know about other sector, but I'm talking from my own sector. It has not been so good. Some people just all about sales. They don't care about customer satisfaction. They don't care about building trust. They don't care about loyalty and all those things.
Interesting one, because all these things you've mentioned now, it leads to the next question I wanted to ask you. Okay. But just like you read through my mind and you just, actually grabbed that from me. So I wanted to ask that, what are the avoidable gaps in customer service in Nigeria today? What are these gaps? You mentioned some of it already, like disloyalty, understand. So what are the major gaps? Because some people just say, okay, there's poor customer service. Now we are looking at how there can be efficient customer service, and from my analysis earlier on, from the NCSI review in 2023, Nigeria, the customer service was rated so poor. So what are the avoidable gaps that we know that could be avoided, but they are so obvious in customer relations?
Okay, the first thing I will say is this: you need to train your customer service. The agents, you need to train them. First thing is training, because you can't give what you don't have. Me, even if as a customer to other brand, I've called some people, they are giving wrong information. Maybe probably when they employ them, they've not gone to training, they've not done induction. I know some companies in this country that they just employ and no induction, training. No training.
So that is the first obvious gap, is lack of training.
Yes, they just want you to just go there and start working. You don't know the culture of the company. You don't know anything.
You are not properly briefed about the roles you are meant to play.
Yes. So lack of proper training, no adequate. There has to be adequate training. So that's the first thing. Another thing is this: there has to be this customer-centric culture,
I love that.
Whereby your customer is key. You know that without customers, the revenue of company will not grow. Because one customer will refer another customer, another will refer another customer.
And so even you stay in business as well.
You stay in business and you have to pay your staff. We've seen a lot of companies that because of bad customer services rather, they've actually gone out of business. Because they be like, they don't care, I don't care. They've gone out of business. So there has to be proper training for your customer service agent. There has to be
customer-centric nature,
culture, whereby you know that customer is key, you know that anything just goes.
Okay, and another obvious gap is lack of misaligned information, which I think sometimes you mentioned earlier on that there's let's use a mug. There's a mug you are selling. Even the agents or the customer representative does not have adequate information, of which you mentioned. They'll tell you this thing can switch on light. They can use it to power this. They can use it to power this. Then at the end of the day, you can't power anything with it. So, these are some of the obvious gaps we see in the process of, when it comes to customer service and all that. So now another thing we should look at is this way, that why do you think Nigerian firms are not competitive in customer service? Because like you said, even use your sector as an example, renewable energy as an example. Why do you think they are not competitive?
The reason why is it to the other.
Yeah, why is it that they as a sector now.
Yes.
My company, I don't care about customers. Your company, so you don't even care. Why is that? I don't find it. If there was competition, you people would want to, like, you know, retain customers, but everybody is just like, I mean, they are doing whatever they like.
It's because of the culture, even the country as a whole. The regulatory body, nobody is holding anybody to ransom. Some people believe they can do anything and go with it, and they've actually been doing that. So you just fight. Some customer will just fight. There will not
nobody
be
seeking
no
form of redress or anything.
there will not be redress. They'll just fight. Although, and that has been. I mean, there's regulation, but the regulation is not adequate at all. It's not there. But when you know that there's people that will hold you to what you've done, yes, you will do the right thing. You will train your staff, you will train your customer service agent, you train your sales agent, so that they will do the right thing, because they know that whenever they do the wrong thing, it will fall back to the company.
Yeah.
Some companies are not building reputation. Some companies does not have integrity. So, and there are a lot of that. Especially in my own sector, there are a lot of that. Just want to come in, sell the one they can sell, they go out again. A lot of them are even still coming into Nigeria too. So they don't care about because the government are not even helping issues too. The regulatory body that is there is not effective enough. So that's it.
Wow, interesting one out there. And I'm quite sure if you are just joining, you are watching Mind the Gap, and this is a broadcast program that focuses on some avoidable gaps between brands and their customers. This is getting more insightful, but you know what? We have to go on a quick break now. You are watching Mind the Gap.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more. Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Mind the Gap on ConsumerHallaTV. And please, if you have not subscribed to our channel, you can use this opportunity to do that. All it just takes is to click on the subscribe button and you get notified of all our content. And before the break, we were discussing efficient customer service in Nigeria, and my guest is still with me in the studio, Mr. Anoluwapo Alao, who is a sales consultant. That is so interesting. And you know, guys in sales are the one, you know, with the bags now and all that. So let us look at this. As a sales consultant, how well have you been able to manage different discrepancies occur when it comes to customer service issues in your brand, in your sector. Let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you. As a sales consultant, there will always be issues in renewable energy. That's the first thing.
Even generally.
Generally, but maybe the issues in renewable energy is that somehow, because well, I say it's still new, a lot of people are still getting used to it and all those things. So, but the first thing is there has to be, you have to listen to your customer. Even sometimes they are wrong. From experience, they are wrong. They are doing the wrong thing, but you still have to listen to them. You have to put yourself in their shoes. So you listen to them, empathize with them. There have been cases whereby, even as we speak now, there's still a case I'm actually handling. The man, we've told him how to use the solar solution and all those things. He's still educated and everything. He's still saying the same thing, mind you. So we've gone there to resolve it like countless times, but because he's still not doing the right thing, we are listening to him, empathizing with him that okay, we can do this, we can do that, and that one. So there has to be active listening. That way, you put yourself in his shoe, that someone that has just coughed out maybe up to like 20-something million.
Maybe just 5,000 naira.
Yeah,
I mean,
so you just have to listen to him and hear him out and find this lasting solution to the problem the customer is facing.
Interesting one. I love the fact you mentioned empathy, because I mean I've been able to like work in customer service, and I know how it could be like. There was a time I was a rep for an organization then, and sometimes I was always handling inbound and outbound calls, and sometimes somebody just calls you. I'm like, the person starts ranting and this and that and that. Sometimes they go vulgar, they call you all sort of names, and you're at the other end, you're just trying to calm your nerves to listen to them. Then after the whole thing, you just realize that it is their fault, not necessarily your own fault. But in such situation, you said earlier on that sometimes they could be wrong. It's their fault. But now, I know you're a professional, you have blood that runs through your vein, but there are some things they will say sometimes that you can't really, hold on to. Then how do we ensure that companies try to maintain healthy relationship between their employee, who is the rep, and the customers? How do companies ensure that there's a healthy relationship between, even after all those things have happened?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How do companies now ensure that there's healthy relationship between their own representative, their own employee, and the customer?
Okay, the first thing the company needs to do, I said it earlier too, let the rep, whether the sales rep, the customer service agent, let them know their job. Because if they don't know their job, they are the internal customers.
Yeah.
They are the internal customer. They have to know their job. If they know the right thing to do, they will be able to actually communicate the right thing to the customer outside.
Yeah.
So, and when there are issues, there has to be, okay, I remember something. There was a case in my own company then, whereby whenever we sell a particular product, before we know it, the product will come back, inverter and all those things. It will come back. So what I actually put in place then was that there has to be a compliance. There has to be quality assurance, that whereby what they do is this: you check like the product you want to take out, you want to deliver to a customer's place, you check it, make sure that the product is certified, is in good condition. You check it, not even just one day, you check it for like series of days before okay, this one is okay. When they want to deliver to a particular customer, that's the one they are going to pick up. So there has to be quality assurance, so that there will not be issues. I'm so sorry, I'm dwelling on maybe renewable energy.
Yeah, that's good.
But there has to be quality assurance so that there will not be issues. There will not be like, because it doesn't even portray your company in a good image whereby people buy a product, after 2-3 days, after 1 week, they are bringing it back to the company. There will be people will be like, you are selling fake. And I know how customers can be sometimes. You are selling fake, and where this smart can reach, it will spoil your company.
Interesting one. And you talk about government agencies earlier on, and we mentioned that like FCCPC, and it's a regulatory body that looks into that. And we just highlighted how, sometimes they need to be more efficient with all of these things. And also, let us look at customer loyalty when it comes to service. If I'm so happy, satisfied with what I've gotten at the end of the day, now I would refer.
Yes.
You understand? So what is customer loyalty and how can that be gained?
Customer loyalty, that's a good one. Customer loyalty is very, very important. If your customer trusts you, they can go up and down for you. I've been there, so I understand how it is. I have a customer then in my former company. The lady, because what she told me, and there has been series of cases like that she has told me that this is why I love using you, Mr. Anu. That when she has issue, there's always issue. Yeah. So when she has issue, she'll just call me. So I won't care whether it will cost me. I will use my money to settle that issue, do it, and I'm not the one that sold the product for her in the first place. So the person that sold the product for her, maybe peradventure she has called the person didn't pick her. So, but since when she has been calling me, she now started referring me to different people in Lagos, out of Lagos, without collecting anything. So that's the loyalty there, because when a customer is satisfied, when a customer is happy, the customer can go. You don't need to even tell them to refer you. They'll be the one talking about your business while you are sleeping or while you are in a meeting. This same customer, when I joined another company, I've joined 3 different other companies. She has bought all the products to show her a satisfied customer can be. Satisfied customer, a happy customer will always refer your brand to other people.
Interesting one out there, and I just believe that we all can learn from this, because customer loyalty is very important. Now let us look at the case of all these gaps you've mentioned, all these obvious gaps. How can they be bridged between brands and their customers? How can we ensure that now we have efficient customer service? I know you mentioned some things earlier on training, you know, giving the right information, ensure empathizing with your customer. But in overall strategy, we can ensure that yes, henceforth as a company, as somebody who is strategic, somebody who has the interest of the consumer at heart, what should be the solution to solving poor customer service?
Okay. The first thing I'll mention is the FCC PC.
Yeah.
So they have to create more awareness. A lot of people don't even know their rights. A lot of customers. So then people just say, let's leave it for and Nigerians we like leaving things for God. That God you have to fight for your rights. So I believe FCC PC need to create more awareness. Let people know. A lot. If you ask a layman or a common Nigerian what's even FCC PC, they don't know. So and what you don't know, how will you use it? Yeah. So the first thing they need to, from the government aspect, the regulatory body which is FCC PC, they need to create more awareness. Maybe do something outside. Campaign. Let it be on the internet. Let it be. You will be surprised that even the learned, the so-called learned, not even those that are not learned, don't even know the job of FCC PC. They don't know. So they need to create more awareness on their own part, on the part of the organization now. So there has to be standard. There has to be standard. So there has to be, if you build a company or an organization rather, that is a standard that you attain, that okay, we will not give anything less than quality. And that it still goes to the culture of the company. You impose it, or you let your staff know that this is what we give. In the position whereby the staff give less than that, there will be people in place to say that okay, this is wrong, and there will be maybe penalty, there will be punishment, and all those things. So that way will make people do the right thing. But if there's no measures here and there, sometimes people don't like doing the right thing. But when there is quality, when there is standard, all those things are there, people will do the right thing.
Interesting. Now I love that there has to be standard, and I think that I love one of the managerial ways of encouraging your internal publics, your employees, is to always like encourage them, to probably let them go on vacation sometimes. These guys are tired, sincerely. I mean,
Vacation.
Yeah, vacation, or give them incentives that would encourage them the more. Understand? Because I remember then sometimes there could be bonuses because sometimes this. You are in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Your salary is not paid, and you have your personal issues.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand? And one customer is calling you, ranting. You understand? And telling you this. So you say, let me use the pigeon. If you vent, say, why? You understand that kind of thing. So I think sometimes it begins even from the management of the organization too.
Yes, but what the case whereby the management they are trying their best, they are doing everything.
But me, I'm choosing to play the devil's advocate here. What if the management too? In a situation whereby the management is not even encouraging the staff. But I mean, I know you don't want to do your job. You understand?
Yes,
just to but at the same time, I still believe it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
The management and the staff, they just have to work.
Yeah, I believe there are practices in customer service agent. They have their way of doing things. Like for example, if you make 100 calls, you will get a particular bonus. There are things like that. Not even only renewable energy, they have a target that is set for them. They have their basic salary, their standard salary, and they have a target that if you make 100 calls, whether inbound call, outbound calls, you get a particular amount of something. You get this, you get all those things in place. There are all those things in place. Not all for all companies, but at least the standard one. All those things are there.
So that's beautiful. So now let's just look at this question I want to ask you. What is the future of Nigeria when it comes to customer service? Because in 2023, the report was not so nice. So what do you think is the future for us when it comes to customer service?
I'm optimistic. Things can get better if we do the right thing. If we don't do the right thing, it will not get better. That's the truth. Because we like being over religious over here. We will pray, but if we don't do the right thing, it will not get better. So the future is if we like the government regulatory body that is in charge of the customer of customers, consumers, and all. If they do the right thing, it will get better. If the company do the right things too, it will get better. So I just believe that we can all of us, whether the internal customer,
the internal public,
the public outside there too. So if you can do the right thing, if even the external public too, some lies, they do tell lies too. And that's why we put my own place. We actually put a lot of measures whereby before you go, that's why I said that customer service start from the position of inquiry, doing the something, and after. Before you even go, make sure you sign a customer confirmation form. So that in the future, because I've seen cases whereby the issue has taken some people to prison. That because you sold a fake product for me. Meanwhile, the product is not a fake product. You are the one using it wrongly. So there should be measures whereby the customer, whether they have to sign something, they have to sign something. So if all those things are put in place, all those measures, it will get better. And our rating, hopefully, we
go high. Interesting one out there. And so lastly, what would you say to people that have been doing well in this customer service?
Okay.
What would you say to them?
The first thing I would say is that they should keep it up. And there's always a reward for doing well, actually. I believe they have been seeing their reward. Because if you do well, when your customer is not happy with a particular, and you give them a lasting solution, which is effective and efficient, they will surely come back. If they don't come back, they will refer people to you. And in that way, your revenue is growing. You're having a huge, and everybody is smiling to the bank. So they should keep it up, continue to do the right thing, put all those things they are doing that is working for them. They should keep it up on that. So that's it.
Interesting one out there, and I'm quite sure we cannot overemphasize the role of customer service in different brands, in different companies, and all that. So it is very important that we take this, we take it with everything in us. So thank you so much for coming on this show today, and wow, it has really been an insightful discussion. And as a brand, I believe you now understand that customers have the basic knowledge they might need to know You understand? They might not really know much, but they just understand that their rights needs to be protected. And customers are kings, and the survival of your business lies on how well you treat your customers to quality service. And as a customer, it is imperative you know that you matter in the grand scheme of customer service. Very important. So thank you so much for joining us on the program today, and we can expound on Mind the Gap. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at ConsumerHallaTV. Till I grace your screen next week, I am Iremofe Koforola. Bye for now.
Welcome to ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe, and we are here for another beautiful edition of In the Marketplace. Yes, in the marketplace. What exactly happened in the marketplace that people do not know of? And you know, as we do it, we visit various major markets in Nigeria, bringing you news behind the news of a market. And today I am live here at Ile Epo Oke Odo, Abule Egba, Lagos, Nigeria. This particular market is known for its vibrant hub of commerce, serving the local community. It's known for diverse range of products. But then I'm not going to go into that, because you have to learn and know a lot of things concerning this particular market in this edition. Let's keep going on. Let's journey through. But before diverting into the series of what happened in this market, let's go down to the history.
Welcome to Ile Epo Market, a vibrant hub of activity in Lagos, Nigeria. This bustling marketplace has a rich history that dates back to its humble beginnings along Abule Egba, Agbado Road. Ile Epo Market has a storied past with its name Ile Epo, literally meaning house of palm oil in Yoruba. The market's origins date back to the early days of settlement in the area, when farmers and traders would gather to exchange goods. Over time, the market grew in size and importance, becoming a major hub for commerce and community activity. The strategic location along Abulegba Agbado Road made it an attractive destination for people from all over the region. According to historical accounts, the market was initially a small gathering of traders and farmers selling their goods under trees, makeshift stalls. As the market grew, so did the infrastructure, with more permanent structure being built to accommodate the increasing number of vendors and customers. The Ile Epo Market is one of the largest and most renowned markets in Lagos, attracting visitors from all over the city and beyond. According to Baba Ojab General, a respected elder in the community, the market was founded by a small group of individuals who came together to create a thriving marketplace that would attract government attention away from the area demolition efforts. These visionary individuals started small with a few farmers and traders selling their goods in the area. They worked tirelessly to attract more people to the market, and slowly but surely the market began to grow. The market is divided into different sections, each with its own unique character and offerings. One of the notable sections is the Tinubu complex, a large and bustling hub where traders sells a wide range of goods, including provisions, clothing, household items, and more. In Tinubu complex, you find traders selling everything from provisions, bowls, buckets, clothing, plain and pattern, Ankara, Adire, lace, in the kind of clothing you're looking for, to pampers, buckets, bowls, and other household items. The complex is a one-stop destination for many shoppers. In front of the Tinubu complex, you find vendors selling fresh produce, including peppers, meat, crayfish, stockfish, and vegetables, and all other staples you could think of. Aroma of fresh food fills the air, and the sounds of lively argue and chatter create a vibrant atmosphere. Other notable sections of the market include the Malam section and the Araromi section, where we have yam flour, plantain flour, soya beans, wheat, guinea corn, where the Yoruba call ababa, tuwo rice for pando, local beans called otili in Yoruba, Igbo call it fuyo, ofada rice, potatoes, white and yellow corn, millet, gari are all found in this Araromi section. In the Olorun Shogo section, we have yam, potato, rice, beans, different kinds of curry, everything attached to foodstuff are all found in this Olorun Shogo section. And down to the largest part of the market, this section is called The market is alive with activity, from sounds of lively music to the smells of delicious food. Amidst the hustle and bustle, traders and customers alike find ways to beautify themselves, with ladies making their hair in the market. At the entrance of the Tinubu complex, we saw people jubilating and dancing to music, celebrating around one of their leaders. The happiness and joy on their faces are a testament to the market's strong sense of community. We also saw load carriers carrying heavy load, sweating as they work hard to survive in the marketplace. From carrying oranges to pouring them into stores, every task is done with dedication and hard work. The sweat and hard work of people in the market are evident in every aspect of their work. One vendor stands out, covered in fine white powder from the dirt he's salvaging, his skin and clothes dusted with remnants of his labor. Despite the grueling nature of his work, he is focused intently on saving foodstuff from spoilage. His face set in determination. His body is a testament to the physical demands of his job, but his demeanor exudes a sense of purpose and dedication. In the midst of the buzzing market, we see a blend of commerce and spirituality. Muslims can be seen praying while a Christian lady stands amidst the crowd, preaching the word of God. Despite the chaos of buying and selling, she shares a message with conviction, and some traders and customers will stop to listen, even offering prayers and praise in response. The Ile Epo has 5 Baba Oloja and 5 Mama Oloja, each covering the 5 sections of the market, from the Tinubu complex to the Araromi section, down to Olorun Shogo to Malam, down to the largest part, Iso Oko market section, where we find various fruits from orange, plantain, pineapple, banana, corn, watermelon, tangerine, garden egg, cucumbers, and a whole lot of more. Let's hear from some of the traders who makes this market tick as they share the market journey with us.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ o.
Kí lorúkọ yín sà?
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaji Taofik Babaọjà General Ilé Epo Òkè Odò.
So a ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti jẹ Babaọjà General Ilé Epo?
Mo dín àwọn kan ti jẹ́ ṣáájú bí èmi ti ń ṣe gbákejì wọn bọ̀. Ṣe gbákejì ẹnì kìíní. Bàtí yẹn kú mo tún ṣe gbákejì ẹnì kejì. Bàtí yẹn kú òun mo ṣe wá jẹ Babaọjà. Àmọ́ fáìsì tí mo ń ṣe bọ̀ látọjọ́ tó ti pẹ́.
So ẹ lè sọ fún wa ní ìtàn ráńpẹ́ bí ọjà yìí ṣe dá wà.
So a máa sọ díẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Nígbà máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ìlú Òkè Odò. Nítorí pé ìlú Òkè Odò ló kọ́kọ́ wà. kọjá ó tó wà àwọn tí wọ́n dá sílẹ̀ ọmọ mẹ́rin wọ́n ti lọ dáadáa Òkèdò sílẹ̀ ok mi ò mọ 19 ìgbà kan ni àmọ́ gbogbo ìgbà tí adá Òkèdò sílẹ̀ wọ́n dá sílẹ̀ mí náà mo dé bá ń bẹ̀ àmọ́ kò tí ì kún rárá igbó ìwà obì wà gbogbo ẹ̀ wà káàkiri ilé mi náà ti dé síbí a máa wá ń ṣe community à ń ṣe mítìnì káàkiri láàrin ara wa ní Òkèdò ok ìmọ̀ ni wọ́n dé pé ibi ẹ̀ka wà yìí o àfihàn ni o adínbámẹ́jì ni ẹ bọ̀ nígbà tí òṣèlú máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ mìíràn láti ń lọ dìbò láti Òkèdò ok náà tó ti ṣe káńtìlọ̀ gbà náà ni bàbá ọmọ káńtìlọ̀ ìṣòwò wà létí olóyèdè náà káńtìlọ̀ Òkèdò iná nìyẹn gbà náà ok aláǹṣe méjì yẹn bọ̀ nígbà tó wá pé ọbẹ̀ wo gbogbo ilé kọ̀ọ̀kan tó wà ń bí à ń gbé ẹnìkan ní máníjà òun kọ́lé sọ́tà ròdù bí bó délé girigiri tó ó túlé tiẹ̀ ó tún pàánù ẹ̀ ó kúrò níbí àwọn àgbààgbà náà wà gùn bí wọ́n sàn bá mítìnì yẹn lọ nígbà tó wá yá wá ní kí nà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tó ojú ìjọba máa kó bí báyìí wọ́n ní ká dá ọjà sílẹ̀ ká dá léèwé sílẹ̀ ká dá mítà ní ìjàmbá ọ̀nà ìdúgbò ká dá sílẹ̀ ok ọba tó kó àwọn wà ní ẹ̀yìn wọn torí pé mi ò mọ̀ rí àwọn ká gbé mi ò mọ̀ rí kò jẹ́ kí n wà nínú ọ́fíìsà yẹn ok ọba tó kó nítì nìyẹn àwọn Adéníyì Olóyèdè ẹ̀yà àgbẹ̀ nǹkan líya mojí nọ́ọ̀sì ni gbogbo wọn yẹn wà nínú kọmitì tọjà ti ọjà àwọn ti iléèwé àwọn kan náà tó kóra wọn jọ wọn wà nínú kọmitì ti iléèwé ok wọn wá láti gbà wọn ti ìlú láàrin ìlú Aboru ìbí wọn ti wá ń ṣe mítìnì o Akínọlá ìbí Òkèdò náà ti wá ń ṣe mítìnì Fájùgbà ìyẹn ti wà láyé nìsín ẹ̀nà fi ṣe ṣáàmánù gbogbo láńlọ́ọ̀dù àgbẹ̀tàn ọ̀nà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ìrìn yẹn ok àwọn adé ọjà sílẹ̀ akọ ọjà nígbà tí akọ ọjà òkun ayọ̀dé yan bẹ̀ ìyàtọ̀ kọ́kọ́ ṣe ìyá ọjà níbí ìyá baálẹ̀ ìyẹn wà ní Ògúndàrí ẹnu kọ́kọ́ ṣe ìyá ọjà ok ẹ máa bọ̀ nígbà tí ìyẹn kú òun bẹ̀ ok òní tó lérè yẹn wà ní ìgbàgbọ́ orúkọ tiwọn ní Òkèdò ń bí lókèdò ń bí já ìyẹn ló ṣe ìyá ọjà mi bàbá Yusuf Alóńgẹ́ òun ni bàbá ọjà ń gbà náà kò kí ṣe Yusuf Rahimi o bàbá Yusuf Alóńgẹ́ òun ni ṣe bàbá ọjà tó lérè ìyẹn jẹ ìyá ọjà à ń rọ̀nù ẹbọ à ń rọ̀nù ọjà bọ̀ nígbà tó yá tí ó lérè kú àwọn pé ìyá ẹ̀kọ́ náà ní Tónọ́lá ní ìyá Tónọ́lá ẹ̀ bọ́ sí ìyá ọjà mi nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ dá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tí wọ́n wá dé tí wọ́n ti rí ilé tó ti wá pọ̀ skul wọ́n ní skul wọ́n ní ọjà ní gbogbo ibi báyìí tí ẹ̀kọ́ tó wá wó bí báyìí wọ́n ṣe fi ibi sílẹ̀ nìyẹn gbogbo ìtọ́kọ́ sábò gbogbo yẹn wọ́n lọ wó gbogbo wọn yẹn ó kó wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ̀ gbogbo wọn yẹn sá abẹ́ Òkèdò náà wà tí wọ́n wá ń ṣe ìpàdé dáàdì ń bá lọ tó lọ́n pé kọ́ wọn fi mójú kò ńbẹ̀ ọlọ́run pé kí ó máa gbòòrò ọjà máa gbòòrò akọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kìnní a ò rẹ̀ ní náà títí nígbà ọ̀yá ìyẹn adúnwó yẹn ok adúnkọ́ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì yẹn àwọn èèyàn wá ná díẹ̀ dàmọ́ kò tọ́pọ̀ àwa kó sí ẹgbẹ́ títì báyìí tá à ń lọ ná lọ́jà ní ẹgbẹ́ títì mi ò mọ 1990 ní bàbá àdárúkọ 90 gbogbo ìgbà yìí ok àwọn èèyàn tí wá ń dé àwọn haúsá kan ní dáńlá mi yẹn ló kọ́kọ́ dé nígbà tí yẹn dé àmúmọ́ra àní kó máa lọ kó àwọn sáwá wọn kó àwọn sáwá kódà ìtọ́jú akọsílẹ̀ rẹpẹtẹ tí kò sí èèyàn ń bẹ̀ rárá nígbà tí alámi kó àwọn sáde wọn kó síbẹ̀ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ wọn kó sínú sọ gbogbo sọlíṣọ̀ náà kó sínú ẹ̀ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ inú àwa náà dùn nítorí àjàjà rẹ̀ ní máa bá wa náà títí kó tó di pé ọlọ́run wá gbogbo ẹ̀ wá gbòòrò nígbà tí bàbá tí wàá ló ń kẹ́ ẹ kú àti bàbá alóńgẹ́ kú ok jẹ́kọ̀ tẹ́ ìjà tó lérè kú ìjà tó lérè nù kọ́kọ́ kú alóńgẹ́ ti ń bá bàbá ọjà lọ náà wá fi tónọ́lá jẹ ìyá ọjà tónọ́lá náà wá rọrùn ẹ̀ lọ nígbà tí bàbá yẹn kú Yusufu alóńgẹ́ ńgbà tó ń kú bàbá Yusufu Rahim ìyẹn wá bọ́ ìjọba ọjà èmi wá jẹ́ gbákejì ẹ̀ ńgbà náà mo jẹ́ gbákejì ọ̀tà àkọ́kọ́ náà ọkọ̀ jẹ yẹn àwọn àgbà àtijọ́ náà ní gbákejì wọn bàbá ọjà wọn yẹn ní gbákejì lóye èmi wá jẹ́ gbákejì bàbá Yusufu Rahim àbá ń bàbọ̀ nígbà tó yá bàbá Rahim kú bàbá tún wá gbé fún Oyinlọ́lá yẹn ló tún wá ṣe bàbá ọjà èmi tún ṣe gbákejì ẹ̀ èké ní àdúgbò bàbá tún wá bàbọ̀ nígbà tó wáyé Oyinlọ́lá tó wá kú nígbà tó Oyinlọ́lá yẹn kú yẹn kò ju ọdún 4 lọ sí gbàtà wa yìí ó tó ọdún mélòó dá jẹ 2020 ó náà ni bàbá yẹn kú yẹn ni mi wá jẹ bàbá ọjà ìyá tó ná láyẹn òun náà ti kú 2019 ni ìyá tó ná láyẹn kú ok ọjà tí wọ́n pọ́njà sí 5 wọ́n ti pọ́njà sí 5 tí ìyá tó ná láyẹn tó kú wọ́n ti pín sí 5 ọjà Arárọ̀mí Arárọ̀mí kan tó náà wá tẹ́lẹ̀ àmọ́ ọjà tí wàá gbòòrò wọ́n ti wá pín sí 5 Arárọ̀mí Tolú Aláṣẹ Ìsọ̀ Oko Ayọ̀bámi tẹ irọ́ wà ní kìnní nígbà náà Ọlọ́njògo ó wà lọ́lọ́njògo ńgbà náà wọ́n wá yan ọjà 5 síbẹ̀ wọ́n yan bàbá ọjà 5 ok bẹ́ẹ̀ ni à ń bàbọ̀ gbàtí bàbá ọjà wá kú èmi náà wá jẹ ọjà àmì wá jẹ bàbá ọjà yẹn nígbà yẹn ọjà wá dẹ̀ kú ọjà tí wà ní 5 gbà náà kálukú bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe ọjà ẹ̀ àmọ́ nígbà tí mi wá jẹ bàbá ọjà ní 2020 tí mo wá jẹ bàbá ọjà mo wá pe gbogbo wọn bọ́ọ̀sì mọ́ra nítorí àwọn bàbá tó ń ju àmọ́ ó ti kú ó dàbí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ dé mi nìkan ni mo kù mo wá pe gbogbo wọn bọ́ọ̀sì mọ́ra ìníkájọ máa ṣe láti papọ̀ ọjà máa rà ní kájọ máa ṣe láti papọ̀ wọ́n sì gbà fún mi gbogbo àti ìjọ ń ṣe à ń ṣe láti papọ̀ bó ti gbòòrò nìyẹn lọ́jọ́ tèmi gbogbo wọn bàbá ọjà tó wà nílé mi ọdún ọmọ wà nílé ló ti yé ìyẹn náà bá bọ̀ títí di ọjọ́ òní àwọn àjọ ń ṣe láti papọ̀ àwọn Haúsá náà ti wá pọ̀ àwọn Ìgbò ti pọ̀ Yorùbá náà ti pọ̀ tó ṣe pé ẹsẹ̀ ògbèrò mọ́ nígbà tó jẹjẹ dálẹ̀ yìí níṣẹ́ ni àgbẹ̀ kánsílọ̀ ọkùnrin kan jẹ́ kánsílọ̀ Àyílára náà ń pè òun ó kọ̀wé lọ sí kẹta pé ẹ tẹ́ máa wá gba rẹ́bẹ́nìmù lọ́jà wa ẹ máa wá gba rẹ́bẹ́nìmù kò sí káńsù ò wá bí káńsù ò wá ẹnì kankan ò wá ẹ máa gba rẹ́bẹ́nìmù 84 ẹ máa gba rẹ́bẹ́nìmù bí báyìí má gba àwọn kẹjà bá ń wá nígbà tó yá àwọn Gégé náà ń wá àwọn méjèèjì wá dà ń gbá wọn máa ń gba rẹ́bẹ́nìmù níbí nígbà wọn ń jà sí wọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní í jà sí pé àwọn náà ní òkè odò ìkẹjà fún ọ̀nà ní agéńgé ń gbé àwọn ni wọn ní àtàdúró ní ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run tí Ọlọ́run fi gbàgbọ́tò ní ọjọ́ òní.
So kí ni wá ní iṣẹ́ bàbá ọjà general nínú ọjà?
Kí bàbá ọjà general náà ni pé ká máa mójútó gbogbo ọjà ká máa mójútó gbogbo ọjà bí ayé máa ṣe paromẹ́ńtà wípé ọjà òṣè ní ìdọ̀tí pé wàhálà òṣè ní bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́jà náà kan bá fẹ́ jà á pè wọ́n síbí mo ti wá kó gbogbo wọn bọ́sì mọ́ ra wọn bàbá ọjà wẹ̀rẹ̀ abẹ́ mi àtọ̀yẹn fáìtì wọn mo ti kó gbogbo wọn mọ́ra pé ìjà kan bá fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹni tó jókòó yìí onímọ́tò ó yà lọ yanjú ẹ̀ bí ọ̀nà bá fẹ́ rọ̀ òun máa lọ kojú mọ́tò Haúsá nítorí mọ́tò Haúsá rẹpẹtẹ náà máa gbọ̀n òun máa lọ tú ọ̀nà náà kan bá jà a máa kàn wá bí a máa parí ẹ̀ fún wọn tí nǹkan bá jẹra wọn lówó wọn bá ti wá bẹ jọ́sùn wa àgbà owó yẹn padà àgbà fún ẹni yẹn.
ẹ mọ̀ pé kò rọ́pọ̀ kò easy láti jẹ́ olórí nínú ọjà kì í dẹ̀ ń ṣe gbogbo èèyàn náà ló máa gbọ́ sí olórí lẹ́nu nísìnyí tí ó bá ṣe ó ti ní nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ẹ rí nǹkan yanjú jù bá àwọn èèyàn tí ò bá gbọ́ràn tó jẹ́ pé tẹ bá pè wọ́n síbí báyìí sìn láti bá wọn yanjú tí ò ṣe yanjú irú ẹ̀sùn wo lẹ máa fún wọn sàríà wo lẹ máa fún wọn.
a máa lọ sòsò ẹ a ní kí ọ̀tá sọ̀tì a lọ sòsò ẹ yàtọ̀ a bá sòsò ẹ tó bá jẹ́ ṣọ́ọ̀bù ni a máa fi kọ́kọ́rọ́ sí a máa tì pa a wá bẹ̀bẹ̀ ká tó lọ sí fún tí ó máa gbọ́ràn á náà wá gbọ́ràn òkè àwa lọ sí fún.
so lẹ́yìn kí wọ́n ti sọ wọn kò sí fáìn kankan fún wọn.
fáìní ò sí àmọ́ tásọ̀ tó ń lọ jíjẹ́ yẹn àdúrà a máa ní kàn fún ọ ní nǹkan ẹ̀hàn tásọ̀ tó kàn fún ọ ní nǹkan.
báwo ni ààbò tó ṣe dájú ṣe máa ń wà nínú ọjà yìí.
a dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run nítorí pé Ọlọ́run ń jẹ́ aláàbò wa àwọn èèyàn náà sì dúró gírígírí wọ́n dúró gírígírí tó bá dẹ̀ jù dalẹ̀ a máa ti gbogbo géètì tó wọjà.
táìmù wo lọjà yìí máa ń ṣí táìmù wo ló máa ń close.
láti bí aago 6 àárọ̀ ọjà máa ṣí ìran ọdún máa wọjà tó máa wọjà tó bá dẹ̀ di aago 7 alẹ́ sí 8 bá di aago 7 ìrìn àkóò láàrin ọjà tán àwọn bọ́ sí ẹgbẹ́ títì bàbá dé aago 8 kálukú á máa lọ ilé wọn.
so mo fẹ́ wá béèrè pé nísìnyìgbà tí a dé láàárọ̀ a rí pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ ń ṣe meeting fún ìtẹ̀síwájú ọjà ṣé every Thursday lẹ máa ń ṣe meeting yẹn ni àbí ó kọ̀ wá oyè bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́nu.
meeting ní tiwájú àjà ṣe ní Monday àwọn olórí ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n ṣe ní Wednesday àmọ́ ní Thursday gbogbo a máa ń ṣe environmental nígbà máa ń ṣe environmental mo rí yín láàárọ̀ a wà lórí ìjókòó ní òun wá sọ máa gbé àdéjọdé àṣẹ environmental lọ́kàn jókòó ẹ rí i pé a gba gbogbo ẹrù jọ gbogbo àwọn aláìgbọràn tí wọ́n wà nínú ọjà tí wọ́n ń tajà àtàwọn aláìgbọràn tá à ń sọ fún tá à ń sọ pé kò sọ́jà kò sọ tí wọ́n wá ń wọnú ọjà ara ọjà yẹn àwọn á ń gbà lórí wọn àdáhùn dúró bàbá dàgó 10 ní a máa kó fún wọn.
so àwọn èèyàn tí ó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ṣí ṣọ́ọ̀bù nígbà tí kò ń ṣe táìmù tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣí lẹ máa ń ṣe so báwo ni àwọn kọ́mítì ṣe máa àti àwọn olórí ṣe máa ń ran àwọn ọlọ́jà lọ́wọ́ nínú ọjà ṣó ní nǹkan pàtó tẹ máa ń ṣe fún wọn tí ẹ fi máa ń ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ àbí báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ṣètò inú ọjà.
ètò inú ọjà bá ti ń ṣètò inú ọjà ní pé à ń ṣe àdúrà àpè aláàfáà àpè oníkírísítẹ́nì àpè oníbílẹ̀ wọ́n bá ṣàdúrà sọ́jà wa ọlọ́njọ́jà ó máa tà ọlọ́njọ́jà ó máa yá àwa pé gbogbo àwọn olórí ẹgbẹ́ àjọjókòó wọ́n á ṣàdúrà fún wa bá a ti ń ṣe nìyẹn.
ok so nísìnyí ẹ sọ pé ẹ máa ń pe àwọn mùsùlùmí ẹ máa ń pa àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì ẹ máa ń pe àwọn kìíní ṣé wọ́n ó ní ọjọ́ kan pàtó ló máa ń wá fi ṣe àdúrà yẹn ni àbí olúkálùkù wọn ní ọjọ́ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tó fi máa ń wá fi ṣe àdúrà.
ọjọ́ kan tó náà ṣe ní nǹkan gbogbo wa la máa ṣe ní ọjọ́ kan sórí ẹ àwọn ní kírísítẹ́nì ìjọ yẹn náà náà máa ṣe oní àbá ìjọkan tó yẹn náà máa ṣe àmọ́ olíbílẹ̀ yẹn ọjọ́ tí ẹ̀ máa yàtọ̀ lórí gbẹdẹ mọ̀ lórí ohun tó yọ ẹgbẹ́ àwọn òkòkò bàbá àjàdùn yẹn ti jẹ́ kí yájọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe papọ̀ olíbílẹ̀ àwa ṣe tiwọn lọ́jọ́ kan yàtọ̀.
ṣé báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ṣe kí ni prayer section yìí ni ṣé annually ni àbí ó ní ọjọ́ kan tẹ máa ń dá sílẹ̀ ṣé every month lẹ máa ń ṣe kíní yìí ni àbí báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń ṣe.
every month kan ó bá tó bí ọdún kan la máa ń ṣe.
ọdún kan lọ́jọ́.
máa ń ṣe.
so a ti lọ káàkiri ọjà àwọn ọjà míì máa ń sọ pé ó ní ọdún kan táwọn máa ń ṣe ọdún ajé làwọn máa ń ṣe láti fi ṣàdúrà láti ṣe bí ọjà bíi méjì kan ti mention ó ti dánú pọ̀ ń pa ọdún ajé yìí ṣé ilé epo náà máa ń ṣe ọdún ajé festival náà ní ilé epo.
ọdún ajé àbí ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
ọdún à.
ṣé nǹkan tó náà ní méjèèjì jẹ́ rí tí àwa ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà ń ṣe ń bí afaramọ́lù lórí ọ̀lù náà dá ọjà sílẹ̀ ọ̀lù náà dá sílẹ̀ ọ̀lù yẹn náà wá ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe baálẹ̀ nílé ìṣẹ̀ṣe gbogbo àwa lọ sílẹ̀ àjọ máa ṣe.
so kí ni pàtó ọdún ìṣẹ̀ṣe yìí kí ni pàtó ìṣẹ̀ṣe yìí àti pé ṣé annually náà ni ṣé ọdọọdún ló máa ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe yìí náà.
ọdọọdún náà máa ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe lọ́dọọdún náà máa ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
so gbogbo àwọn olórí máa gbọ̀nà lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ baálẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
láti lọ gbàdúrà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni láti lọ gbàdúrà ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
ok now bí àwo ni ètò ṣe máa ń lọ nínú ọjà ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ dárúkọ pé ọjà yìí sì ó pín sí 5 parts. ẹni Arárọ̀mí ẹni ìsọ̀ oko so ìsọ̀ oko yìí kí ni àwọn nǹkan tá a máa rí ń bẹ̀.
ohun tí a máa rí ń bẹ̀ ni pé gbogbo ohun tí ń jẹun jíjẹ pátá ní ẹ bá dé ìsọ̀ oko ẹ máa bèso ẹ máa bá kùkúmbà ẹ máa bá watermelon ẹ máa bá ewédú ẹ máa bá ẹ̀fọ́ ẹ máa bá ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ máa bá pineapple ẹ máa bá pọ̀pọ̀ ẹ máa bá gbogbo ẹ lọ gbáà.
Arárọ̀mí ńkọ́.
ní Arárọ̀mí provision wà ń bẹ̀ lórí ẹlẹ́yàpátá wà ń bẹ̀ àwọn elélùbọ̀ náà wà ń bẹ̀ àwọn eléwé nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ díẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀.
ọjà Tinubu ńkọ́.
ọjà Tinubu bá kan tó náà elélùbọ̀ orí nǹkan kan wà bẹ̀ àmọ́ ọjà àsoko yẹn ní ọlá pé ó jẹ́ ọjà èso ìran fi sọ ní ìsọ̀ oko gbogbo nǹkan oko tó bá ń wá wọn bá rí wọn máa ń rà ní ọjà tó kú náà wọn ń tà ó àmọ́ ìgbà ni wọ́n fókọ̀sì sí ibẹ̀ ló ń dé sí ibẹ̀ ni ọjà oko ń dé sí lóru ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ni o ewédú ni o ata ni o gbogbo ẹ̀ka tá ìṣòkò ló ń dé sí àwọn ọjà tó kù yìí wọ́n máa lọ rà ń bẹ̀ wọn náà máa tà lọ́jà wọn.
so kíyàn tó lè jẹ olórí nínú ọjà kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n máa ń wò àwọn wo ló máa ń yan olórí nínú ọjà.
àwọn ará ọjà wọ́n máa ń yan olórí wọ́n wá mìíràn fún baálẹ̀ pé àyàn eléyìí ló lórí o baálẹ̀ àfún láṣẹ a wá lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ṣadé ìyàwó Ọláṣadé Tinubu Òjó a wá lọ débìlà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ìyá bàbá ẹ̀ ló wà ń bẹ̀ ìyẹn ni mọ́gàjì ìyá mọ́gàjì òun ló ń débìlà fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ ló ń débìlà fún ọlọ́jà àti ìyá ọjà àti bàbá ọjà ló ń débìlà fún ọ nígbà tí ìyá mọ́gàjì kú ó kàn tán Bọ́lá Tinubu Òjó Ṣadé Tinubu Òjó ó wá kó òun tí wọn bá lẹ̀ láti ṣàdúrà fún bàbá ọjà bí ìyá ọjà ní nínú ilé nínú ọjà àwa lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ṣadé àwa dé fìlà fún wọn.
so ní ilé pọ́ńsìn báyìí àwọn ará ọjà ló máa ń yan olórí níbí báyìí. so kì í ṣe bí pé ó máa rí iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí yàn ṣe kó tó lè fi jẹ olórí torí a ti lọ àwọn ọjà mìíràn tó máa ń sọ pé iṣẹ́ takuntakun làwọn máa ń wò kó tó fi wọ́n jẹ olórí kì í ṣe pé àwọn ará ọjà ló máa ń mú wọn ṣùgbọ́n ibi báyìí àwọn ará ọjà ló máa ní pé ẹni báyìí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ará ọjà náà pé ẹni báyìí òun ni àwọn yàn gbàdúrà bá yàn àwọn amúlọsọdọ baálẹ̀ àsáyìntì àwọn amúlọsọdọ Ṣadé padà débìlà fún.
kí wá ní àwọn ìpèníjà tí wọ́n ń dojúkọ nínú ọjà ilé epo yìí.
ìpèníjà tá à ń dojúkọ ó pọ̀ nínú ọjà àmọ́ síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ náà à ń borí tì í tó yẹ yín a ní pé nígbà kan wọ́n ti ń kọ́ lóríṣiríṣi nígbà kan àwọn kan kọ ìgbàdà kọ̀ọ̀kan tá a kọ́ ní àgbẹ̀ nǹkan yẹn nígbà tí wọ́n jọba wá tẹ́wọ́ gbà wọ́n kan tó wá kọ́ wọ́n kọ́ ọ́fíìsì máa dọ́ ọjà bàbá ọjà wọ́n ti ẹ́fíìsì fún wọn ok à ń sì ń bá ń lọ bọ̀ bóyá ìmí náà tún wá kọ́ ìyẹn náà tún jẹ ọ́fíìsì fún wa ní oníbàtà ìṣòdì mú kọ́ ọkùnrin náà kọ́ àjàgà náà kọ́ ìyẹn náà tún jẹ ọ́fíìsì fún wa ó jẹ iná fún wa ó jẹ ọ́fíìsì fún wa ok nígbà tí ìyẹn tó ìkan wá kọ́ báyìí nísìnyí àwọn pè yẹn ní oyèkàtì yẹn ló wá wó gbàdó owó gbogbo ẹ̀ ó wá kọ kíkọ́ tó kọ ọ́fíìsì wa tó wó kò kọ́ fún wa padà kò kọ́ ọ́fíìsì fún wa padà iná tó dá kò ṣe iná fún wa padà gbogbo ojú ọ̀nà kò ṣe nǹkan fún wa ń bẹ̀ kò tó mi fún wa alọ́gúnlọ́gún ó kàn kọ́ ọjà gbogbo tọ́lẹ̀tì ló kọ́ Haúsá ló kó fún Haúsá ló kó tíṣà jẹ kò sí tọ́lẹ̀tì kan bí ìkẹ́ Yorùbá nínú ọjà yìí ọ́fíìsì kò kọ́ fún alọ́gúnlọ́gún náà ok tó tún wá jẹ́kù ń bẹ̀ ni pé ọjà márùn-ún náà pé ó wá mú kan ó ti fẹ́ǹsì yìí ká ìyẹn ní ọjà Tinubu ó ti fẹ́ǹsì yìí ká ó wá ní ọjà yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ débẹ̀ bàbá ọjà náà gbọ́dọ̀ débẹ̀ òun ló lò ó nígbà lẹ́yìn tó kọjá tó gbowó ẹ̀ tó lọ kò lọ o ó ní wọn ló máa lò lọ́dún ogún ọdún àti ọdún méje ní o máa fi lo ọjà ok Tinubu yẹn a ṣe wàhálà títí kó dá ọjà wọn padà fún wọn ó dá ọjà wọn padà fún wọn kó dá padà fún wọn ẹnu ẹ̀ láti wà tí sẹ́yìn tó ṣe pé ọ̀ya ọjà Tinubu bàbá ọjà Tinubu ọ̀rì bí pàfọ́ọ̀mù ń bẹ̀ rárá ibẹ̀ náà wà yìí ibẹ̀ náà gbogbo rẹ́bẹ́nù bẹ̀ òun ló ń gbà oyèkàtì ló ń gbà developer tó wá kọjá òun ló ń gba gbogbo rẹ́bẹ́nù bẹ̀ ní ọjà bẹ̀ kò rẹ́bẹ́nù bẹ̀ gbà bàbá ọjà bẹ̀ kò rẹ́bẹ́nù bẹ̀ gbà á sì ń sọ ọ̀dọ̀ ya wa jáde wọn náà wà sọ fún àṣọ ọlọ́dọ̀ chairman wọn náà wọ́n ń pè síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ náà kò ì dá padà fún wọn.
ṣé developer ju bàbá ọjà àti ìyá ọjà lọ ni.
tó developer kò ń ṣe gbóòdù ọjà àti ìyá ọjà lọ àmọ́ abẹ́ local government náà wà local government ló ní àṣẹ tó bá ṣe pé kò bá jẹ́ abẹ́ local government náà wà tó bá kàn níjà àti ìjà àmọ́ local government ló ní àṣẹ àti ìyá wa Tinubu Òjó Ṣadé Tinubu Òjó àwọn náà ní àṣẹ nàṣẹ ń wọ̀ ọ́ nàṣẹ kó di abẹ́ òun pé kọ́ gbà á lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
so kí ni nǹkan pàtó tẹ́ lè sọ nípa ọjà ilé epo.
nǹkan pàtó bí irú èwo.
kí ni nǹkan ráńpẹ́ ṣókí tẹ́ lè sọ nípa ọjà ilé epo kí ni nǹkan.
ńgbà tẹ iná ti débẹ̀ ti rí ẹ̀rí bó ṣe rí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá débẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀rí èèyàn lọ rẹpẹtẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́sàn ẹ̀ bá yàn rẹpẹtẹ environmental tipa ọ̀jọba wọ́n ti ètò nẹ́bà ń bí ọ̀nà dé gírígírí nítorí pé kódà lọ́dọ̀ àbágbàdùn àgbàládùn àti yíká omi ti kún kọjá bá èèyàn ti pọ̀ kọjá pé ìwọ́gbọ̀n bí àmọ́ àṣàǹjẹ́ àmọ́ à ń tẹ environmental àtẹ̀kídọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀ ọjà alábíàmọ́ ni tó ṣe pé tí ọba débẹ̀ kò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ kó ń bí ní ọba pé tó bá ti yàn wá bí tó bá gbé ẹ̀sán gbọdọ̀ òun náà bó ṣe máa ní ìsọ̀ ń bí tó máa ṣe tajà ní ọjà ilé epo ìṣòro.
kí ni ìdí tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo àwọn ọlọ́jà máa ń sọ pé ọjà lábíàmọ́ lọ́jà.
òótọ́ ni ọkùnrin á wá obìnrin á wá ibẹ̀ à ń bí à ń rẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ à ń bímọ ń bẹ̀ à ń rẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ kódà dáadáa dáàbò ẹbí bẹ́ẹ̀ adín ró dábí ń déjú ọmọ wa dábí ń déjú ọkọ dábí ń déjú ìyàwó wa dábí ń gbádùn ọjà alábíàmọ́ ni.
ẹ ṣé gan sa. ẹ káàárọ̀ sá.
ẹ káàárọ̀ o.
kí lorúkọ yín.
orúkọ mi ni bọ̀dá mọ́ríà nọ́tíkà.
a ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti ń tajà nínú ọjà.
ó ti pẹ́ o ìdọ́ǹtì.
báwo lẹ ṣe mọ ilé epo.
báwo mo ṣe mọ ilé epo mo máa gbé dédé ilé epo náà ni Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ṣe yanu kásá máa dúpẹ́ gbogbo ohun tá a bá ń ṣe nílé ayé yìí tẹ́rí iṣẹ́ ìdílé ni mo bá lọ́wọ́ wọn ìyá tèmi ni ẹran nìyá mi ń tà ó dẹ̀ sì wà dàárọ̀ ọ̀la Ọlọ́run máa fi kú pa but iṣẹ́ ìdílé ni àwa náà dẹ̀ ti ń ṣe àti gbádùn ẹ̀ ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run but ẹran wọn gan lọ́wọ́ yẹ báwa bá wọn ìjọba sọ̀rọ̀ pé kọ́ bá wa limit gbogbo nǹkan ló wọ́n jù lọ́wọ́ yìí àwa tá à ń tajà náà sìn Ọlọ́run má jà ṣiṣẹ́ fóníṣẹ́ a kàn ń ṣe ni but nígbà tí ó bá ṣiṣẹ́ mi ta máa ṣe àṣà ni lọ jalè a máa forí tì náà ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹlòmíì ló ti sọ bẹ́lẹ̀ tí wàá sọ́jà mọ́ tó ti hàǹgì bùtù a máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwa tá a ti ń tà ó ti yé yín bọ̀ tọ́nà máa fún wa ṣe kẹ́yìn náà máa fàdúrà ràn wá lọ́wọ́ kẹ́dẹ̀ báwọn tó wà lókè sọ̀rọ̀ tọ́rì dis gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n jù ẹni tó fẹ́ jẹun náà nígbà tí ó bá sówó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ báwo ló ti fẹ́ rówó ra ẹran ó ti yé yín gbogbo nǹkan tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn ẹ ṣe ọlọ́run á dá yín sí.
so kí ni ìrírí tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí nínú ọjà nǹkan má ní gbàgbé tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí nínú ọjà tẹ́ lè gbàgbé.
mi lè gbàgbé àwọn nǹkan kan nítorí ibi tí mi ti lè gbàgbé àwọn nǹkan kan jẹ́ nígbà tá a wà nínú ọjà yìí nígbà tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ yìí ó dàbí pé ogun bọ̀t nígbà tí a ti wá wò pé ó ti di rọrùn báyìí bọ̀t nígbà yẹn tẹ bá rí mi èmi tí mò ń dúró báyìí sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ní mi ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ mi ìjù báyìí lọ tí ń gbẹ́ bọ̀ ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lọ́sìn torí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn mi lè gbàgbé láyé mi.
bíi
ìrírí tí mo rí ni pé iṣẹ́ yìí ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà bọ̀ ogun wà bẹ́ẹ̀ àbíkú ni ó ti dà mí wórí tó jẹ́ pé láàrin bí ọdún kan mi ìtọ́jú ọjà gbèsè tí mo jẹ ó lé ní 2 million but a ti ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ́ra wọn díẹ̀ sí pọ̀ a ti ń dúpẹ́ ìyẹn láyé mi lè gbàgbé tí máa fi kú.
kí ni ìdí tẹ́ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà ilé-epo?
ìdí tí mo fi fẹ́ràn ọjà ilé-epo ni pé kò sọ́jà tí mo lè lọ tó lè dàbí ilé-epo torí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo ti ń máta ibẹ̀ ni mo ti ń jẹun ọmọ wà ìyàwó wà ibẹ̀ la ti ń bọ́ wọn nígbà tábà fẹ́ràn ibi tá a ti ń tajà ibẹ̀ la dẹ̀ ti ń rí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe lé ọlọ́ra nílé epo kò sẹ́ni tó sunkún wálé epo tó bá ti mọ iṣẹ́ ṣe kódà kò sí ìgbà tó yẹ kó ẹ̀ máa fi di rọrùn.
ipa mélòó ni ọjà yìí pín sí?
ipa tó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ ó pọ̀ kó bàbá ọjà tó wà ní ọjà yìí gan nísìn bàbá ọjà lọ káàkiri ni ọ̀tọ̀ ní bàbá ọjà eléwúro ọ̀tọ̀ ní bàbá ọjà eléwédú ọ̀tọ̀ ní bàbá ọjà oníkíní gbogbo wọn ṣàǹfìlà wọn joyè wọn ti wá pín ọjà yẹn sí kélekèlé ẹ wo ọmọ ní crayfish tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi láàárọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ kò tí tọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó wá àárọ̀ yìí ọwá gbégbá ẹ̀ wọn nítorí kò bá wọn ṣẹgbẹ́ yíbò sí yíbò dẹ̀ ni wọn tó dá bẹ́ẹ̀ ó yẹ ká máa náà núra ó dẹ̀ ní bébì lọ́wọ́ ó tẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjà kò tí pọ̀sẹ̀ kan ẹ ti ń wá gbọ́jà ẹ ní káwa tajọ́ ń tajà náà ká máa náà núra wa síra wa ká má kàn máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé èmi ni ló máa ń ba nǹkan jẹ́.
so ibi ìsọ̀ ráńpẹ́ ìtẹ̀wá sí ṣé ẹ̀ ń sanwó fún space bí báyìí.
ìsọ̀ ráńpẹ́ tí mo wà ìmọ̀ ń dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run torí kò sọ́gbọ́n kò sí bá ṣe máa mì kórí máa mì ẹ̀dá mọ̀ pé níbi ní nǹkan tá à ń pè lọ́jà nìyẹn kò sí bó ṣe máa gbé nǹkan lẹ̀ àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn kan lọ́ra aláṣẹ bí ẹ mọ̀ pé mi ìdédé dá aláṣẹ bí ẹnìkan ló máa gbé bí fún yàn kan ibẹ̀ náà ni gbogbo wa ti ń jẹun àdẹ̀ ni wàá fẹ́ kó bàjẹ́ a gbọ́dọ̀ máa tìǹtì àwọn tó gbé fún wa yẹn ó di dandan ká máa tìǹtì wọn kó máa lè bàjẹ́.
so bí èlò lẹ máa ń tíìpù wọn fún bíbá yìí ṣé ojoojúmọ́ lẹ máa ń sanwó ni àbí monthly.
jẹ́rí ọ̀rọ̀ owó yẹn weekend làwọn máa ń fún wọn lówó bọ̀tò owó tá a máa ń fún wọn náà bíi pé kọ́ lọ ra káàdì torí àjọ wà láàrin ra wa ní.
bí owó díẹ̀.
káàdì.
ok ẹ ṣé gan sa. ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
ẹ káàárọ̀.
kí lorúkọ yín mà.
orúkọ mi ni Mrs. Adélọ́wọ̀.
a ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti ń tajà nínú ọjà yìí.
tí mo ti ń ta ọjà ike yìí á ti tó 35 years.
35.
yes.
kí ni ìtàn kí ni ìrírí tẹ́ ti rí kí ló fi jẹ́ pé ọjà ike lẹ́ni kẹ́ máa tà.
ìdí tó fi jẹ́ pé ọjà ike ni mo ní kí n máa tà ní wípé ọjà abiyamọ ni ọjà tó dáa ni because ọjà yìí tẹ́ bá tà èèyàn fi ń tọ́mọ wàá fi bọ́mọ ẹ fẹ́ lọ sílùú òyìnbó wàá fi rán ọmọ lọ ìlú òyìnbó èèyàn fi ń kọ́lé oríṣiríṣi nǹkan lèèyàn ṣe nídìí ẹ̀.
kí wàá ní ìrírí tẹ́ ń rí nínú ọjà yìí kí ni ìpèníjà tó wà nínú ọjà ike títà yìí.
ọjà náà oríṣiríṣi ìpèníjà ló wà nídìí ẹ̀ òun ni wípé ìgbà míì ẹ̀ẹ́ta inú èèyàn á dùn ìgbà míì kẹ̀dẹ̀ ní tẹ́ bá tajà lọ títí o tó bá dẹ̀ yẹ kàn rí pé gbogbo ẹ̀ tún ti da sídàkejì so a dẹ̀ tún máa ń bi àwọn manufacturer wa náà pé tá a bá ti ní damages kọ́ máa bá a change ẹ̀ kọ́ máa bá a change damages hàn kì í change damages fún wa mọ́ gbogbo àwọn ìpèníjà oríṣiríṣi ló ń wà nídìí ọjà yìí nìsín àmọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ a máa ń gbádùn ẹ̀ dáadáa tó jẹ́ pé tọ́jà wa bá fọ́n máa bá wa change ẹ̀ kọ́ bá bẹ̀ wọn manufacturer kọ́ máa bá wa change damages kọ́ má jẹ́ kí owó wa máa wọgbó tú.
so nísìnyí tí ẹ bá ní damages bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá yín change ẹ̀ báwo lẹ ṣe wá ń kó fi yí mọ́ nínú ọjà tó tẹ̀síṣe wà nínú òwò yìí.
bá a ṣe yẹ mọ̀ ẹ́ kọjá òwò téèyàn ti ń ṣe tipẹ́tipẹ́ tó bá gbéyàn ṣubú èèyàn á dìde tó bá gbéyàn ṣubú èèyàn á dìde so à ń yí gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ́ra wọn náà ní kọ́lọ́mbà fàlùbáríkà sí.
kí ni ohun má ní gbàgbé tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí inú ọjà tẹ́lẹ̀ gbàgbé tó jẹ́ pé tẹ bá rántí báyìí ìzídà kó múnú yín dùn àbí nǹkan míì tó jẹ́ pé ẹ fẹ́ràn tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
nǹkan tẹ́mi ò fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni wípé tá a bá ti lọ sí company kọ́ má máa dá wa dúró pẹ́ company míì tá a bá ti lọ látàárọ̀ báyìí ó di òru kó tó wọlé kò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
ṣé queue máa ń pọ̀ níbẹ̀ ni.
kì í ṣe pé queue pọ̀ process wọn ni kò fast because tó bá jẹ́ pé process wọn fast ni a máa yá wa láti kúrò níbẹ̀ nígbà tá a bá lọ rajà tá a ti jí lọ látàárọ̀ tá a dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ wá ń wọlé lóru tó jẹ́ kó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa supply by 5 níwé ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa jáde bí ẹ bá dẹ̀ tún gbé mọ́tò lọ hàn ní supply ọjà so oríṣiríṣi ìpèníjà là ń rí nídìí ọjà wa yìí.
ṣé kò wá nílò láti pààrọ̀ company yẹn ni àbí company yẹn nìkan ló wà ní.
company yẹn nìkan kọ́ ló wà àmọ́ company oríṣiríṣi náà la gbọ́dọ̀ máa ní a lè ní ọjà company kan kí ọjà lè yá tá a bá ra òkè ara Pentagon ara Bright Star a máa rà káàkiri ni so àwọn company yẹn pọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi.
báwo lẹ ṣe wá ń cope nínú ọjà báwo lẹ ṣe ń gbé báwo lẹ ṣe ń survive ṣé tòsílẹ̀ tí ń bọ̀ wá tajà wá nájà bí ni àbọ̀ náà yín jìn.
ọ̀nà mi ò jìn púpọ̀ jù síbí nítorí wàhálà náà so ìtòsí bí náà ni ilé mi wà kò jìnnà púpọ̀.
so báwo lẹ ṣe ń cope nínú ọjà.
a ṣáà ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run à ń yí mọ́ à ń jẹun so ọjà náà ó dùn ní ìsinyìí ó yá dáadáa ká má san nǹkan míì a máa ṣe ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run nípa à ń rí tiwa ṣe.
kí wàá ní ìrírí tẹ̀ ń rí nínú ọjà.
oríṣiríṣi ìrírí lèèyàn máa rí because ẹlòmíì gan-an o lè máa wò ó kó jẹ́ kó bú ẹ tàbí kán tọ́ ẹ so oríṣiríṣi ìṣòro ló máa ń wà ní ọjà èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ fara dà á ni.
so ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí ń sìn ṣé ẹ̀yin lẹ ní àbí ẹ máa ń sanwó lọ́dọọdún.
a máa ń sanwó lọ́dọọdún ni.
bí rẹ́ǹjì wo lẹ máa ń sọ kò di dandan kẹ́ sọ fún mi pé iye báyìí ẹ lè ní bí rẹ́ǹjì báyìí.
lọ́dọọdún ìgbà 700 600 bọ́n ṣe ń gbé ṣọ́ọ̀bù lẹ́nu.
báwo lẹ ṣe wá ń kó pẹ̀lú àdúró owó yẹn báwo nísìnyí ẹ sọ pé ọjà ò ṣe bó ṣe yẹ kó ṣe báwo lẹ ṣe ń sanwó.
Ọlọ́run ló ń bá wa san kò ń ṣe agbára wa Ọlọ́run ló ń bo àṣírí yẹn.
so kí ni nǹkan pàtó tẹ́ lè sọ nípa ọjà ilé epo.
ilé epo jẹ́ ọjà tó dá ọjà tó jẹ́ pé oríṣiríṣi èèyàn ló máa ń wá so ilé epo jẹ́ ọjà tó dáa kò sí wàhálà kò sí dààmú.
so lẹ́yìn owó shop tẹ́ máa ń sọ ṣé dues kan wà tó máa ń gbà lọ́wọ́ yín àti pé ṣé ẹ̀ ń rí iṣẹ́ owó dues yẹn.
dues wà tá a máa ń san a máa sanwó lọ́mà wọ́n ń gbowó lọ́mà lọ́wọ́ wa àti security so gbowó yẹn náà bọ̀tọ̀ Ọlọ́run sì ń pèsè fún wa à ń rí san.
so bí èlò lẹ́yìn sọ fún lọ́mà security.
lọ́mà security 4,000 ni.
lọ́dọọdún àbí.
lóṣooṣù.
owó náà ń kọ́.
kò síná ń bí o ẹ bá wa bẹ̀jọba kan fún wa níná o kò síná ní ilé epo ìyẹn gangan nínú ọjà ìyẹn gan ló bà àjà ò jẹ́ ẹ bá wa bẹ̀ ọ́n gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kan fa iná sí ọjà ilé epo kan fún wa níná nínú complex yìí o àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn níná but complex kò síná.
so ipa mélòó ni ọjà yìí pín sí.
ipa méjì ni àwọn irú tiwansin complex níbí àwọn kan tún wà tó jẹ́ kéréje ó wà lẹ́yìn.
ẹ ṣé gan ma. Ẹ káàárọ̀ ma.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Alájà Ọláyínká Akínlábí.
A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti ń tajà níbí báyìí?
Níbí báyìí, a tó bí 4 years.
4 years?
Níbí báyìí o.
Báwo lẹ ṣe mọ ọjà ilé epo?
Ọjà ilé epo jẹ́ ọjà tí gbogbo èèyàn ń ná. Kò sí ẹni tí ò mọ̀ nípa bíbá ìtorí oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló wà ńbẹ̀. So ìyẹn ló jẹ́ káwa náà tún wá síbí bí kọ́ la wà tẹ́lẹ̀. So ìyẹn ló jẹ́ ká tún wá síbí yìí náà pé kán lè mọ̀ wá ńbí náà.
So báwo ni ẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ òwò aṣọ títà yìí?
Ìyẹn lọ fà o. Iṣẹ́ tá bá sọ pé àjẹbí. Iṣẹ́ tí ìyá mi ń ṣe ni tí ìyá mi ń ṣe, so kò ń ṣe pé bóyá mo kọ́ níbì kankan. Ìyá mi ló ń ṣe. Ibẹ̀ láti bá. Àjogún bá ní.
So bí mọ́mí ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ bọ́ ṣe ń tà ó wá ń wù yín tẹ́ ní pé nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ máa ṣe.
Àjọ ń ṣe ni títí táwọn dẹ̀ fi dàgbà tán fi ṣe mọ́. Òun là ń ṣe àtàwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àtàwọn àbúrò mi, iṣẹ́ tí gbogbo wa ń ṣe nìyẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀.
That means owó pọ̀, profit wà nínú ọjà yìí nìyẹn o.
Ọlọ́run ṣeun, àdúpẹ́.
Kí ni àwọn ìrírí, kí ni àwọn ìpèníjà tó wà nínú kíyàn máa taṣọ?
Ìpèníjà wà, kò dẹ̀ tún sí. Ohun tí mo fi sọ pé ó wà ní ìgbà tí aṣọ jẹ́ kí ló ń pè sísọ tí wọ́n sísọ aṣọ tí kò sí ọ̀nà láti kó wá, ìyẹn nìkan náà ní ìpèníjà tó wà ńbẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn. Tẹ́ pé tó bá travel bóyá lọ rajà wọ́n máa mú ọjà ó jẹ́ 6 goods ńgbà yẹn, but nísìnyí kò sí ohun tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n kọjá wọlé, oníkálukú ń rajà ń tajà wa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi ti tẹ́lẹ̀ bó ṣe wà tẹ́lẹ̀, so kò sí ìpèníjà kankan bẹ̀. Tó bá ti rówó ṣe òun ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́ǹtì ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
So ibo lẹ ti máa ń kó ọjà, ibo lẹ ti máa ń rajà?
Ọjà wà káàkiri, à ń lọ káàkiri tẹ́lẹ̀ láti lọ kó wá, ṣùgbọ́n nísìn ó ti di rọrùn. Òyìnbó ti wà ń bí, wọ́n kó fún wa, à ń tà à ń rà lọ́wọ́ wọn bí. Wàá san owó ẹ̀ wá kó ohun tó wù ẹ́ bá ká ló fẹ́ rà. So kò sí wàhálà kankan lórí ìyẹn mọ́. Tó bá ti lówó ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ tó ti rí ohun tó wù ẹ́, wàá san owó ẹ̀ wá dẹ̀ rajà ẹ̀, wàá kó sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ẹ̀, wọ́n náà ṣọ̀rọ̀ ajé ẹ̀.
Ṣé ṣọ́ọ̀bù tá wà yìí ti ṣẹ́yìn lẹ ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí àbí ẹ̀ ń sanwó ẹ̀ ní yẹ́líyẹ́lí?
Olúwa nílẹ̀ àtẹ̀kùn ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ṣeun àwa la ní.
Mọ́mí ẹ ra ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí ni o.
Bí kí la fẹ́ ṣe ìyá mi yára ni.
Bí èlò lẹ rà nígbà yẹn? Range wo kò di dandan kẹ́ fún mi ní pé báyìí ẹ lè sọ pé bí iye báyìí ni láàrin iye báyìí.
Wọ́n ń tà náà ni iye tí wọ́n ń tà náà la rà. Gbogbo ọjà náà ni iye tán bá tà náà ni wọ́n máa rà. So tó bá ti pé èèyàn máa rà. So a rí i pé ó sì ṣe pẹ́rẹ́, ó ṣẹ́ pẹ́rẹ́ díẹ̀, ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ ká rà. So ọkàn wa lè balẹ̀ pé àwa la ní. So ìta rẹ́ǹtì náà wà o, ṣùgbọ́n ìtajókòó náà àdúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run.
So ṣé ìtòsílẹ̀ tí ń bọ̀ láti máa tajà ń bí ni àbí ọ̀nà jíjìn?
Torí ọ̀nà jíjìn yẹn náà ni ó jẹ́ kí àdúró ń bí padà. Torí a ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bò mí náà kò ń ṣe bí ìnìkan, ṣùgbọ́n gbà jẹ́ pé ọ̀nà jìn òun ló jẹ́ ká wò pé ká dúró ní èyí tó súnmọ́ tòsí ilé.
Báwo lẹ ṣe wá ń cope nínú ọjà?
Ọmọ ọjà ni wá, à ń cope, kò sí wàhálà. Kò sí wàhálà, ìmọ̀ wọn ara ẹni nílé kí ọgbọ́n. Kò sínú ọjà téèyàn bá ti wà lórí ọwọ́ ẹ̀ tí ó ti ń tojú bọ lé kiri, tí ó dẹ̀ ń tojú bọ ṣọ́ọ̀bù oníṣọ́ọ̀bù kiri tó jókòó lẹ́nu ọ̀nà ṣọ́ọ̀bù ẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà. Kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ báyàn jà.
Kí ni wá ní ohun má ní gbàgbé tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí inú ọjà tẹ́ ẹ lè gbàgbé tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ń múnú yín dùn àbí kíní?
Ayọ̀ ni o, ayọ̀ àti ìdùnnú ni, a dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Olúwa ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé ma. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Mrs. Abdurrashid.
So for how long have you been selling here in this market?
It's up to like 9 years.
9 years?
Yes.
So this segment we are in right now is called what?
This particular section is called Isoko. And we sell fruits here, different kind of fruits. Those who sell in bits come here to buy. So we sell in bulk. Yes, but some personal consumers who also come here to buy.
So what is your story in the market? How do you start this journey? And how do you know about this market?
At the first place, when I come to this market, there is one of my mommy's relatives that sells in this market. So when I talked to him that then I was languishing. So when I came to him, he said he will assist me. At my first instance, this particular section, this placing of stick like this, it is called alatajere according to them. So when I came, the man said, can I do it? So when I was in team, one of my mommy's friend is into this business. So I've learned a little thing about how to sell it. So I keep courage. I said I can do it. So at the first place, then basket of the orange, it was 10,000. So he now said, no. So before he allowed me, he just said I should attend to customer for his own goods that he placed. When I attended to customer, I said I'm good to go. So the next day, he placed about 7 baskets for me. It was at this particular spot. Then basket was 10,000. And I was able to sell the whole 7 baskets. Then now I speak in Hausa language. I understand the Hausa language very well. I speak English and Yoruba. So any of my customers that come, I speak the 3 languages to them. So that makes me to attract more customers. And within maybe, I do come around 4:30 a.m. to this Ileko. So by 12 o'clock noon, I'm done with my selling. So the whole 7 baskets, I pay him off and I got my own cane. He was happy. I did that business for about a couple of months and I earned a lot of money that I saved.
So how do you survive in the markets? You know, a lot of people, when they see traders, when they see people selling in the market, they feel not all of them are knowledgeable. They feel most of them are illiterate and all of that. So how do you cope in the market?
You see, there are different kind of humans and we attend to different kind of customers. Some of them are aggressive, though some of them, they are just normal human beings that if you tell them this is this, they accept it. The way you attend to them, they will be okay. But if the aggressive customer come, you just have to attend to them the way the aggressive customer was so that they can go on time. The people that are patient will come and those people that they are not even, some people that they are averagely okay and the rich people, they can just buy, they will not stress you. So by the time you let the aggressive customer take much of your time, you might not have time to attend to the good ones. So it's part of managing the market. And sometimes when it rains, the floor is not always okay. Everywhere it gets irritated. So this place that I'm putting my corn, it will fall down. Most people passing by, they'll just pick it up and rinse it. Because by the time I start abusing everyone that fell it down, it scares away the customers. They'll think maybe I'm a bad person, I'm abusive or something. So I just control myself and let it go.
So what are the challenges selling in the market and what are the challenges? What are the challenges selling in the market or in your business? What are the challenges?
You see, sometimes these perishable goods, when they bring it in abundance, then there will be loss in the goods. You not have a lot of profits. Because if the customers see that it's in abundance, for instance, this corn, if they see that everywhere is full of corn, there is no place that they can pass, they'll start pricing it the way that that will affect the cost price. You understand? So when they brought it in abundance, it affects, we run loss when we sell it. But if it's not in abundance, it's just normal. We can decide to tell it the way we want. And if they see that it's truly not available, customers will go for it.
So when it's now in abundance that you run into a lot of loss, how then do you cope? How do you survive? How do you manage and pack things up?
They sold it on time because it's perishable. By the time it's spent like a week now, the color will change and it will lose taste. They just sold it anywhere. They will not even care, even if they are not getting the cost price. You get it? So they run loss and they will not be happy about the business. But when next they come, they can decide, they can meet up. By that time, the person that run loss this week, by next week he might be fortunate. If eventually what they brought is not in abundance, is not surplus, then they will sell it at a good price.
So what's that memorable thing you can never forget that has happened to you in the market?
Oh, see, I told you earlier that I used to have a lot of customers because I speak in English I speak Hausa and I speak Yoruba. So you see this, it can make me to have enemies. So I fought a lot of with different people here that we sell together. By the time I defeat about 3 of them, they accord me my respect. So it's very unmemorable. Yes.
So this language that you said you know how to speak Hausa, Yoruba, English and all of that, do you learn them in the market?
No, I learned it unconsciously when I was young. When I was infant, I learned it, or teen, I learned it unconsciously because I grew up in the midst of Hausas.
Okay, so what keeps you going in the market?
Actually, every customer that comes to me, if I've make my gain, I add to whatever they want to buy. It will be more than what they are buying. I don't care, I'm generous. So this generosity makes me to handle a lot of customers. And so every customer that buy from me, and for instance now, they are putting 4 for 500, but I've make my gain. I can decide to sell for 6. So they'll be happy about it. They will be happy to buy from me when next they want to buy.
So where you are coming from to sell here, is it far off or you are nearby?
I stays at Agege.
Okay, you stay around Agege. So why not Agege market? Why Ileko market?
No, really is that, you see, Agege market is it has been in existence before Ileko market. But people there, before you can see somebody that plays this thing in Agege market that is selling, maybe the person great grandmother is using that particular place. They don't want people. They don't even admit marketers. You understand? I can just say it's their relative. They are related one way or the other. Most people sell in Agege market. But the difference between this Ileko market and Agege market is this. You see, Ileko market, even if your mother or your parents is not selling, if you come, they will assist you. They admit people every day. It's like form of assistance to humanity. So it's different from Agege market. That is why I've been to Agege market for assistance as well, but they never accept people. Only when you have relatives there.
So what is that thing you can tell us concerning Ileko market? What do you know about Ileko market?
I've said it all. I said the Ileko market is a good market, and the people that are coordinating, because here we have coordinators. The coordinators are the dealers that brought in the goods. They sell in bulk to those who sell in bits, like the retailers that sell to the final consumers. So that is one thing. But in other markets, I don't think they have such, like the dealers. And the dealers, they also have committees that they control the market. In case if anything wants to go wrong, they are there to caution you. But in other markets, the elders, if they even caution the younger ones, they might not listen. But here there is discipline compared to other markets.
So how many sections is this market group into?
Actually, I'm not specific about the number, but after here, this place is Soko. When you move up there, there is tomato, parsley, cabbage, and all that. And there is section for foodstuff. There is section for pepper and crayfish and all that. So that is all.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
What is your name? Okay, so for how long have you been selling in this market?
I've been on and off. My mom is the one that has been here. So, but I came in like 3 years.
Wow. So this section that we are in right now, what is the name of this section? What's this section called?
This is Ileko market, general. But this side is for those people selling foodstuffs. You know, it's local food. The other side, you cannot really see people selling this kind of thing on the other side, because when you buy this, you need to grind. So most times, they cannot put that grinding machine in that place, so it can only be here. So this place is for local markets.
Is there a name that this local market is called?
That place is complex. This place is G-Clamp. G-Clamps. This place, you know that this place is not really shops. It's stores.
Those places are shops. These ones are stores. So all these things, they are makeshift. We need it ourselves for spread.
So what are the challenges you face in the market with this your business?
It's everywhere. Like pilfering, stealing, and this mostly comes at night when we are gone. That's just it. That's it.
So how do you cope and survive in this market?
We are not fighting. Everything is going normal. It's like going to your office every day. So it's normal here too. It's like going to your office every day. You come here, try to attract customers, give them prices, sell. It is okay by you.
So what's a memorable thing you can never forget that has happened to you in the market?
Okay, the day I was talking to someone that wanted to sell to me. You know that most times when people see you in the market, they think you are all illiterate. So that day, I was forced to speak English, and it was like, did you go to school? That was surprising. Like, I am a graduate.
So what is that story that makes you to be selling this in the market? I know you said it's for Momsi, but then you've always seen her. It is yours. So what is that story?
Because I needed time. I needed a work that is a bit flexible for my family. You know, working under people, it's just stereotype. Like, you wake up, go in the morning, every day 5 o'clock, come back 5 o'clock. I needed time for my children too. And this is more flexible and money comes in.
Okay, so then what is that thing you enjoy doing in this market? How do you have fun in the market?
Fun is everywhere. Fun is everywhere. Then another thing I enjoy doing is meeting you for the first time and trying to convince you to buy what I am selling. Something that same thing, somebody beside me. Yeah. So, and I want to do. Maybe that was what I did in special. I did exactly. So I like that is the highest thing, the lovable thing I like doing is trying to convince people to buy what I sell.
So now, apart from this convincing people, what is other happy moments or things that what keeps you going in the market?
This place is a very, very beautiful place to be. Fine for people outside, like but everybody here, we are one. So something that will not interest you, will interest us. Like, just let person going about now. We say something and we all laugh about it. This. So we find fun in everything. We find fun. Call on do it.
So, in one way, how do you like Ilepo market? How can you describe Ilepo market?
Ilepo market is a very, very, very beautiful place to be, and there is nothing you bring to this market that will not sell. Then you will not come to this market as a seller every day, and you will not take money.
So this your shop now, is it your own or you pay annually? You don't pay annually, monthly, or you own it? Are you serious?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma. And that is a wrap. We've come to our final destination. Thanks for joining us on the journey through Ile-Epo Market. I hope you had an insightful experience as we explore this market together. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and yes, comment. Tell us the market you want us to explore next. Bringing you news behind the news of the market. Thank you for watching ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abepe. Bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers,
We all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us on News Highlight on ConsumerHallaTV. This is the compilation of today's news bulletin. I am Iri Ayomikole Eke. Let's start the news highlights. The Comptroller General of Customs, Mr. Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, said the Nigeria Customs Service has developed a new one-stop trade platform aimed at fast-tracking clearance of goods. The federal government has pledged tougher measures to eliminate fake seeds from circulation and ensure Nigeria's agricultural produce to meet global export standard. On another hand, the federal government has announced the cancellation of the 65th independent anniversary against tomorrow. The Nigeria Labour Congress has asked its affiliates to mobilize and join the strike called by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association against Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals for allegedly sacking 800 workers. In Rivers State now, where the Rivers State chapter of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees has declared a 7-day strike. On education, the Academic Staff Union of Universities has given the federal government a 14-day ultimatum to address its 7-point demands or face industrial action. Away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has reported a 91.3% increase in its monthly profit to 539 billion in August 2025, up from 185 billion naira recorded. Cellular Nigeria secured a major milestone in its digital trade transformation with the global registration of a tax identification number and the approval of the Federal Inland Revenue Service as the country's payroll authority. The Nigerian stock market ended last week on a positive note following the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) Monetary Policy Committee cut in the monetary policy rate. The volume of trade between Nigeria and China increased by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July 2025 at the first half of 2025 compared to the same period in the first half of 2024. And that is it for today's broadcast on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow. I am Iri Ayomikole Eke. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms and do engage us on our YouTube channel. Subscribe over there. We'll see you tomorrow again. Happy Independence Day in advance.